Welcome back to Isolation by Bex-chan, here on Grimoire Audiobooks. In Part 3, covering chapters 21 to 30, the story delves even deeper into the complex dynamics between Draco and Hermione. As the winter chill sets in, so does the stark reality of their isolation and the undeniable pull between them. Past traumas resurface, tempers flare, and just when they think they're making progress, the world outside starts to catch up with them, reminding them of everything they've left behind. Each new chapter in this part intensifies their emotional journey, forcing them to confront their own identities and the ever-blurring lines of loyalty, trust, and maybe even love. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for a magical roller coaster with Isolation by Bex-chan at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more magical adventures. Chapter 21, Scars. As Draco was slowly stirred awake by the hum of feline purrs, his brow creased with confusion when he realized that the space next to him was empty, save the snoozing cat that was near his feet. Quickly ignoring the pet, he flattened his palm against the spot where Granger should have been and felt the traces of her warmth tingle his skin. Hesitating as his sleep-blurred brain caught up, he slowly twisted his body to find her sitting at the window, her silhouette set against the garish and gold light of the morning. Squinting as his eyes adjusted and rising into a sitting position, he concentrated on her weary and strained expression and frowned at her distracted gaze. Still clad in yesterday's clothes and her cheeks glossed with yesterday's tears, she was clutching her legs tightly to her chest and resting her chin against her knees. Her lips were dented from relentless chewing, her mouth bent in a morning frown, and her eyes were bag-crested and bloodshot. All she did was stare through the window pane. So still, barely breathing. He absorbed every detail of her with calculating eyes, churning the information around in his head and trying to determine what he was supposed to do. Merlin knew he didn't have the slightest idea how to ease her distress, but the need to scratched under his skin anyway, and he didn't even try to resist it. He cocked an eyebrow when she parted her lips and breathed heavily against the glass, lifting a finger to draw a mindless pattern in the condensation. With a sigh of defeat, he called her name. Hermione absently dragged her finger across the misty window and narrowed her eyes when she realized what she was doing. She and her mother had left little messages on the bathroom mirror when she'd been little, just little things like "I love you" or "good night." Her hand fell limp at her side as she read what she'd absently scribbled. "See you soon." She shook her head when Draco's blurred voice seeped into her ears and snatched her back to reality. "What? Have you even had any sleep?" he repeated in a blank tone. "Oh," she exhaled. "A little, I mean enough." "Doesn't look like it," he said stiffly, tossing her blankets off him and sitting at the edge of her bed. "You should get some more." "No, it's fine," she mumbled, and Draco hated how distant she sounded. "I wouldn't be able to fall back to sleep now anyway." "Don't say you're fine when you're clearly not," he scolded, perhaps too bluntly. "It's bloody irritating, but I am—" "Save it," he grumbled. "Why you Gryffindors insist on covering everything up with fucking fairies and sunshine is beyond me. I'm not." "You feel disorientated, right?" he questioned sharply. "Like your mind is doing cartwheels and you have no idea what to do with yourself." Hermione felt her mouth move with silent words. How? "In case you haven't noticed, we're in a similar boat here, Granger, so I know it's fucked up." "A similar boat? What do you—" "I've been missing since June," he reminded her in a deadpan voice. "I'm sure my parents think I'm dead, decomposing somewhere in a shallow grave dug by one of your lot." She cringed. "Draco." "It's true," he interrupted, regarding her with a detached expression. What other believable story could Snape have invented to account for my absence? "I'm sorry," she murmured sincerely. "I didn't realize it had been so long for you, but perhaps Snape, even if he said I was missing, I would be presumed dead after this long," he reiterated, cocking his head when she grimaced. "Don't give me that sympathetic look," Granger. It's not like I'm actually dead, but maybe. I have accepted that, Granger. He silenced her. And you'll accept your circumstances too. But you need to get over all that I'm fine crap, Draco. So we're going to have a shower, he stated sternly, rising to stand and scowling at the uncertain look she gave him. Come on. Get up. Draco, she sighed wearily, bowing her head. I don't think I'm in the right frame of mind for. I never mentioned shagging you, he interjected with a scowl as he neared her. Now, come on, Draco, I just want to stay here. Tough shit, he snapped, snatching her arm and yanking her to her feet. Don't make me drag you. Draco, let go, she groaned, struggling against him. You're hurting me. The determined blonde flinched, but kept his grip firm at her elbow as he pulled her with him, adamantly refusing to acknowledge her protests, no matter how much her pleading tone harassed his ears. He knew he was being rough, but he forced himself to be indifferent because it was necessary. Granger might not see it, but she needed this. Needed him. His scowl hardened as she dug her heels into the floor and clawed at his hand. Stop fighting me, he warned over his shoulder, slinging his other arm around her abdomen to get a secure hold. Her flailing limbs were making it difficult. Fucking hell, Granger. Just leave me be, Hermione tried, frustrated tears threatening to slip past her lashes. What difference will a sodding shower make anyway? It won't. Stop it, he growled as he finally managed to get her out of the bedroom. Trust me when I say the inactivity will only do more damage. I said I was fine, she shouted. Put me down. No, he yelled back, shoving her into the bathroom and slamming the door behind him. He gulped down the uneasy feeling wedged in his throat when he realized she was crying again, but he remained firm with his intent. Don't you fucking dare try the door, because I'll just drag you back in here until you get the message. He tried not to be affected when she put distance between them and studied him with wary eyes. Did she really believe that he would hurt her? Scoffing and shaking his head to cover his offense, he stalked over to the shower and flicked it on, testing the heat against his fingers and keeping his eye on his dejected lover in the mirror. This is ridiculous, Hermione muttered behind her breath. You are being ridiculous. Take your clothes off, he instructed steadily, tugging his own top over his head. Or are you going to be an awkward bitch again? She stared at him with the sparks of defiance flickering in her eyes, before she released a haggard breath and began to slowly tear her away her clothes. Draco kept his unflinching glare on her as he pulled down his trousers and boxers in one swift motion and then stalking up to her with heavy strides. He ripped her jumper out of her grip and chucked it to the side with growing impatience, batting aside her hands before he reached for her jeans and knickers and yanked them down her legs. Hermione sucked in a hefty gulp of air and attempted to back away, but his hand was already fixed around her wrist. What the hell is wrong with you? I haven't got all fucking day, he hissed coldly, spinning her around to remove her bra before she could protest. He battled the temptation to admire her nudity and give into the instinctive twinge in his groin as she stood before him, infinitely alluring to him since the first night he had bedded her. Every inch of her honey skin belonged to him, whether she liked it or not, but he needed to carry this out and finish what he'd started. Feigning indifference, which was testing when his body yearned to react to her, he tugged on her wrist and guided them to the shower. Get in, he told her, rolling his eyes when she predictably hesitated. Fucking fine. We'll do this the hard way then. She yelped in surprise when he picked her up, and he gritted his teeth in an effort to ignore her bare and squirming body as he stepped into the shower and positioned them under the scolding rain of whispering water drops. The sweet steam wrapped around them like a veil, and Draco silently willed her to forget the outside world in this misty cocoon. Reality was an obstacle, always getting their fucking way and screwing with their secret sanctuary away from it all. Away from the war. From his past. From everything. And he came to acknowledge that he had settled into their sanctuary, despite every attempt at resistance. Reality was simply a muffled memory in here. With her. What the hell would he do when? He felt her hands pushing against his chest. What are you playing at? Hermione questioned hotly. Let me out of here. No, He refused, keeping her in place under the water. This is what you need. Don't tell me what I need to do, Hermione argued in a low voice. Don't you dare tell me how I should be dealing with this. So what? He goaded. You're just going to sit in your room and mope all day? I was not moping, she protested loudly. Shut your mouth, Draco. Well, stop being so fucking pathetic. He carried on relentlessly, invading her space and looming over her. She really had no idea how beautiful she was to him then. Her cocoa curls streaked across her face and shoulders like rivulets of coffee, but he baited her regardless. Crying about it like some shitty little Hufflepuff is hardly going to make things all rosy again. I know that, she spat, giving him a futile shove back. Don't you think I know that? Then stop whining about it. You were a sulky prick when you first came here, so don't be such a sodding hypocrite, she fired back. I have every right to be upset. I am human. Then why the fuck bother lying and say you're fine? He retorted sharply, bringing his face close to hers. Come on, Granger. Let it out. Why say you're fine when you're clearly not? Because I don't know what else to do, she screamed, her features creasing into a look of weary acceptance as her chest heaved between them. What the hell can I do, Draco? I can't do a bloody thing. There you go. Scream it out, Granger. And it fucking hurts, doesn't it? He roared back, hating himself when she clenched her eyes shut, but she needed this.
He knew she did.
He knew her. You can't do anything about it. Stop it. You are helpless. Stop it. But there's nothing you can do, he shouted, so loud it scorched his windpipe. Accept it, Hermione. There's nothing you can. She slapped him. Hard. And in the next second she was grabbing his face and smashing her lips into his. Do what you need to do. She sucked, licked, tasted, gorged. Draco felt her claw her fingernails against his scalp and grabbed desperate fistfuls of his ice-blonde hair to pull him even closer. As close as possible. He could taste her need behind her teeth and at the back of her mouth, and he knew he'd accomplished what he'd intended. He matched her, tongue for tongue and bite for bite, as his hands went wild over back, sides and waist. All his. But he willed himself to remain poised. This was about her. What she needed. And for a moment, that terrified him. Her throaty moan glided over his tongue and brought him straight back to the now. Her. Twisting them together, he slammed her up against the tiles with a wet slap and dipped his hand between them to cup the heat between her thighs. Entering her with 2 fingers as deep as he could and thumbing her sex bud with a practiced pressure that he knew made her tremble, he swallowed her sigh and kissed her hard. Hard enough split lips and coax blood. Her blood, his blood. It all tasted the same. Take what you need from me, he murmured, his husky tone rumbling between the heavy breaths and thrumming lips. Keening and stabbing her nails into his shoulders, Hermione rocked her hips into his touch, encouraged by his words and too consumed to resist. Godric, she loved his hands and fingers, in her hair, on her skin, inside of her, and right now they were pushing perfectly against the enigmatic spot beneath her stomach and coaxing smoldering sensations to flutter in her system. But it wasn't enough. More, she whispered between clashing lips, hoping he would understand her meaning. Draco immediately withdrew his hand and grabbed her thighs, hitching them up and snaking them around his torso. He didn't trust himself to slip between her folds.
Not yet.
He needed to keep his head. He was so hard that the muscle under his strained skin throbbed with pain. She'd never been like this, uninhibited and her nerves completely discarded as she let the passion and her need to forget overtake her, and it was so fucking arousing. But he needed to keep his head. It was about her. Her. She was breaking the kiss again. Draco, she hummed, like his pulse. Please. Catching her bottom lip between his teeth to stifle his groan, he hoisted her a little higher so he could grab his length, and the moment he'd pressed himself at her slit, she clamped her legs tighter and engulfed him. Draco sucked in a shallow breath at her unexpected and brazen movement, but this was what she needed, to let the instincts ride her and abandon thought. Abandon reason. abandon everything but the flesh and the ache. She was tugging at his arms, neck, face, anything she could reach to pull him into her, to melt them together. Her legs were like a possessive vice around him, locking him in her slick warmth, so tight that Draco shuddered. Blind lust.
Raw.
The most honest kind. He bucked into her, guided by the own desperate sways of her body to invent a rhythm of obliging thrusts to the sounds of smacking skin and the drumming shower. And it was fast. Frantic. Frenzied. Feral. Fucking friction. Everywhere. From their scraping teeth to the thuds of hips and the clawing hands, all wrapped up in humid steam and echoing whimpers. And Hermione was alive, almost knocking him off his feet as she writhed and tried to find her release. Find the fire.
Hunt for it.
A strangled sound tumbled out of her mouth when he pushed against the spot that burned her core and made her soul quake. There, she sighed, parting their lips and lifting her chin. Kiss my neck. Draco instantly buried his face into the sensitive curve by her shoulder and sucked her skin. He knew where his tongue teased her best, right under the line of her jaw and beneath her earlobes, and her fingernails grazed up his spine to confirm what he already knew. Her moans were louder now, no longer lost between lips, and they spilled into his ears and pushed him just that little bit closer to the edge. But that was okay. That was okay, because he could feel the muscles in her legs beginning to tense and clench with spasmodic jolts, and her lusty mules were climbing to a higher pitch. There it is. Nothing felt closer to bliss than those twitching ripples that marked the beginning of the end. The climax. The everything and anything. Like bold feathers gliding over steel. He couldn't help but tip his head back to witness her raptured features, eyes sealed, slack-jawed, and her whole body rigid as she let it course through her veins, blood, bones. Anywhere it could reach. Tucking his hand between them, his fingers sought to massage her swollen flesh again, just to make her sex static last for those few extra moments. He let her absorb every millisecond of the madness, waiting until her internal flexes ceased before he stole 2 more thrusts and found his own release. He smothered his choked groan into another kiss as he let go, his vision blurring at the edges and the tension behind his navel bursting. Let her have him. His climax was short-lived. He'd worked solely around her needs and wants, and subsequently rushed his own desire, but he really didn't care. It had been for her. Her. But the exhaustion swept over Draco anyway, and he surged all his strength into his arms to keep his lover steady as his knees crumbled and caved. They slid down the tiles and landed in a graceless mess of weak limbs at the base of the shower, foreheads touching and panting so hard their lungs ached and threatened to rupture. Hermione was completely limp against him as he used the remainder of his strength to gather her close and lace his fingers into her tangled curls. Trembling, shivering, relishing. The shower droplets sprinkled their flushed bodies, slowly bringing back normal sensations and urging their senses to function again. Let it subside. Let them linger. Hermione struggled to speak through her heavy breaths. I think I got a bit carried away, she finished, and Draco could picture the blush crawling into her cheeks. I'm sore. Don't you dare fucking apologize, Granger, he grunted. Merlin knew how he managed it, but he'd carried them back into her bedroom and settled them at her window seat, covered in a clumsy collage of damp blankets and towels as she rested her back against his chest and sat between his legs. He couldn't help but indulge in a private smirk as a sated sigh left her and shattered the lazy silence. Feel better now? He asked with a cocky tone. He could practically hear her brain working as it dawned on her. You were winding me up on purpose before, she accused slowly. Weren't you? Very shrewd of you, Granger, he replied, his lips twitching with amusement. Yes, I was. Dare I ask why? Because you needed to vent, he provided with a blasé shrug. Despite what you Gryffindors preach, sometimes anger is the answer. Hermione tossed his statement around in her head and dampened her lips. And you thought riling me up when you don't have a wand is a good idea? Draco snorted. I'm pretty confident you won't be firing any more hexes my way, Granger, he said. I'm sure you like all of me in working order. You may have pushed me too far if you'd carried on, she warned, but it was half-hearted. You were being a right tosser, but it worked, he reminded her smoothly. So now we're past all the I'm fine crap. We can move on. Godric, you are such a conniving git, she mumbled with an edge or irritation. I suppose the sex was a nice little perk to your plan? I didn't know you were going to pounce on me, Draco told her, his voice rich with mirth. I assumed you would simply shout for a while and possibly give me a few slaps. His chuckle vibrated down her spine. But it was certainly a decent surprise. Her brow creased with thought. You really didn't plan that? I planned to piss you off, he explained with another shrug. I didn't know exactly what you would do. But like I said, you needed to vent. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but quickly snapped it shut before a word could escape. The temptation to point out that he had done something dangerously close to unselfish made her tongue tingle, so she clamped it between her teeth. With the shower steam still ghosting across their skin and the atmosphere relaxed, she didn't dare risk a comment that would make him defensive and shatter the calm. And she felt normal again, still inevitably upset about her parents, but better. He had made her feel better.
He had thought about her.
The silence was stretching as her eyes fell to his leg, and she leaned forward to finger the scar she'd never noticed before. How did you get this? When I fell off my broom in the Quidditch match, he replied after a pause. Second year, she hummed as the memory stained her brain. And this one, she asked, moving her inquisitive fingers to his other leg, just below his knee. Same as the other one. Finding herself intrigued, she carefully shifted to face him and peeled away the blankets, leaving him bare and beautiful with only a towel to cover the tops of his legs and his crotch. Ignoring Draco's suspicious look, her eyes roamed him curiously and glinted when she found a thick mark on his arm. I think I know this one. She couldn't help but smile, pointing to it. Hippogriff? Very fucking funny, he drawled, cocking an eyebrow. Are you done? No, she quipped, moving to his chest and finding another. This one. Draco clenched his jaw and met her eyes. That one's from the curse Potter hit me with last year. Cringing as the unavoidable tension drifted between them, she desperately searched for another scar to comment on, but the rest of him was apparently flawless. Is that all of them? You missed one, he told her, lips lifting into a smirk as he pointed to a barely there mark by his nose. Ring any bells? Her eyes widened as she peered at the tiny blemish. From when I punched you? She questioned, grinning when he nodded and eagerly abandoning the Sectum Semper scar. You know, I'm not apologizing for that. Draco snorted. I never asked you to. And I have one to match, she smiled, showing him the faint graze on her knuckles. Should have known better than to punch your pointy face. A sarcastic retort almost shot her down, but he let it fizzle in his mouth when he spotted the long, white mark on her shoulder. Since we're on the topic, he said, gesturing to her flaw. What's that from? Last year, Hermione said, tilting her head to give it a glance. Ron accidentally shoved me off the couch, and I caught the table. Draco rolled his eyes. Weasley is such a clumsy twat, he muttered, but his eyes narrowed when he caught sight of the rather nasty scar on her ribs, just peeking above her towel. How the hell did you get that one? Department of Mysteries, she frowned, adjusting the towel to hide it completely. Dolohov got me, with some curse. Quite a bad one. The uncomfortable silence returned. Draco momentarily wondered how he'd missed the flaws to her sun-kissed skin, but maybe he'd just never really seen her before, or taken the time to look. That odd flicker in his gut was back with a vengeance, practically permanent now, and he still had no idea how to broach it, but he tried not give it any heed as Hermione slowly eased herself back into her previous position, leaning against him. And he knew her, flaws and all, and it only seemed to encourage the inappropriate stirrings in his stomach. She had scarred him, and he didn't mean the mark on his face. Hermione's mind was equally distracted, for she knew exactly how to identify the erratic sensations in her gut. She just didn't know what to do about them. And a scary thought had seeped into her skull. Harry and Ron, her parents, all gone. And her separation from Draco was ultimately inevitable, no matter how much she'd been ignoring that fact. What would she do when Do you want to read another book? She rushed out frantically, summoning her wand into her hand. His sigh tickled her shoulder blades. Fine. Any preferences? Not another depressing play, he remarked in a dry tone, secretly relieved for the distraction. That Shakespeare bloke you're so bloody fond of must have been suicidal, or wanted his readers to be. He wrote comedies too, Hermione murmured, flicking her wand to Accio, one of her favorites. I love this one. She felt his chin sink into her shoulder as she turned to the first page, adjusting the book against her knees so he would be able to read it comfortably. She'd selected A Midsummer Night's Dream, a book laced with magic, conflicts, and forbidden romances. And a happy ending. Hermione closed her eyes. Because that can happen in fiction. Chapter 22. Storm. Days and hours rush by when the company makes you smile for no reason. Time becomes irrelevant. It was a good few days since Hermione's outburst in the shower, and things had been easy and almost peaceful in the dorm, just sleepy mornings and smooth afternoons basking in the calm. It was easy and effortless, with the minutes playing host to sarcastic arguments, which were more for amusement than spite, and comfortable silences, as though neither of them dared break the moment. In those silences, Draco often found a stare lingering on her charming features, absently counting the spatter of freckles across her nose, or secretly grinning as she mumbled something incoherent to herself when she was engrossed in a book. He always caught himself before she noticed and scolded his behavior, but his eyes would always find their way back to her again and learn the details of her face. But the unanswered questions about her parents tingled the back of his throat. She hadn't mentioned them again, and he had refrained from broaching the subject in an effort to keep the relaxed atmosphere, but he needed to know. His instincts warned him that it was something to do with the war, and after months of being stashed away in here and oblivious to the outside world, he was sick of being left in the dark. Things were happening. Significant things. He could feel it scratching the pit of his stomach. Hermione could feel it too, the eerie static flickering in the air that smelled like dark magic. The snow was beginning to get lighter, and the rain would come soon, washing away the beautiful, white landscape that she loved, and making way for bleak thunderstorms. Godric cursed her for being selfish and a little naive, but she had shoved the war to the back of her skull for the past few days to savor these moments with Draco. She felt something deliriously close to contentment in his presence, taking every excuse to touch him and memorize how his skin felt beneath her fingertips. Whether it was searching for the blue specks in his smoky eyes or studying the softening of his face before he fell asleep, she relished all of him and remembered how to smile. Because she knew it was only temporary. The calm between storms. It was his witch's squirming that slowly stirred Draco from his sleep, and he tightened the arm around her torso to keep her still. He had given up trying to keep a distance from her in bed. His body always sought her warmth anyway, and there was something instinctively pleasing about waking up in a tangle of limbs and body heat. He could feel her hair tickling the tip of his nose, and he pressed his face closer, but hesitated when he realized that something was off. Her normally silky curls felt coarse against his cheek, and when he slowly peeled open one eye, he was confronted by rusty fur instead of the chestnut mane he'd become accustomed to. What the? He mumbled, rearing back to eye his lover's cat with distaste. He wrinkled his nose when the pet had the audacity to creep even closer to him, and he reached over to prod Hermione's arm. Granger. Granger, wake the hell up. Groaning into her pillow, the sleepy brunette twisted around to face him and squinted against the first rays of morning. What's wrong with you? Your vile cat is pawing at me, he growled. Get him off me. Don't call him vile, she said, stifling a chuckle when she realized Crookshanks was indeed trying to gain some affection from Draco. He just likes you. Well, I don't like him, he grumbled, picking up the cat and dumping him into Hermione's lap. Scruffy, bloody thing. Oh, hush. Hermione tried not to laugh. He doesn't like many people, so you should be flattered. Yes, I'm bloody ecstatic, he drawled, rolling his eyes. It hardly helps his case when he wakes me up on a Sunday morning. It's Sunday, she frowned, glancing at her charmed calendar, and then her clock. Damn, I need to meet McGonagall in a bit. He arched an eyebrow. What for? Michael's coming back today, she explained, missing the flash of jealousy that dented his expression as she climbed out of bed. Everyone will be coming back soon, and we need to discuss preparations. And how long will that take? He questioned sharply, admittedly irritated that the head boy was ruining his chances of a morning quickie. Fucking corner. Don't start, she told him, shrugging on some clothes and casting a spell to make herself a bit more presentable. It shouldn't take long. Maybe an hour or so. Could you feed Crookshanks while I'm out, please? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to society to just let him starve, he mumbled, flinching when she spun around to slap his arm. Don't be such a... Fine, he grumbled reluctantly, before his lips molded into a knowing smirk. Naturally, I'm going to ask a favor in return. Her mouth stretched of its own accord, and a playful blush colored her cheeks. Dare I ask what it will entail? I'm sure I will think of something by the time you get back, Draco shrugged, but his eyes widened when Hermione suddenly leaned in to smother his mouth with a quick kiss. Studying her curiously and subtly licking his lips as she pulled away, he slowly arched an eyebrow as she flashed him a perfect smile. What was that for? Does there need to be a reason? She asked, twisting around and heading out of the room. I'll be back in a bit. Staring at her retreating back with pensive eyes, the click of the door snapped him back to the present, and he shook his head, raking his fingers through his hair. It had become so natural to be this way with her now, unguarded and comfortable in her presence, but the moment he was left to his own devices, he berated himself for getting so close. Too attached. But there was little he could do about it now. His interest in her was embedded into his system and crawling in his veins, making his heart throb faster when she was close enough to inhale. When once it had felt like an infection, it now felt like brandy, warm and pleasant. And the war was the hangover, the headache, the sickness, the reality, the storm. The second Hermione stepped over her threshold, she knew something was wrong. The air felt thick and humid, and she hesitated outside of her door when she noticed all the magical portraits were peculiarly subdued or absent from their frames. The quiet hum of distant sounds was vibrating along the corridors, too low to discern but ominously consistent, and her feet began moving towards the source. When something that sounded eerily like a muffled scream harassed her ears, she quickened her steps and withdrew her wand. By the time she could hear the shouting and panic clearly, Hermione realized she was sprinting towards the medical wing, and the metallic tang of blood was drowning her senses, stinging her eyes and simmering on her tongue. Bursting into the room, she skidded to a stop and gasped at the chaos surrounding her. 30 or so people were crowded into the small space and littered across the scarce beds and floor, all writhing in pain. Her vision blurred as she tried to make sense of it all, her focus lingering on an elderly wizard with blood weeping from his temple before shifting to a young witch, whose arm was contorted in an unnatural shape. And then to another person with a different injury. And then another. Someone was calling her name. She looked up and locked eyes with McGonagall and absently registered that the headmistress, Madame Pomfrey, Professor Sprout, and a couple of Medowitches were tending to the victims as best they could, but there were so many. Hermione, McGonagall called again. Go to the classroom next door. Horace needs help. What's going on? Hermione interrupted in between labored breaths. What the? St. Mungo's was attacked, she shouted over the racket. I need you to help Horace.
Go.
Quickly. Nodding dumbly and spinning on her heel, she raced to the adjacent room and found a similar disturbing scene. Perhaps 15 scattered victims strewn across the desks, chairs, and floor, smeared with red stains and crying in agony. Professor Slughorn and a Medowitch were amongst the injured, frantically mumbling healing charms and prying open mouths to feed them potions. Hermione was momentarily frozen to the spot as her brain sucked it all in. There was just so much blood. Puddles of it were peppered across the floorboards, dissected by footprints and handprints from people scrambling around and seeking help. Some of the victims were choking on clots and coughing it up into their laps or cupped palms, mixed with watery vomit and bile. Limbs were twisted and bent in revolting shapes, flesh was sliced with deep gashes, and midnight blue bruises were smacked across every inch of skin she could see. This was it. This was the reality of war. This was the storm. Hermione sucked in a deep breath and rushed into action. Her eyes darted around and did a quick assessment, trying to establish who required immediate attention, before running over to a wizard on the floor with gruesome abdominal wounds and who seemed to have trouble breathing. Sinking to her knees and dismissing the sick squelch as she landed in pool of blood that climbed up her jeans, she studied the sticky mess of his body warily and shut out everything else to concentrate on this battered stranger. Using her wand to peel away his clothing, she flinched as she registered just how bad the damage was. Splintered ribs protruding out of his torso, and a wide slash having his stomach, but she gritted her teeth, ignoring her reflex to gag, and began reciting the appropriate healing charm. Glancing up, she found the middle-aged man's weak gaze fixed on her, and she absently used her free hand to give his face a soothing touch. "It will be okay," she whispered to him reassuringly. "It will be okay." She wished she believed her own words. Draco scowled at the clock for the 6th time in 40 minutes. When Granger had failed to return after an hour, as she had promised, he had gnashed his teeth and surrendered to jealous notions about Corner's intentions. But when the 5th hour had passed by and the day had slipped into the afternoon, he had started to feel uneasy. Granger's cat had also been rather jittery, and while he hadn't paid much attention to her boasts about Crookshank's incredible intuition, something niggled at the back of his brain and warned him to be on his guard. Releasing a frustrated breath, he headed into Hermione's bedroom to fetch a book and distract himself. Absent-mindedly rummaging in her vast collection, he accidentally caught a stack with his arm that sent several texts flying across the floor, and a curse grumbled in his windpipe as he bent down to pick them up, but his eyes narrowed at one particular book. It was tattered with time, and the title was too distorted to read, but he could make out the letters H, C, and X, and his brow creased with anxiety. Surely she wasn't reading about. He reached for the book and frowned when a few sheets of parchment fell out, decorated with hasty scribbles and signed H&R. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Salazar forbid that Potter and Weasley learn something about the art of being cryptic, but he didn't have time to mull over it, as a quick glance at the first page of the book told him what he'd suspected. Horcruxes. Apparently Potter and Weasley were searching for them. And he didn't have a bloody clue how to feel about that. He despised Voldemort. That creature had put a price on his head for his failed attempt at Dumbledore's assassination, and had forced him to go into isolation. It had all made sense when he'd been so fixated on his pureblood ideals, and even though he had accepted that Granger's blood no longer bothered him, that was only Granger. He had no idea how he felt about the other muggle-blooded hybrids. He might want Voldemort dead, but the idea of championing Potter's side of muggle-huggers was far from desirable. And just where did his parents stand in all this? Surely they still couldn't be supporting Voldemort when he'd threatened their only son with death? He didn't know how to feel about anything anymore.
He
Did not.
No.
Tucking the letters into the book and placing it back where it had been, he shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. Merlin, everything was so monumentally fucked up. Hermione sleeved away the sweat on her forehead. Of the 51 casualties and staff who had managed to escape St. Mungo's, 4 had died, and it was doubtful several others would see tomorrow. Healing charms drained the energy of the caster and transferred it to the subject's body, so when the scant supplies of Didney, wound-cleaning potion, and every other helpful concoction had been used just after she'd arrived, all they'd had was their wands. Hermione had taken 2 vials of Vitamix just to keep her standing, and had recited every healing spell she knew for 6 hours straight, refusing to finish until everyone had been seen to. Hermione's muscles were aching with exhaustion, and her head was spinning with dizziness, but she refused to blink until this young girl's femur had been fixed. Cringing at the sound of shards of bone clicking back into place, she glanced around to see who needed her attention next, but everyone looked like they'd been seen to. There was some level of order now. Chairs and desks had been transfigured into beds, and the wounded had been wrapped in thick blankets, black if they'd been assessed, and white if not. Aside from the young witch at her side now, and the wizard that the meta-witch was healing, everyone was donned in black blankets, and Hermione was ready to weep with relief. She knew it was far from over, and that the victims would require surveillance well into the night. But the worst of it was dealt with, and for that she was grateful. Waving her wand to change the young witch's blanket black, she started when a comforting hand rested on her shoulder. "Good job, Miss Granger," Professor Slughorn nodded tiredly. "That's everyone now. Maybe you should take a breather." "No," Hermione refused. "There must be something else I can do to help." "The best thing they can do is rest," he told her gently. "Unfortunately, I have run out of dreamless sleep potion, so I shall have to brew some more." "I have some in my room," she mumbled, getting to her feet. "I don't know if I have much, though. I'll go and get it, and I'll help you make some more when I get back. Perhaps you should have a nap while you're in your room." "I'm fine," she assured her professor, turning to leave before he could argue. "I'll be back in a minute." After spending the morning in a room filled with the devastated and dying, walking down the corridor felt surreal, and the air was fresh on her lungs. She sucked it in with greedy gulps and tried to comb her fingers through her hair, but they got stuck in the matted curls, and the sticky blood gathered under her nails. She absently noticed that her jeans and white jumper were spattered with it too, but she didn't care. It hardly seemed relevant under the circumstances. Her steps were slow and weary as she neared her dorm, and as she raised a weak and shaking hand to open her door, she silently prayed that she could get in and out before Draco noticed. While a part of her wanted nothing more than to crawl into his lap and steal his warmth, he would have inevitable questions, and her mind was too laden with the day's events to give him any solid answers. Almost tumbling into the room when her balance wavered, she caught herself and instantly met Draco's wide and wild eyes, flickering with concern and confusion as they studied the state she was in. "Shit," he breathed raggedly, jumping up from the couch and stalking towards her. "Fucking hell, Granger, you're—" "I'm fine," she interrupted, lifting her hand to stop him. "It's not my blood. You're covered in it." "I know," she murmured, trying to move past him. "Draco, I need to—" "Are you hurt?" he demanded, grabbing her elbows and keeping her steady. "You look like hell." "Draco, let go of me," she said, struggling in his grip. "I need to get back and help."
"Help who?" he asked.
"What the hell happened?" Sighing in defeat, Hermione placed her palms against his chest and closed her eyes. "St. Mungo's was attacked," she told him in a deceptively even voice. "Some people managed to escape in time, and they're here." "Attacked," he repeated. "What does that mean?" "It means that this war has begun." She frowned at him, pulling out of his grip and putting some space between them. "It means that you are going to have to make some decisions." Draco's brow lowered. "And what the fuck does that mean?" "Voldemort is getting more powerful, Draco," she explained. "If Hogwarts is next, then you are going to have to decide exactly which side you are on. That's not fair, Granger, and you know it." "Don't you dare talk to me about fair," she blurted hotly. "I just had to watch 50 people struggle to survive, so don't you dare make yourself into some kind of victim." "Do you realize what you're asking of me, Granger?" he fired back. "Just because that psychopath wants me dead, it doesn't mean I'm going to jump on Potter's sodding bandwagon. This war is bigger than your pathetic issues with Harry, Draco," she shouted with frustration. "We're not children anymore. You need to start thinking for yourself and stop trying to be your father." "Don't mention my father," he warned loudly. "This is what my family do, Granger."
"There's nothing I can do about that."
"You could stand up for yourself," Hermione argued tenaciously, bunching the fabric of his top in her fists and meeting his eyes. "You might have Death Eaters in your family, but you also have good in your family." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Look at Sirius and Regulus," she supplied quickly. "They both betrayed your family to try and defeat Voldemort. And look what happened to them." He spat coldly, tearing out of her grip on his shirt. "They're fucking dead. There's Andromeda, too." "What the hell do you want me to do, Granger?" he barked, tossing his arms in the air with agitation. "You would have me fight against my own families. I would have you fight for what you believe in." "I don't know what that is anymore," Draco roared, his breathing elevated as he eyed his lover coldly. "You screwed everything up." Hermione shook her head. "I know you don't think the way you used to anymore," she argued adamantly. "I know that you don't. Don't tell me how I think. But it's true. she retorted. And you can stand there and claim I've brainwashed you all you like, but you know that you came to your own conclusions. Don't start with your psychoanalytical crap, Granger, he scolded in a dark voice. I will admit that I have moved past my hatred for you, but that doesn't mean my views on other Muggleborns have altered. Yes, it does, she told him smoothly. You might be in denial, but I can tell you are different. He snorted. You see what you want to see. You are not who you were, she contested, catching his face between her hands and forcing him to match her eyes. I know you now, Draco. I do. You are too quick to seek the positive in people, Granger, he muttered quietly, watching his reflection in her hazels. Lifting his hand to her cheek, he thumbed the smudge of blood there and then dragged his finger across her bottom lip. Why do we have to fight it all, Granger? Why don't we just leave? Hermione blinked. You mean run away, she clarified, wincing when he dipped his head. You know I can't do that. If Voldemort wins this war, then the other Muggleborns and I will be killed. I have to fight. No, you don't. Yes, I do, Draco, she yelled, backing away from him. I will die trying. I will not run away like some coward. If you want to, then that's up to you. Don't call me a coward, he hissed. Don't ever call me a coward. Then stand up for yourself. She snapped back, taking a deep breath to prepare for her next question. The question that had been eating at her brain since she'd begun to fall for him. If Voldemort agreed to take you back as a Death Eater, would you? He hesitated, and Hermione felt her heart drop. She averted her eyes and stalked towards her room, unable to look at him and reminding herself that she'd returned to her dorm with a purpose. Don't walk away from me, Granger, Draco called, his footsteps following behind her. And don't give me that fucking look. She refused to acknowledge him as she retrieved 3 vials from her trunk, spinning around and crashing into his sturdy body in the doorframe. Get out of my way, Draco. We are not finished here. Yes, we are, she interrupted breathlessly, keeping her eyes on his chest. I can't believe you would even consider supporting Voldemort after what has happened between us. I never said I would. You couldn't give me a straight answer, she reminded him sadly. You couldn't. It's not that simple, Granger. It's complicated. No, it's not. Granger, he murmured quietly, attempting to grasp her shoulders, but she shrugged away his hands. Hermione, come on. I don't want you near me right now, she whispered with a wavering tone. I can't even look at you. Draco's defiant stance faltered at her words, and he clenched his fists as she bushed past him. Where the hell are you going? He asked as he swiveled around. Hey, don't bloody ignore me. I'm going to help those people. How long will you be? I don't know, Draco, she shouted over her shoulder. As long as it takes. He opened his mouth to retort, but the shrill slam of the door cut him off, and a husky growl vibrated behind his teeth. Agitated pants steamed past his lips as he cradled his head in his hands, and his fingernails stabbed his scalp. Merlin knew why, but his feet carried him to the bathroom, and he hunched over the basin, spitting out the bile that had gathered in his mouth. You're going to have to make some decisions. His chest heaved as his lover's words rattled around in his skull, pulsing against his temple and making him feel lightheaded. The angry heat paced through his veins and throbbed underneath his skin, and he ripped his top over his head, ignoring the sense of déjà vu as his hands clutched the sink. His knuckles paled as sweat broke out on his forehead, sliding down his face and raining against the porcelain. Maybe there were tears mixed with them. Maybe not. You need to start thinking for yourself. He lidded his eyes and clenched them tight, biting his tongue and eyeing the pinkish ribbon of salvia slithering towards the plug hole. Flicking on the cold tap, he splashed his face with water and warily raised his tumultuous glare to his reflection. The person staring back made his anger rise. I would have you fight for what you believe in. Draco flinched. Why couldn't she understand that he didn't know what to believe in? Why couldn't she grasp that everything in his world had been flipped around and left in a mess that he couldn't decipher? Why the fuck couldn't she realize that he just wanted to disappear in her kiss and abandon the world beyond these walls? You can stand there and claim I've brainwashed you all you like, but you know that you came to your own conclusions. Shut up, he grunted under his breath. He studied his pseudo-self in the mirror and found Hermione everywhere. The whispers of her kisses staining his lips, her midnight murmurs still tickling his ears, the remains of her fingerprints against his chest. It was all there. She had melted into him, inside and outside, physically and mentally. I know you don't think the way you used to anymore. Shut up, he bit out, louder this time. He hunted his reflection for a shred of evidence that he wasn't the cold bastard he'd been, but he looked the same. The same, but so different that it haunted him. A stranger with his face. His thoughts shifted back to Hermione and how affected he'd been when he'd seen her covered in blood. It had shaken his soul. He didn't want to see her hurt, didn't want anything to do with her being hurt. Maybe that was the answer? Maybe that was his decision? You are not who you were. Then who is he? Shut up, he screamed, hurling his fist into the mirror and instantly feeling the tension leave his muscles as his reflection shattered. That was better. It was distorted now, fractured and broken, and he absently flicked away the glass in his hand as the warm blood trickled down his fingers. If Voldemort agreed to take you back as a Death Eater, would you? No, he confessed to the tiles. No hesitation this time. No. And there was his answer. Dropping his head with surrender, he collapsed to the floor in a heavy heap and stayed completely still as the minutes drifted by without meaning or reason. So lost was he in his trance that he didn't hear the sound of his lover returning when the time had slowly seeped into the early hours of tomorrow, nor did he notice her entering the bathroom and gently purring his name. Only when she crouched in front of him and slipped her hand into his did he recognize her presence, and he desperately reached for her and pulled her as close as he could. She was coated in dry blood and smelled of hard work and death, but he didn't care. He pressed his face into hers and relished the taste of her breath ghosting across his chapped lips. Her thumbs stroked away the damp tracks on his cheeks, and she freckled his jaw with demi-kisses as his fingers dug into her sides, refusing to let her go. I'm sorry, he heard her mumble. I know this isn't easy for you, but you need to decide what you're going to do, Draco. We can't do this if we are going to fight each other. He watched her beneath his lashes and felt the comforting warmth in his chest swell. I don't want to fight you, she continued, gulping back a sob. I just want us to be okay. I want us to be more than distant memory trapped in these walls. I want you. His grip on her tightened, and he licked his rough lips and swallowed away the dry scratch in his throat. I will not fight for your side, Granger, he mumbled carefully, feeling her stiffen in his hold. But I will not fight against it either. She shifted in his arms to gaze at him with wide and curious eyes, and he leaned in to plant a fate-sealing kiss against her mouth. I will not fight in a war when I don't know what to believe, he explained in an exhausted tone. But I won't support Voldemort. I swear to you that. Chewing her lower lip and nodding with understanding, she rested her head against his collarbone and sighed with relief. I think that's good enough for me. Hermione nestled into his strong frame as a foreboding rumble of thunder echoed outside, closely followed by the hard thuds of heavy rain. Knowing the storm would wash away the beautiful snow, she searched for Draco's hand again and tangled their fingers. If the storm was here, she wanted to hold his hand. Chapter 23. Limbo. Draco? Will you help me wash the blood out of my hair, please? The turbulent weather and his agitated movements roused her, and Hermione carefully removed her arm from under Draco's torso. She must have coiled herself around him during the night, but she ignored the dull ache in her elbow and cheated some morning minutes to study his unknowing face. An agitated groan escaped him as he resisted the disruptive demons of his subconscious, and Hermione decided to linger and try to chase them away. Lifting her hand, she smoothed away the creases of his frown with her fingers and relished a secret smile when he instantly calmed under her touch. He was so beautiful like this, unaware of her admiring gaze. Her fingertips caressed him gently, from the proud curve of his lips to the blonde dusting of his eyebrows and every inch of milky skin in between. Her ministrations moved to his hair, which was barely affected by bed, and her nails parted his cream stands in lazy circles. He might be oblivious to it, but the harsh edge that had once darkened his presence had eroded. inside and out. And the difference made her heart tremble. It struck her then, as hard as thunder and as soft as lullabies. She was falling. Not yet love, but kissing the seams. Her lips parted in a silent gasp, and she withdrew her curious hand. It felt wrong to have such romantic notions when the wounded and dying were just a few corridors away. Was there even room for love amongst the raucous throbs of impending war? Shaking her head and hastily leaving him alone in the bed, she scolded herself for misplacing her priorities. There was work to be done. Love would have to wait in the corner. His dream was simple, neither obscure nor corrupted with metaphors or enigmas. He was standing in a dark and dull room that vibrated with silence. Standing in one corner were his parents, his father's face scrunched up with scorn, and his mother's aged with dejection and stress. In the other corner waited Granger, a hopeful look on her face and typically chewing her lip, and behind her was a misty and translucent version of himself. In his dream, Draco's conflicted stare shifted between them for hours before he finally gulped down a lung-splitting breath and lifted his foot. And then it ended. Draco's eyes snapped open as he bolted upright in the bed, shudders itching down his spine and a cold sweat glistening across his body. Dropping his face into his hands, he groaned against his clammy palms and wondered why goosebumps were bubbling under his skin. His attention drifted to his side, and he frowned at Granger's hollow indentation in the mattress, but the quiet sounds of shuffling beyond the bedroom door informed him where she was. The cold chill in the room nibbled at his pores, and he slipped into his baggy pajama bottoms and an oversized t-shirt as he left the bed. He paused to watch the thunderstorm raging outside the window, the pain distorted by hammering rain and whipping winds, but he could see that it had washed away the snow. Granger wouldn't like that. Heading out of the bedroom, he stopped in his tracks and quirked an eyebrow when he saw her. Leaning over her cauldron and muttering measurements of ingredients to herself, her hair was a gravity-resistant mess surrounding her flushed features as she sprinkled some purple powder into her concoction. Nodding with satisfaction, she lifted her busy eyes and finally noticed him, and Draco's lips twitched in response. "Good morning," Hermione said quietly. "Well, afternoon, actually." "Afternoon," he repeated, glimpsing at the clock to find it had just pushed past midday. "You should have woken me. I thought you might need the rest," she shrugged. "You were quite restless in your sleep last night." Ignoring her comment, he nodded his head at her cauldron. "What's that for?" "It's just another batch of dreamless sleep potion," she explained, giving it a quick stir. "I found some murtlap essence and burn healing paste too." She hesitated. "Draco, would you like me to save you some dreamless sleep potion?" "I'm fine," he grumbled, his brow creasing with irritation. "Perhaps you should take some, seeing as you were apparently up all night, taking notes about my sleeping habits." It was simply a suggestion, an unnecessary one, he interjected calmly, wrinkling his nose as the sharp tang of mingling potions hit his nose. "That smells like shit. I brewed some Skillgrow earlier," she told him. "It stunk out the kitchen a bit." "Earlier? Did you even sleep?" "The rain woke me up pretty early," she mumbled. "I wanted to get these done. Anyway, you look shattered," he remarked, moving closer and noting the dark smudges under her eyes. "You should go back to bed." "I'm fine," she shook her head. "I need to get back and help." "Of course you do," he drawled, rolling his eyes. He expected his witch to make a defensive retort, but then he should have learned by now that it was futile to predict anything about Granger's behavior. Instead, she simply studied him from beneath her lovely lashes with a knowing glint in her eyes. He didn't like that look, and he blamed his vow last night when he had assured that he would not serve Voldemort again. She regarded him like he was different, somehow better, and he shifted his weight with discomfort. She didn't get it. Did she honestly believe that it had been born out of some moral revelation? That he gave a shit about Potter and his band of feckless fools? He almost snorted. His motivation was entirely selfish. He knew now that he cared for her welfare, and he didn't want to see her hurt or killed. Simple as that. Also, they shared an enemy in Voldemort, and she could pose the "what if he asked you to rejoin the Death Eaters" question all she liked, but the mentally deranged psychopath was hardly renowned for his forgiving nature. Deciding to remain neutral was the rational decision. The only issue with that was the state of his parents, for he had no idea how they'd reacted to his disappearance, or whether their loyalties still lied with Voldemort. Snape had told him that his father had been broken out of Azkaban, along with many others, about a month after the Astronomy Tower incident. He would like to believe that his parents would have resisted, but his father's fear-induced desperation to please Voldemort made Draco doubtful. Granger, he started hesitantly. The attack on St. Mungo's. Were my parents involved? Hermione couldn't suppress her cringe. I don't know, Draco. They all wear masks. But it's likely, he finished for her. I get it,
Draco, she sighed.
I really don't know. There is a possibility that the circumstances with you might have altered there, but you don't know, he said in a jaded tone, resting his weight against the kitchen counter and clicking his jaw. So, what do you know, Granger? What exactly is going on out there? He watched her intently as her spine stiffened and the muscles in her shoulders tensed. He could see her designing sentences in that ever-working brain of hers, wondering how much information to divulge and measuring her level of trust in him. The dynamics had shifted now. He had verbally resigned as her enemy, and that changed everything, whether he liked or not. It's getting worse, she finally rushed out. Before Christmas, the Ministry seemed to have some degree of control over the situation, but since the Muggles were murdered on New Year's, he interjected with narrowing eyes. Does that have anything to do with your parents? He almost regretted the question when he witnessed the pain flash across her features, but his curiosity had waited long enough to be sated. They were killing the parents of Muggleborns, Hermione told him with a shaky voice. I erased their memories and sent them somewhere safe. She swallowed down the lump in her throat. At least, I think they'll be safe. Aside from the slight flex of his fists, Draco neither moved nor spoke, but the hard pound of guilt in his stomach almost doubled him over. He didn't know where it had come from. He'd played no part in her soul-stuttering ordeal, but the guilt chewed at his insides anyway. That indefinable feeling for Granger burned a little harder in his bones as he watched her, struggling to keep her emotions subdued and wearing a facade of composure that strained the muscles in her face. And now St. Mungo's has been attacked, Hermione murmured, bringing them back to the current chaos. The Ministry will be next, and then he'll be able to do whatever he wants. Her eyes shimmered with thought as she paused to glance around her dorm. Hogwarts won't be safe anymore. Nowhere will. Draco clicked his tongue. Granger, where will? I don't know what will happen to you yet. She cut him off with an exasperated breath. I need to discuss it with McGonagall. I was going to ask where you will go, he blurted, and his comment shocked them both. Recovering quickly, he donned a stoic mask and straightened his back. Just out of curiosity, Granger? Hermione blinked once.
Twice.
I don't know, she repeated. I will probably stay with some of the Order, and then you and your Gryffindor comrades will march into battle, he snapped in a scathing tone, wrinkling his nose with distaste. How fucking gallant and noble. Draco, don't do that, she demanded sternly, fixing him with a critical glare. Don't undermine us like that. Well, forgive me for trying to talk you out of a suicide mission, he countered. You said it yourself. They are getting stronger, then we will get stronger. Don't be so bloody naive, he yelled, tossing his arms in the air with frustration. This isn't a fucking fairy tale. Good doesn't always conquer evil, Granger. You need to accept that you might not win this war. Then I will die trying, she shouted hotly, and while Draco knew he should feel disgusted with her remark, he only felt his chest constrict with affection for his fiery witch. No, he spat firmly, slapping his palm against the counter. You can't. Why not? Because you're all I have left. Because you can't just sod off and leave. Draco roared, his voice raw with intensity as he buried his pride. You just can't. Hermione tried to reach for his hand. I'm not leaving. Not yet, he barked, swatting away her touch. But you said that when Voldemort infiltrates the Ministry, you'll go to the Order. I'm not thick, Granger. I know that I won't be able to go wherever the hell you're going, so what? I just get tossed on my arse and left to fend for myself.
I told you, she sighed sadly.
I don't know where you will go, but I will talk to McGonagall. That old cow doesn't give a shit about what happens to me, he mumbled in a low tone. You'd be wasting your breath. That's enough, she shouted, slicing the air with her hand. This war is bigger than you and I, Draco. People are dying. How can you be so selfish? His lips made an audible clap as his mouth slammed shut, and the silence pulsed in his ears. He refrained from flinching as her disappointed eyes studied him, desperately hunting for an indication of moral decency, but he knew she wouldn't find anything. Do you? Hermione whispered hesitantly, moving around the counter until she could feel his breath cooling her face. Do you care about anyone but yourself? She worried her lip. Do you care about me? Pride crumbled between his grinding teeth. Have you forgotten that I asked you to leave with me, Granger? Do you think I just said that for laugh? That doesn't answer the question. Yes, it does, he argued fiercely, raising a hand to massage his forehead. This is ridiculous. Your sodding order put me in here, and now that I've become accustomed to our situation, they're going to shove me somewhere else? I am sick of this mindfuck bullshit. Change is inevitable in war, Draco, she said, wrapping her quivering fingers around his wrist. All I can do is try to ensure that you will do somewhere safe. Stop doing that, he seethed through tense lips. Why do you have to be so bloody concerned about what happens to me? Hermione gulped down the emotion wedged in her windpipe. You know why? Draco felt the beats in his chest quicken into an erratic staccato as he considered the subtle confession in her words. He didn't know whether to feel charmed or horrified, and once again he found himself lingering in between dark and light, loathing and lust, his family and her, what he'd been told, and what he was, and what he could be, just trapped in this soul-splitting limbo that seemed infinite, and yet somehow enlightening. He remembered how he would have smothered Granger in her sleep and surrendered his inheritance to get out of this room, only mere months ago. Now, the prospect of the world beyond these warm walls seemed toxic and suffocating, and the idea of being separated from Granger made him feel queasy. She was both a sedative and stimulant, addictive perfection that sanity told him to reject, but instinct urged him to drown in. I need to get back to the medical wing. Hermione severed his thoughts, pulling away from him to organize her potions. Professor Slughorn needs these. We haven't finished our discussion. Then we can finish it later, she mumbled, slipping the vials into her charmed bag. I have to. Granger, Draco mumbled, snatching her arm and twisting her to face him. I don't. He released a husky breath of defeat. I don't want this thing to end yet. Yet, she echoed, her eyes finding the floor. Then you do intend on it finishing at some point? A frown marred his features. I didn't. Let me ask you a question, Draco, she mumbled, and her heart faltered as she prepared a question with a potentially devastating answer. What if we both survive this war? What then? What about our thing, as you so eloquently labeled it? His stubborn silence and the indifferent haze in his rain-cloud eyes made her feel sick, so she tucked a brazen curl behind her ear and lifted her chin with contrived poise. Again, she reminded herself of the injured victims on the other side of the castle, and it put her personal feelings in perspective. I don't have time for this, she said steadily, brushing past him. I have things to do. Granger, wait. The slam of the door was louder this time, and it ricocheted around his skull until his ears felt like they were leaking blood. More questions. More decisions. The bones in Hermione's fingers felt brittle and ready to snap. After 13 hours on her feet, with only the residual effects of Vitamix to lift her limbs, she could feel her body starting to shut down with exhaustion. When she had first arrived, her veins had been pumping with anger-fueled adrenaline from her argument with Draco, but that had long since withered away as the day had dragged into night. She had just finished redressing the Murtlap essence-laced bandages around a young wizard's abdomen when McGonagall called her over for some assistance, and Hermione's eyes fell to the traumatized witch in the bed at the headmistress' side. She instantly recognized the fragile woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, as she had caused quite the stir in the afternoon. After remaining unconscious since her rescue from St. Mungo's, Annabelle Snowbloom had awoken to discover that her husband of less than 6 months wasn't amongst the fortunate who had escaped, and she had screamed the screams of a broken-brained madwoman for hours, until her voice had simply shattered. Hermione neared the injured witch, and the sympathy was crippling as she noted the eerie void in her eyes, and how her shivering fingers absently toyed with her wedding ring. "Could you replace the bandages on Miss Snowbloom's arms, please, Hermione?" McGonagall asked, her voice scratchy with fatigue. "I just need to see Horace for a moment and get some more dreamless sleep potion." "Of course," she mumbled, moving closer to Annabelle and studying the deep and gory dents in her wrists from what must have been a violent incarcerus. Sticky and weeping blisters speckled her flesh like macabre bracelets, but Hermione had become immune to such wounds, and she barely flinched as she withdrew her wand to clean away the pinkish mix of blood and pus. "Let me know if I hurt you, okay? This looks very sore." Annabelle remained completely unresponsive, so Hermione started reciting her spells and applying the dressings with gentle but precise attention, in a silence that was too tragic to be awkward. "Is there anywhere else you were hurt?" she asked when she was close to finishing. "Or is there anything I can do for you?" Annabelle's dead stare shifted towards her like a bullet. "Can you bring back my husband?" Hermione flinched. "I'm sorry," she murmured, because she had no idea what else she could say. "I'm really sorry. It would have been better if I'd never woken up," the two young widows said in a deadpan tone. "I don't want this life. It doesn't feel real." Hermione's hands fidgeted in her lap. "Would you like some? You're a pretty girl," she remarked suddenly, but her expression didn't change, and her voice sounded bitter. "Tell me, have you lost someone you love yet?" She nodded and felt guilty for it. It seemed wrong to compare when Annabelle's grief was so fresh. "I have lost friends, but not someone you wanted to spend your life with," she interrupted. "Not your soulmate." Her voice cracked. "The person who makes you feel indestructible and vulnerable at the same time." She glanced down at her wedding ring. "The person you would die for and die without." An image of Draco instantly flashed across Hermione's conscience without prompt, and her heart shriveled like a burning leaf, crackling and shrinking just from the thought. "Oh, Merlin," it made a heavy lump of dread plummet in her stomach, and a shaky groan passed her lips when a stab of physical pain hit her. All from a thought. She forgot to angry at him. Words refused to form as the unsettling sensations harassed her nerves, so she simply shook her head and refused to cry in front of a newly made widow. "I hope you never have to feel like this," Annabelle told her, her morning gaze drifting back to stare at nothing. "Because it feels like dying, only worse." Hermione could see the mental cocoon take over the witch's mind again, and she remained silent until McGonagall returned a few minutes later, placing a small vial of the purple potion next to Annabelle. "Take it when you're ready," the headmistress instructed softly, steering Hermione away from the damaged witch. "We have done all we can for today. You should go and rest. I need to talk to you," she rushed out. "Privately. It has been a long day. Can it wait until tomorrow?" "No," Hermione refused, keeping her voice low. "I want to talk about it now. I need to talk about it now." Sensing the urgency in her protégé's tone, Minerva bobbed her head and led them to her office, noting the younger witch's stiff posture and her distracted expression. The moment she closed the door to ensure them privacy, Hermione began to pace around the room with impatient strides, her movements restless and quivering, like the thistle in autumn winds. "Calm down, Miss Granger," McGonagall advised, swishing her wand to summon a chair. "Take a seat. I want to know what's going to happen to Draco," she blurted heedlessly, encouraged by flashbacks of Annabelle's ordeal. She did not want to be that broken-hearted and soul-torn woman. "I want to know where he will go." The graying professor pursed her lips with consideration. "You mean if Voldemort infiltrates the Ministry and Hogwarts?" "Don't say if," Hermione interjected with an irritated bite. "There is no if anymore. You know as well as I do that St. Mungo's couldn't have been attacked like that if there wasn't already some corruption in the Ministry, so I want to know what happens to Draco when the Death Eaters take over." "Hermione, we have more pressing issues." "Just answer the question," she exclaimed, clenching her fists until her nails pierced her palms. "I need to know." Aside from the slight arch of one sinuous eyebrow, McGonagall seemed unaffected by her outburst. "What would you suggest I do with Mr. Malfoy?" "I don't know," she stuttered with frustration, whipping her hair out of her face. "There has to be somewhere he can go. Somewhere he will be safe. Hermione, you must understand that I have a lot on my plate." "I know you do," she sighed, rubbing her bag-crusted eyes. "I know you do, and I'm sorry that I am being selfish about this, but I just—" "Look," McGonagall breathed cautiously, taking a moment to select her words. "I am not blind. I know that you have become somewhat fond of Mr. Malfoy, and while I may not understand your reasoning, I have refrained from saying anything because you have seemed more like yourself recently." Hermione contemplated denying it, but the telltale blush warming her cheeks betrayed her, and a guilty tear punctuated the confession. "I never intended for it to happen." "I know you didn't," the headmistress assured her softly. "And I'm not angry, but you must understand my predicament. What would you do in my position? Mr. Malfoy's behavior has been completely unacceptable. He's different now," she defended her not-so-secret lover. "Really, he is— Hermione, you are— Please listen to me," she implored loudly. He swore to me that he wouldn't serve Voldemort again. Surely that changes things." McGonagall's green eyes flashed with surprise, but it disappeared as quick as it had come. "You will understand my reluctance to trust anything that he says." "Then trust me," she persisted. "I know he has made mistakes, but he was a victim of circumstance. You said yourself that it was important that he didn't go through with killing Dumbledore." "Yes, but he has changed so much," she continued with desperate haste. "And I know you probably think my feelings are affecting my judgment, but I promise you that I'm telling the truth." The older witch regarded her flustered companion thoughtfully. "Exactly how strong are your feelings for Mr. Malfoy, Hermione?" "I care about him," she admitted after a thick pause. "He has become important to me." "And you believe he returns these feelings?" She sucked in a soothing breath. "Yes, I do," she whispered. "I think I mean something to him, but even if I didn't, I would still need to know that he was somewhere safe." Minerva felt that maternal twinge flicker in her chest, and she dipped her head with weary acceptance. "I can't promise anything," she said in a hushed voice. "But there is a possible place Mr. Malfoy would be safe. I will see if I can make arrangements." Hermione lidded her eyes as the relief swamped her, and she placed a hand over her reassured heart. "Thank you," she exhaled. "Thank you so much, Professor." "Please don't get your hopes up, Hermione," the headmistress stopped her. "This is entirely dependent on someone else's judgment, and I can't guarantee that they will agree to it." Curiosity crept in. "Who does it depend on?" "It's best I don't say until I contact them," she explained, smothering a yawn with the back of her hand. "It has been an eventful day.
You should go and get some rest."
"I assure you I will do what I can." "Thank you," Hermione repeated, making her way towards the door. "And thank you for understanding." "I am not certain I do understand," McGonagall disputed, leading the younger witch towards the door. "But emotions are what make us human, and I can't condemn you for having them. You are old enough to make your own decisions. All I can do is urge you to be careful." "I will," she said, a pseudo-smile capturing her lips before she turned to leave. "Good night, Professor." McGonagall simply nodded and watched Hermione disappear into the inky darkness that flooded the hallways. She replayed their conversation in her head and wondered if she should have done anything to discourage her protégé's interest in the boy with a brand on his forearm, but she had secretly guessed that there was something going on weeks ago and had decided against intervening. She absently questioned what Dumbledore would have done in her situation, and had a sneaking suspicion that her late friend would have praised the circumstances, and the dormant romantic in her couldn't help but feel a little moved by the dilemma. No, it wasn't Hermione's confession that had surprised her, but the revelation that Draco Malfoy had apparently vowed to sever his connection with Voldemort, and furthermore that he reciprocated Hermione's risky affections. The concept was absurd, and yet, as she meandered through the memories of the last few months, she noticed subtle clues that indicated it wasn't a one-sided romance, be it fading glamour charms on Hermione's neck, or the faint hint of a male scent clinging to her clothes. If anyone else but Hermione had told her such details about the Malfoy heir, she would have dismissed it as nonsense. But Hermione had told her, and that meant it was true. Perhaps Albus had been right about the boy's soul. Rubbing her age-creased forehead, she slowly made her way over to the fireplace and tossed in some flue powder as she recited an address she had used many times in the recent months. The emerald flames rippled and twirled in bold patterns until a familiar face hovered above the hearth and stared back at her with confusion. "I'm sorry it's so late," McGonagall apologized. "But I'm afraid I have another favor to ask of you." Chapter 24. Hours. The bitter breeze thrashed around her, like it was trying to sneak into her pores and freeze her blood. Merlin knew why, but her feet had carried her to Astronomy Tower, and she would swear the residual energy of Snape's killing curse was still clouding the air up here. The atmosphere felt thicker and close, and a niggling itch had scratched at her spine the moment she had arrived. Leaning against the railing, her troubled stare searched the skies and tried to look past the shadows of storm clouds to find the stars, but only Vega and Arcturus were bright enough to wink back. Forgotten voices ricocheted around her skull. "I have to do this," she shuddered. Harry had told her exactly what Draco had said that night, and she would swear on Godric's grave that she could hear the whispers of his words crawling across the walls. "I have to kill you, or he's going to kill me." She gripped the railing tighter and closed her eyes, and the ghosts of the past formed in her mind. She could see it all so clearly, the scene repeating itself in her head. Draco, Dumbledore, Snape, Bellatrix. So alive and fresh, like she could graze her fingertips over their forms and feel the beats of their hearts. Hermione focused on the image of Draco that her brain had conjured as he lowered his wand, just like Harry had described, and her heart felt like it was throbbing in her throat. He looked so vulnerable, and it made her fall a little harder for him, but the logical voice in her head reminded her that this was purely her interpretation of the events. Just before Snape lifted his wand to murder the man she had admired so much, she felt a breathy murmur tingle her ear, and her eyes snapped open. Spinning around with a sharp gasp to inflate her lungs, she frantically hunted for the source. But she was alone. Completely alone. And it petrified her. Her surroundings seemed to vibrate with sinister shadows, and eerie whispers were buried in the dark. The space became suffocating, and her chest was suddenly heaving as the icy chill coiled around her limbs. Breaking into a sprint, she ran to her dorm, leaving the spirits of the past to fizzle behind her in the tower. The slaps of her racing footsteps echoed down the empty corridors, and she dived into her room, skidding to a stop and shutting the door behind her. Pivoting on her heels, her eyes softened when they landed on Draco, snoozing on the sofa with Crookshanks resting in his lap. A sad smile pulled at her lips as his husky breaths drifted over to her, and that painful pulse of affection drummed in her chest. "Crooks," she whispered, tiptoeing towards the couch. "Come down, boy." With a lazy stretch, her faithful pet obeyed and wandered into Draco's room to give them the privacy she wanted. Reaching out with uninhibited fingers, Hermione stroked his face. She had repeated these ministrations before, but had never taken the times to feel how he was between the caverns of her fingerprints, and he felt like liquid autumn, pleasantly cold and like the firm flesh of plums. Closing her eyes, she engraved the sensation into her brain, noting his lips where the texture of melting wax and the fine stubble on his jaw tingled like static. "What are you doing, Granger?" Her eyes snapped open just as Draco's lids slowly peeled back to fix her with a suspicious glare. Her body went still for a moment, but with a single tug of her lip with her teeth, she simply sighed and lifted her chin. "I met a woman who lost someone she
loved."
It was what she wanted to say, but her tongue hesitated. Someone she cared about. Draco's brow furrowed, but he remained silent. "I know our relationship is complicated," Hermione continued, a little relieved when he didn't scowl at the R word. "And I never meant for any of this to happen," he snorted. "You think I planned?" "Please, Draco," she interrupted. "Just let me finish. I don't think either of us planned any of this." She swallowed and caught his eyes. but I don't regret anything. I care about you, and I don't want us to be separated, but there's nothing I can do about it. Draco tensed his jaw, but some of his resolve simmered as he watched her shoulders droop with fatigue and defeat. Her cheeks were shimmering with hour-old tears, and her hair was wild from windplay, but she was so raw and real like this, and it kicked him in the gut. But I can do something about the goodbye, Hermione said with a purposeful tone. I will not fight with you anymore. He arched an eyebrow. What are you? I don't know when we will have to leave, she mumbled. But I will not let our last days involve us at each other's throats. We fight, Granger, he stated with a stoic shrug. It's what we do. I don't mean the harmless stuff, she said with frustration. You know what I mean, Draco. All the fights we've had recently, and I won't do it anymore. I refuse. She paused, waiting for him to speak, but he simply regarded her with that familiar look of detachment that made her fists clench. She trailed off, her fingers finding their way back to his face. I want to remember you like this. Calm and not looking like you hate me. Draco frowned but absently leaned into her touch. So that's it, she spoke, dropping her hand back to her side. I don't know what's going to happen to us. McGonagall said she might have found a place for you, but I don't know anything else. I have given you all the answers I can, so I will not argue about our circumstances anymore. I am tired of it, Granger. So if you can't do that, Granger, then I don't want to speak to you. Granger, he growled with impatience, snatching her hand and yanking her into his lap. Take a fucking breath. I'm serious, she told him, stiff and resilient in his arms. I won't do it. Draco's expression slowly morphed into an amused smirk, and Hermione studied him warily, subconsciously halting her breaths as he clicked his tongue. Always so stubborn, he remarked with a low and quiet rumble of his vocal cords. He licked his lips. Fine, Granger. No more questions. She couldn't help the loud sigh of relief that left her lips and toyed with some of his blonde hair. Thank you, she said, relaxing in his lap and brushing a delicate kiss at the corner of his mouth. Draco tucked his hands between the backs of her knees and gathered her closer, adjusting her legs into a comfortable straddle as he pressed harder into the kiss. Something about Granger's gentle but determined nips and licks always roused a hungry and inescapable urge in his veins. Knotting his fingers into her rebellious locks, he held her head in place and sucked at her lips with something devastatingly close to desperation. Dropping his damp nibbles to the swoon of her throat, he resisted a shiver when one of her moan-cum gasps ticked the receptive skin of his shoulder and glided down the bumps of his spine. His fingers stabbed into the denim-clad pinch just beneath her buttocks when she roughly tugged at the hem of his top and broke the kiss to rip it over his head. Broken kisses taste better when they're fixed. She was doing that thing he secretly adored, softly scraping her nails across his chest and freckling barely their pecks against the shell of his ear. Hastily tearing off her jumper, he grazed his teeth over the rise of her collarbone as he fiddled with the clasp of her bra. Both bare-chested and starting to glisten with pre-bliss sweat, an unvoiced agreement was shared between them as they stole some sacred minutes, just to relish all the details that teased the senses. To kiss, touch, bite, size, savor. To memorize. But the trapped heat beneath her stomach made Hermione squirm, and she tore herself away from him and got to her feet to step out of her jeans and underwear, while Draco swiftly eased out of his trousers and boxers. He could see the beginnings of her insecurities in her hazels as he openly stared at her, willing his brain to remember every inch of her body before her anxiety shattered the image. Why couldn't she understand that she was fucking beautiful? Perhaps because he'd never told her. She made to settle next to him on the sofa, but his hand shot out and latched onto her wrist, slowly but firmly dragging her back to where she had been, thighs against thighs. He pushed away the brandy-tinted tresses hiding her face, and he could see the uncertainty reluctantly etched into her charming features. They'd never done it like this before, her on top and needing to set the pace, and he lifted her chin so she would meet his encouraging look. You will like this, he assured her, snatching her lower lip between his teeth. Trust me. Hermione's eyes widened and her shoulders relaxed as a slow smile graced her nibble-swollen lips. I do trust you, she confessed quietly, gripping his shoulders as one of his palms settled on her back, his fingers rousing pleasant shivers to trickle down her spine. His other hand traced an imaginary trail from the wave of her hip to the moist slit that he craved and dipped 2 fingers inside, catching her keening whine with his mouth. He only teased her for some stolen minutes, sprinkling tongue-heavy kisses against her chest and growing harder as her dulcet purrs tingled his ears. She tried to reach for his erection, but he pushed away her eager hands. He wanted this to last a while. He wanted to be consumed by the experience of the intimate link instead of striving to reach the climax.
He didn't know why.
He just did. Just a couple of strokes against her most sensitive flesh to ensure she was ready, and he slowly slid her up his legs until her cherry-tipped breasts were against his chest. With a slight wriggle of her body, she swallowed his desire inside, arching her back and adjusting herself to the unfamiliar but delicious angle. Draco sucked the air through his teeth as he melted into her warmth, and his grip on her waist tightened as a twist of her hips made his gut pound with lust. Moving her body to help build a rhythm, he rocked her slowly against him, his lips remaining securely fastened to any inch of skin he could taste. Something between seconds and hours passed with the gradual build-up, gentle sways of bodies and languid brushes of lips. She was making those husky little moans that sounded too pure for his side of reality, but he inhaled them anyway. Her head lolled forward until their brows touched, spilling her coffee curls around them like a veil to muffle the rest of the world. Kisses matched the flow of sex, slow but deep, and setting nerve endings on fire. As the imminent bliss began to inflate beneath his stomach, Draco locked his arms around her torso so she was flush up him and took over the tempo, bucking into her a little faster and harder. He knew from her telltale twitches and her elevated breaths that she was reaching the peak of her pleasure, and he broke their kiss, grasping her face so he could witness the moment dance across her features. The parting of her lips, her blinks of bewilderment, the dilating of her pupils, her choked whimper. "I want to remember you like this," he mumbled, almost accidentally as the vibrations of her release brought on his. Forehead kissing forehead and harsh breaths clashing between them, Draco absently stroked lazy patterns against her hairline as the orgasms simmered away to leave that playful tingle in their bones. Her hum of satisfaction ghosted across his shoulder, and her lids fell shut, but he didn't let her head drop as some damning words tumbled out of his mouth. "One final question," he rasped out, and her eyes reluctantly opened to meet his. "How long do we have left?" Hermione's sated expression creased into a heartbroken frown, and she gulped down the clod of sorrow in her windpipe. "Not long. Time is subjective to the happiness of hearts. Time is bitter and selfish, won't slow down no matter how hard you beg. Time breezes by when you stumble across something close to contentment." They spent the next few days tangled in each other's limbs, amongst the bedsheets or shower spray, and tried to block out the world beyond the door, as young lovers do. In the fragile hours between, they perched on the window seat, watching the wild displays of the January thunderstorms and absently reading Shakespeare, Byron, or Dawn between lazy kisses. Draco resented the moments when Hermione had to leave for a couple of meetings with McGonagall and to help the St. Mungo's victims in the medical wing, but he chewed his tongue to keep the peace, as he'd said he would. Although the shadow of the impending war never left the room, she'd been wearing a subtle smile since their talk, and he was adamant he wouldn't chase it away. "Draco." Do you want to go to bed?" she asked. "You look a little tired. Sleep was a waste of time." "I'm fine," he mumbled, gesturing for her to flip the page. "Might as well get to the end." Hermione craned her neck to nip the corner of his mouth. She had fought hard not to be seduced by a false sense of security, but Draco's relaxed demeanor had been like a drug to alleviate her dread. Hogwarts had felt more peaceful too. Most of the survivors of the St. Mungo's attack had made quick recoveries and been sent home, and around 40 students had returned to the school from the extended Christmas break. The rest of her classmates were due to return tomorrow on the Hogwarts Express, and she was looking forward to seeing Ginny and Neville, if only to say goodbye before the ministry was overthrown and she would need to leave. Among the 40 who had returned were the Creevey brothers and a third-year named Joanne Preston, Hermione's fellow Muggleborns, and her main priority when the inevitable happened. McGonagall had outlined evacuation plans for the Muggle-borns meticulously, but remained decisively vague about Draco, simply nodding her head and assuring that something had been arranged. The stressed wrinkles dissecting the headmistress' face had been a little deeper recently, and Hermione had refrained from pushing the matter, trusting her mentor implicitly and shoving her concern to the side. And she really was concerned about Draco, so much that it terrified her. She had mentally prepared herself for the fall of the Ministry and Hogwarts, but the idea of Draco's looming departure made her breathing falter. These final days spent wrapped up in his scent, voice and warmth had been soul-soothing and possibly the most beautiful in her short life. But everything has an expiry date. Granger. You haven't turned the page in about 10 minutes. Oh, she frowned.
Sorry.
I was thinking about something. Shocker, he drawled with rich sarcasm, feathering a kiss behind her ear. Come on, Granger. Turn the page. Numbly doing as requested, Hermione tried to sink further into Draco's body heat and scolded herself for letting precious minutes slip through her fingers. The clocks were mocking her. She woke to a nervous knot in her stomach. It was still dark, and Draco's arm was belted around her waist as his sleepy breaths ruffled her hair. Glancing at the clock and finding it was almost 5 in the morning, she cautiously eased herself out of the bed and tried to establish what had stirred her, hunting for something out of place. Sparks of lightning illuminated her room between low roars of thunder, and she shuffled warily over to her window, eyeing the navy skies that played host to the flaunting storm. Another twinge of unease invaded her stomach, and pronounced goosebumps bubbled across her skin, but she had no idea why. Something just felt off. Something in her gut told her to leave her dorm, and she quietly changed into her jeans and shrugged on one of Draco's tops and a jumper to confront the chill. Grabbing her wand, she hesitated on her way out to gently stroke her sleeping lover's hair before pushing open her door to find Crookshanks agitatedly pacing around the sitting room, making troubled growling sounds and clawing at the floorboards. Calm down, Crooks, she whispered, giving him a gentle pet. I'll be back in a bit. Allowing intuition to guide her, she tiptoed down the empty corridors with only the thuds of her heart to disturb the eerie silence. Absently wandering in a direction she didn't really want to go, she dragged her fingers across the stone walls, as if she was somehow trying to soothe the school itself for what was to come. Climbing a flight of stairs and realizing where she was heading, her eyes widened when she found that someone had already sought answers in Astronomy Tower in the early hours of this peculiar morning. You feel it too? She asked, coming to stand at her professor's side. Yes, McGonagall nodded, her hands gripping the railing and her thought-laden eyes studying the battling clouds. Something is not right. What is it? I'm not sure, said the headmistress tightly. The storm is different. It feels unbalanced. Do you think? But Hermione trailed off as she caught sight of a lustrous, white sphere shooting towards them like a comet.
What is that?
McGonagall bowed her head and clenched her eyes shut with dismay. Our warning. They both retreated a few paces back as the light bounded in the tower and burst into the stunning the Patronus of Ado, and Hermione thought of Harry's mother. Professor whose... Quiet, Hermione, the older witch hushed her. This is important. 1 hour, a familiar male voice echoed around them. They are coming, Minerva. The glowing doe disappeared as fast as it had arrived, and Hermione released the breath aching her lungs as she looked to the headmistress expectantly. They're coming, she asked. The Death Eaters? 1 hour, McGonagall repeated distantly. I don't know if that will be enough time. Was that Snape's Patronus? Yes, she nodded, turning to her student with a grave stare. Listen, Hermione, I need to alert the other professors. You must wake up the Creevies and Miss Preston and take them to my office. I will be with you as soon as I can. I thought we were going to evacuate them with the Thestrals. There's not enough time, she shook her head. Just get them to my office and I will be with you shortly. Do you understand? Her Gryffindor instincts took over, and she straightened her spine before she gave her professor a firm nod. Okay, I'm going. Be as fast as you can. McGonagall called after her as she sprinted away. By the time Hermione reached the Gryffindor dorms, her muscles were sore, and her head was pounding with adrenaline. Waking up Dennis, Colin, and Joanne, she fidgeted fretfully as they hurried to gather some of their belongings, throwing worried glances at the clock and willing them to hurry. Sweet Merlin, it's happening. 19 minutes later, and they were all gathered in the head's office, Colin trying to comfort his frightened brother, and Hermione trying to reassure 13-year-old Joanne that she would get home safe. But as the minutes drifted by, Hermione became increasingly restless, trembling with nerves and impatience as the time dissolved and the threat of the Death Eaters became louder in her head. Each flick of the clock's hand meant one less minute to get Draco out of the castle, and she fought hard to keep her mind on her duty to McGonagall and the Muggleborns. "Where is McGonagall?" Colin questioned with panic shaking his voice. "You said she wouldn't be long." "She's on her way," Hermione replied, unsure if she was lying or not. "It will be fine." "What if it's not fine?" "Waiting can drive a mind to ruin." With only 22 minutes to spare, the headmistress finally burst into her office, and Hermione had never seen her mentor look so flustered, her brow covered in a thin sheen of sweat and creased with stressful lines. Rushing over to the fireplace, the aging witch recited a quick spell before she turned to the 4 teenagers and gestured for them to come closer. "You're going to flee to Kingsley Shacklebolt's home," she explained in an edgy voice. "He will make sure you all get home safely, okay?" The 3 youngest heads bobbed with understanding. "His address is 23 Wordsworth Way," she told them, reaching for her bowl of flow powder. "Miss Preston, you go first, and remember to say it clearly. We have to be quick." Hermione watched as Joanne disappeared amongst the garish spurt of emerald flames, closely followed by Dennis and finally Colin. A small dose of relief dulled the heavy beats in her chest, but she frowned with confusion when she realized McGonagall was holding out the pot floor powder in her direction. "Come on, Hermione," the headmistress prompted. "You have to leave." "I'm not leaving," she disputed, backing away from the other witch. "I have to get Draco out of here. There's not enough time. But I need to." "Hermione, the Death Eaters are on their way." McGonagall snapped strictly. "You have to leave." "And oh," she screamed, balling her fists. "I am not leaving. I need to get him out of here. You swore to me." "Hermione, please be reasonable. You're just wasting more time arguing with me," she insisted angrily, frustrated tears spilling down her cheeks. "If I have to do this without your help, then I will. But I am not leaving until I know he is away from here." McGonagall went stiff before she exhaled in defeat, eyeing her student with weary eyes as she reluctantly made her way over to her desk. Waving her wand to open a drawer, she removed a small round-shaped object wrapped in fabric and a wand Hermione recognized to be Draco's. "So be it," McGonagall mumbled on a sigh. "Listen to me carefully, because I only have time to say this once. Use the back entrance and run down to the edge of the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid's hut. Don't go too far in, just enough to remain unseen. But what if someone sees him in the schools? All of the professors are gathering in the Great Hall, and most of the students are still asleep," she supplied. "You will get there fine. And what do I do when I get?" "This coin is a portkey to a safe house," she interjected, holding up the cloth-covered item. "When you leave here, I will let them know you are on your way." Hermione swallowed as the headmistress pushed the portkey and Draco's wand into her hands. "You're not going to tell me where he's going, are you?" McGonagall shook her head. "You know it is safer if less people know, but he will be safe," the younger witch implored, pocketing the 2 items and ensuring they were secure. "You promise he will be safe?" "I promise," she nodded. "Now listen, Hermione. After Draco is gone, you need to head back the way you came. On the fringe of the forest by Hagrid's hut, there is a red rock underneath an oak tree. You will be able to apparate from there. Go to Tonk's home, and I will fire-call her to let her know you're coming, so she can alter her wards." "Red rock under the oak tree," she repeated numbly, before she practically pounced on the graying witch and clutched her in a rib-cracking hug. "Thank you so much. For everything. I'm sorry for being so selfish." McGonagall accepted the gesture with a sad frown and patted her companion's back. "You need to go," she advised, pulling away and maneuvering them towards
The door. Go now.
"You don't have time for this." The headmistress paused and exhaled a haggard breath. "I wish you both luck." Offering Minerva a parting look of gratitude, Hermione's body jolted into action. Stumbling on Haste's clumsy feet, she fled the office, her devastated heart lodged in her throat, and the world crumbling around her. Draco sat up in bed and eyed the cold dent of Hermione's outline in the mattress with lowered eyebrows. Where the fuck? It was 5:45, and the sky was barely beginning to soften into a lighter shade of blue. So, just why was he alone in bed? And furthermore, why couldn't he hear the sounds of a shower or her shuffling around in the kitchenette? Scowling with irritation, he tossed aside the covers and tugged on the clothes he'd been wearing the day before in an effort to beat the winter air that had snuck into Granger's room. Patting his bare feet across the floorboards and heading into the living area, he almost stumbled when his lover's pet blocked his path. "Clever cat, my arse," he mumbled, giving the half-Kneasel a scolding look. "If you're so smart, where's—" He was cut off as Hermione surged into the room, panting wildly, cheeks shimmering with tears and tripping over on her feet. "Oh, thank Merlin you're awake," she wheezed, clambering towards him and grasping his jumper in her shaking fists. We need to go." "What the hell?" he blurted, gripping her wrists and steadying her. He'd never seen her this way, and his insides twisted with dread as he absorbed her frantic behavior. "Where have you been?" "We have to leave," she shouted. "The Death Eaters. They're coming. We need to go."
Now.
"Granger, just bloody breathe. You're not listening to me." "We have minutes," she yelled, ripping herself out of his hold and flicking her wand to summon his shoes and coat. "Put these on, Draco. Quickly. I need to get you away from here. Just hurry." The gravity of her words and the desperation in her voice smacked him in the chest like an impedimenta, and he did as she bade as she ran into her room and returned with her charmed bag and a jacket. He'd barely fastened the first button of his coat when she snatched his hand and began dragging him out of the room, her fingers clamped around his so tight it cut off circulation. "Crooks," she called over her shoulder as she flung open the door. "Follow, Crooks. Come on." Her intuitive pet cantered ahead as she yanked Draco into motion, both of them breaking into a clumsy sprint and charging down the castle's barren passageways, fueled by fear and refusing to unlink their hands. Reaching the back doors, the wind and rain hammered against them with relentless force as they skidded and staggered across the mud-slicked grounds towards the forbidden forest. Passing Hagrid's hut, they dived into the trees, shoving aside the clawing talons of branches and twigs that tried to hinder their escape. In the corner of her eye, Hermione registered a flash of burgundy, and she halted her burning legs to bring them to a too-sudden stop. She kept Draco's hand clamped in hers. "Fuck," he cursed, narrowly avoiding slamming into her back. "Granger. What the—" "Red Rock," she murmured to herself, eyeing the towering oak tree McGonagall had mentioned. "Come here, Crooks," she beckoned her pet, who had raced a few yards ahead but quickly came scampering back to her side. "Stay here, boy. I'll be back soon." Satisfied that her magical familiar understood, she was pulling Draco and running again, blood seeping between their palms as their fingernails hooked into each other's skin. Another spasmodic crash of lightning and thunder exploded above their heads, and Hermione blinked away the sodden strands of hair trapped between her lashes and itching her eyes. Her bones felt like fracturing glass, and her lungs were straining against her ribs, but she couldn't stop running. Keep going. Have to get him away. Need to get him to safety. "Granger, stop." Draco shouted behind her, digging his heels into the ground and tearing his hand out of her vice-firm grip. "Just fucking stop." Hermione whipped around and tried to unsuccessfully reconnect their fingers. "Draco, we need—" "This is far enough," he snapped. "What the hell are we doing here?" She felt her weather-battered face scrunch up with anguish as she tried to find the words. Oh, Godric, her heart was aching. Gazing at him now, Hair ruffled by the wind and his ashen features raw from the punch of the cold. He looked so human and perfect, and the emotion strangled her. We're here to say goodbye," she mumbled through quivering lips and chattering teeth, watching his brow furrow with uncertainty. "Our time is up." Draco shook his head stubbornly, and his lip curled with defiance. "What are you?" A shrill and prolonged crack severed his words, booming throughout the forest and vibrating the ground with its volume. He instinctively reached out for Hermione, grasping her elbows and drawing her close as the tremor subsided. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the swarming hisses of approaching brooms and what sounded like panicked shrieks from Hogwarts. Even the trees seemed to groan and flinch, and Draco scrutinized his surroundings with a suspicious stare, keeping Hermione locked in place against his chest. "What the fuck was that?" he growled as the eerie echoes died. "The ward's breaking," she answered dazedly, glancing over her shoulder in the direction of the castle. "They're here." She gulped back the grief. "Draco, you need to go." "No," he spat harshly, loosening his grip so he could bring his face close to hers.
No.
"We need more time." "There's no more time," she whimpered, her breath leaving her ghostly gasps. "You have to get away from here, or they'll find you." "I'm not ready," he interrupted, lifting his hands to brush away the drenched curls spattered across her face. Their blended blood smeared across her cheek, and he absently remembered the day in the bathroom when she had sliced their palms and initiated their fated bond. Blood had been so different then. Now it was irrelevant. "Come with me," he blurted heedlessly. "Come with me, and we can hide." "I can't," she yelled, breaking free of his arms. "We talked about this, Draco." "We agreed." "Well, I changed my fucking mind," he retorted fiercely. "What do you want me to do, Granger? Do you want me to get on my fucking knees and beg?" "No," she choked on a whine. "I want you to be safe. That's all I want." "And I want you to be safe," he screamed back. "Don't fight in this war, Hermione."
Don't.
"You know I have to." "Bullshit." "Draco, please," she whispered, reaching into her pocket and fingering her wand. "You have to go. I need you, Hermione," he barked his confession. "Fuck you, Salazar." "Is that what you want to hear? Is that what it will take?" "I didn't want to say goodbye like this," she murmured, more to herself as she withdrew her wand with quaking fingers. "I didn't want it to be this hard." "What the hell are you doing?" he questioned, eyeing her with a wary and cautious glare. "Lower your wand, Granger." "I'm sorry," she moaned, straightening her wrist. "I'm so sorry, Draco, but I need you to be safe." "Don't you dare, Hermione." "Petrificus totalis," she cried, and Draco's body went taut and still as the spell took effect. He reminded her of one of those toy soldiers, firm and proud, but completely lifeless in the eyes, and she knew this would haunt her. Her hand fell limp at her side, and she clenched her eyes tight as scalding tears blurred her vision and smudged the bloodstain he'd branded her with. Abandoning her plan to feign composure, she slowly neared him and nuzzled her face into the junction of his neck and sobbed against his throat. This wasn't how she'd intended them to part ways. The wind swallowed them, the rain was slashing at their skin, and the cold was rousing violent shivers to harass every inch of her body. Draco was inevitably silent and motionless under the spell, and she would have sacrificed almost anything just to feel his arms snake around her waist. It was unromantic and bitter, but she locked the precious seconds into her memory, cringing when more sinister sounds from Hogwarts interrupted her tender touches, and she was forced to realize that their clock had stopped. "I'm sorry," she mumbled again, raising her chin and stroking her trembling fingers across the line of his jaw and his lower lip. "But this is the only way." She could physically feel her heart splintering as she studied his frozen expression one final time and silently pleaded with her brain to remember every aspect of the face she'd woken up to for the last several weeks and come to. If we both come out of this war alive," she breathed, despising the word if. I want you in my life." Reaching into her bag, she removed his wand and slipped it into the pocket of his trousers and then returned to rummage for the portkey. Carefully peeling away the cloth and staring down at the innocent-looking galleon with resentment, she pinched it between the flimsy material and hovered it hesitantly over his knuckles. Sucking in a shaky breath to soothe her withering soul, she spread her free palm across the side of his face and brushed her thumb up the ridge of his cheekbone. Tilting forward on the tips of her toes, she pressed her quivering lips against his unresponsive ones to cherish the last kiss. Barely a connection, but it warmed her for that sliver of a moment. Pulling back, she cheated herself into believing that the raindrops freckling his milky skin might be tears, and the final weak strings of her heart snapped. Her heart had broken, and the pain was crippling. "Time's up. I love you," she sighed sadly before she slapped the coin against his skin, flinching as the air shifted to accommodate the portkey's pull. And then he was gone. Chapter 25. Miles. Her glazed eyes lingered on where he had been. There was nothing now, just a mocking gap sliced by spitting raindrops and a whining lash of wind that seemed far too eager to invade the void. The smell of the storm was beginning to drown away the remains of his scent, and the tingle of his warmth against her cheek was fading fast. Her body was frozen as if he was still there, the hand that had pressed the portkey against his knuckles still outstretched and trembling, and her chin still tilted from her whispered words of goodbye. "I love you." She couldn't move, couldn't rip her eyes away from the empty space. Just stared at it. But the hot singe of tears forced her to blink, and the world began to move again. Dropping the thin sheet of material that had been wrapped around the portkey, her arm fell limply to her side, and she choked on the lump in her throat. A scream was lodged somewhere in her chest, but her lungs were too strained to release it, and the suffocating sensation burned so hard she could barely breathe. And, oh Merlin, the ache in her heart was excruciating, like everything within her was collapsing in on itself. Her knees caved, and she fell hard to the ground, ignoring the mud slithering up her jeans and pressing into her palms as she doubled over, barely managing to catch herself with her weary arms. Her eyes fell to the indentations of Draco's footprints, the only indication he'd been here mere moments ago, but the rain was pounding away the outline, and within seconds they had blended with the damp earth, and she was completely alone. The wind turned crueler at that point, and she wrapped her arms around her trembling body in a futile effort to ease the bite of the cold and the loneliness. A howl of thunder drowned out a broken-hearted sob that made her stomach heave, and her eyes clenched tight as she tried to ride out her violent shudders. "Oh Godric, it hurts," she sputtered to no one, holding herself tighter. "It hurts." Annabelle Snowbloom's words whispered somewhere as the back of her brain. "It feels like dying, only worse." She stayed there for some stolen seconds, simply trying to regain a sense of reason as she numbly rocked back and forth, but there was no time to seek some composure. The echoes of disorder from Hogwarts disrupted the rhythmic patter of rain, and Hermione reluctantly opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of the school. She remembered that she couldn't stay here, and she scolded herself for letting the heartache consume her. Sucking in a breath that felt so deep it stretched her ribs, she gritted her teeth and forced tension into her muscles to stop them shaking. She raised her hands and roughly palmed away the telltale tears, but every inch of her was speckled with raindrops, and she couldn't tell them apart as her sodden curls slapped against her cheeks. A frustrated whine scratched the backs of her teeth when she realized it was futile, and she dragged her hair out of her eyes, gagging on the lump in her windpipe that wouldn't shift. Drenched to the soul, and trying so hard to ignore the nausea that made her head swim, she swallowed several more hefty gulps of air and slowly hauled herself to her unstable feet. Smothering a moan when her limbs protested, she willed her legs to remain sturdy and keep her balanced, and with a final dejected look at the empty space, she clenched her fists with determination and spun on her heels. Her movements were clumsy as she jogged back the way she had came, barely noticing the clawing thorns and thistles of the forest as she stumbled in what she hoped was the right direction. Her bearings were compromised and her vision was still hazy at the seams, but she trudged blindly through the thick, squelching dirt and searched desperately for the red rock. "Crookshanks," she called with a croaky voice, minding to keep her tone hushed as the eerie sounds from Hogwarts grew louder. "Crooks." A small meow responded somewhere to her left, and she corrected her path, and she staggered through biting brambles and poison ivy as inhuman noises began to bustle around the forbidden forest. She had no idea if the magical creatures that dwelled here had sensed the attack and were panicking, or if there were Death Eaters whipping through the trees, almost breathing down her collar. Summoning the final and flimsy remains of her energy, she drove herself onward with a pained growl, gripping her wand tighter. She burst through a stubborn wall of leaves and branches, coughing on a sigh of relief, when Crookshanks bounded over to her, spitting low and agitated hisses, and his wide stare scrutinizing the space around them. It's okay, Crooks," she stammered, and she would swear her cat was looking past her to search for Draco. "He's gone," she mumbled, and the words sent a destructive bolt of angst to her chest. "See, come on, boy. We need to go." Gathering her pet in her arms, she made her way to the rock beneath the ominous bough of the oak tree and felt the air tingle with differing magic. She clutched Crookshanks tighter as she struggled to pacify her racing thoughts and frantic breaths, preparing herself to apparate. With a goodbye glance in the direction of Hogwarts and a silent prayer that Draco was safe, she left their broken haven behind. Draco landed on buckling ankles. Toppling forward onto his knees, he just managed to brace himself on his forearms before his face smacked into the dirt. Fisting his hands around crispy tufts of grass, the muscles of his back tensed as he tried to fight the churning spasms in his stomach. He gagged and retched as the brutal dry heaves vibrated through him and bile scorched his tonsils. Spitting against the soil and panting heavily, his watering eyes focused on the unfamiliar soil, and he watched drops of sweat, rain, or possible tears splash against the backs of his hands. Fury and regret bubbled in his veins, so hard it felt destructive, like venom eating away at his nerves and cells. "Fucking hell, Granger," he hissed to no one, punching the ground. "Fuck. Again. Fuck. And then again," until his knuckles were on fire and blood dribbled between the dents. "Fuck, Hermione." His vocal cords knotted, and his rant died in his throat.
Too angry.
Too troubled.
Too lost.
He lifted his chin and tried to scan the surroundings, but his sight was distorted and speckled with white dots, and he could barely see a few feet in front of him. All he could discern was a carpet of grass and the sickly shade of indigo that dawn had painted across the sky. There was no storm here, just a cruel wind that clawed at his drenched skin, but he still smelled of Scottish rain and Hermione's soap. He didn't belong here. His mind cruelly began to replay what had happened mere minutes ago, with unforgiving flashbacks that made his temple throb. He recalled the flick of her wand as she'd petrified him, and the dangerous swell of dread that had twisted his gut. He remembered how she had nestled against his statue-stiff form, her features raw with emotion, and broken words feathering across his jaw. She had kissed him, and he had fought the spells so hard that his bones had felt close to shattering beneath his flesh, just to twitch his mouth and give her a response. The spell had been immune to tenacity and desperation. He knew she had been kissing dead lips, and he hated that. And then, "I love you."
He stiffened.
He didn't know what to do with those three words that clawed at his brain but warmed everything else. So calming and yet chaotic. It changed everything and yet nothing, because she had still sent him here.
Alone.
If he'd been concerned about the state of his mind when he had first been shoved into that room with her, this reality was so much worse, like a crucio to his psyche. A part of him wanted to track her down and tell her he didn't want her love, that he didn't fucking deserve it, and that she was insane for wanting him in her life. He'd be the red and putrid stain on her white dress. The shard of glass wedged into her vein. He was not worthy of her.
He knew that now.
Had probably known it all along. Another part of him wanted to find her and lick their wounds, maybe kick his pride to the corner again to echo her need. Because he did need her, and not in the romantic, naive sense that stirred vomit, but the painful and crippling way that battered brains and stabbed at the soul. He'd blurted it once, and he'd blurt it again if he had to. Pride suddenly seemed so irrelevant compared to the fucking agony swarming in his ribcage. Maybe he even loved. He didn't know, and whatever was coursing through his veins was completely foreign to him. Labeling it with some overused word that was so carelessly tossed between strangers these days seemed insufficient for the feelings that had brought him to his knees. It reminded him of that odd sensation when fire is so hot that it feels like ice, or when ice is so cold it feels like fire. Nature's paradox. If this was love, then it felt like insanity. It felt like torture.
Or bliss.
All the same, he just wanted to return and do something. Something to prolong their intertwined heartbeats.
His wand.
She'd put it in his pocket. His hand raced to grab it, feeling the comforting crackle of long-missed magic tingle his fingertips. Clutching it in his lap, he tried to steady his thoughts before trying to apparate, but then there was hand on his shoulder, and he froze. "The wards won't let you go back," a soft, feminine voice spoke. "And she will have left by now." Draco whipped his body around and scrambled to stand, barely managing to maintain his footing as he blinked away the salty haze in his eyes. Suspicion and shock creased his brow when he realized who had disturbed him, her face only recognizable to him from an accidental encounter in Diagon Alley and a tattered photograph he'd found in his mother's handbag when he'd been rummaging for a spare galleon for a chocolate frog. The features were familiar too, the aristocratic lines and grooves that were so similar to Bellatrix's, yet notably more delicate and lacking the menacing edge that had always made him uncomfortable. "You," he hissed, too drained to put any real force behind it. "They sent me to you?" "Yes," Andromeda nodded uncomfortably, keeping her wary stare on his wand. "McGonagall has a sick sense of humor," he finished. "I don't need your help." The aunt he'd never known arched a slim eyebrow. "You are underestimating how bad things have gotten, Draco," she said slowly. "Believe me when I say that you do need my help. Why the hell would you offer to help me anyway?" he questioned, narrowing his eyes. "I was reluctant at first," she admitted on a sigh. "But in spite of the past, you are still family, Draco. And apparently you and I have something in common now." "What are you talking about?" Andromeda hesitated. "McGonagall told me about your relationship with Hermione." "You know nothing about my relationship with Granger," he barked, straightening his wand arm. "Fucking nothing. Calm down. Don't tell me." "Keep your voice down," she scolded. "You will not wake the others. You might not like it, Draco, but I was in the exact same position as you many years ago, so I know what you're feeling. You don't have a bloody clue. And if McGonagall hadn't told me about your relationship with Hermione, then you wouldn't be here," Andromeda said in an even voice. "They both seem confident that you have changed your ways to some extent, and I am willing to give you the benefit of the doubt." "How big of you? But I made it clear that if you put a foot wrong," she continued, "then you would be on your own. I want to help you, Draco, but I have other people to consider." "This is bullshit," he scoffed. Andromeda clicked her tongue. "Do you have any idea how lucky you are?" "Lucky," he spat bitterly. "You think Voldemort wanting me dead is lucky?" "I'm talking about the people who are trying to help you," she frowned. "Considering the things you have done, I would call that very lucky." Draco's glare faltered and dropped back down to the grass. "You don't know everything that happened." "I know enough," she cut him off, her expression softening slightly. "And I understand that you were put in an awful situation, but that doesn't excuse your actions. The truth can be like bleach. It strips everything bare and removes the dirt. But swallow too much, and it will devastate your insides. And maybe kill you." Despite his best efforts, he couldn't quite bring himself to despise the witch in front of him, perhaps because there was simply no space within him for any more damaging thoughts. Perhaps it was because he knew she was right. "I know this isn't easy for you, but I promised McGonagall that I would keep you safe," she told him, releasing an exasperated breath. "And it would do you well to remember the risks Hermione took to get you here." A scathing retort readied itself on the tip of his tongue, but somewhere at the back of his skull, he could hear Hermione willing him to accept the circumstances. Grinding his teeth as another wave of longing for his lover thumped his stomach, he lowered his wand, and his lids suddenly felt like lead. "What's the catch to your hospitality?" "No catch," Andromeda assured him. "All I ask is that you respect the others and my home." "The others?" "You'll see," she said. "I will explain everything properly in the morning when you've had a chance to settle in." I have a room ready for you." It was only then Draco realized he was in a garden, and that behind his aunt was a rather large yet modest cottage, drowned in darkness save one flickering glow on the ground floor. The temptation to continue the argument with Andromeda scalded his tongue, if only to grasp some flimsy dignity, but his need for a bed and some isolation to sift through his thrumming thoughts made him waver. "Fine," he mumbled reluctantly, bowing his head. "Just fine." "Good." Andromeda nodded, although her tone implied that things were far from good. "Come on then, Draco. You look like you could do with some rest." Too worn and weary to resist any longer, his feet moved of their own accord, and Draco absently realized that some of Hermione's scent lingered in the fabric of his coat. The coat she'd gifted him with at Christmas. The agonizing and relentless craving for Granger's presence intensified and almost doubled him over, but he clenched his jaw and straightened his spine, sinking himself deeper into the lining of the coat. He felt Andromeda's palm rest against his back as she guided him to her home, and while he knew he should shrug it away, he let it be. Her arms went limp, and Crookshanks landed gracelessly on her toes. Hermione gazed blindly at nothing, lips slightly parted, and every muscle rigid to keep her standing. Godric knew she was trying to collect herself, but her body was refusing to cooperate, and she didn't dare move. "Hermione," a familiar voice called, breaking her trance. Suddenly there were arms around her, a comforting shock of purple hair against her cheek, and a baby bump curving into her abdomen. "Thank Merlin you're okay. Where have you been?" McGonagall sent her Patronus ages ago. The younger witch tried to find her voice. I got a little lost," she murmured, falling into the hug. "I had trouble finding the apparition point, but you're okay?" Tonks asked, pulling back to study her friend. "You're not hurt or anything." "No offense, sweetheart, but you like hell." "I'm fine," Hermione lied, because she didn't know what else she could say. "I'm fine. I tripped, but I'm fine." It's funny how the repetition of a word can make it unreliable and contradictory. "Are you sure?" Even though Hermione knew Tonks was oblivious to her involvement with Draco, she feared it was written in between every worry wrinkle of her expression. She felt transparent. Fixing her posture defiantly and setting her lips into a thin line, she adopted the pretense of a witch who was in control. "I'm sure," she nodded. "All right," said Tonks, evidently unconvinced but quelling her questions. Hermione felt a reassuring arm drape across her shoulders, and she was gently guided to her friend's humble home. "Let's get out of the cold."
Okay.
"Where's Lupin?" "He went to the burrow when we got the warning," she explained, her tone laden with concern. "He thought Arthur might need help setting up some more wards. We're trying to contact everyone, but it's difficult." Hermione prayed her next words didn't sound too hopeful. "Is there any news on Ron and Harry's?" "No," Tonks sighed, squeezing Hermione's shoulder. "I'm sorry." She didn't blink. "I didn't think there would be." "I'm sure they're fine." That word again. Crookshanks skimmed between their legs as they entered the house. "I have some tea, if you'd like some." "No, thank you," she declined, barely noticing the buzz of a freshly cast warming charm as she stepped over the threshold. "I know we need to discuss what's going on, but I'm really tired." "Of course," said Tonks sympathetically. "We can talk about it after you've had some sleep. Do you remember where the spare room is?" She nodded and grasped the banister of the stairs. "First door on the left. I need to use the bathroom first. Help yourself to whatever you need. This is your home now." Hermione knew that Tonks had intended to be reassuring, but she had to stifle a deflated grimace as she climbed the groaning stairs. This was not her home. Everything seemed so surreal, as fragile as clouds, and simply a distorted reality that her brain couldn't quite catch up to. Numbly wandering into the bathroom, she bent over the sink and stared at the pristine porcelain for a long moment. When she lifted her head to confront her reflection, her gasp misted the mirror. Her face was smeared with cracked mud and crumbling blood, her eyes swollen with gray rims, and her lips an icy shade of violet. The rain she'd left behind in Scotland had done little but speckle the mess staining her features, but her curls and clothes were slicked against her skin like tar. She couldn't decide if she looked like one of those warriors who marked their skin before a battle, or if she looked like a battered soul lingering in the aftermath. Combing aside her rowdy hair and twisting the taps, she cupped her palms and smothered her face with the water. It was freezing, and this sucked the air between her teeth, but she ignored it and rinsed away the red-tinged dirt with desperate and trembling hands. Pausing between labored breaths and checking the progress in the mirror, her agitated actions calmed when inch by inch of her fawny skin was cleansed, until there was simply a peppering of mud that mingled with her freckles. She dabbed at them with her fingertips as her eyes fell to a small mark on her neck, the fading crest of a love bite. A pang of longing smacked her, and she tightened her chin to get a better look. She normally disguised them with a glamour charm, but she wouldn't cover this one. She hoped it would stay a while. Godric, she missed him. Only minutes had passed since they'd parted, not even an hour, but she felt the weight of the miles between them. The sun must have breached the horizon, because a loud blast of rays burst through the window and hit the mirror. The light was the color of flames, and it illuminated her face like the fires of war. Her eyes dropped back down to the porcelain, and it was the color of rust. With a final sweep of the damp cloth, Draco studied his ashen skin in the mirror and scowled. He'd been tempted to leave his and Hermione's mixed blood where it was, but he'd resented the mud that had blended with it, and the dark undertones to that thought had made him uneasy. He hunted for hints of Granger in his reflection, a slight bump on his lower lip from a kiss, a small scratch beneath his ear from a pre-lust kiss, and the scar from third year. She was everywhere, and yet nowhere. Another flashback of their last seconds together made his eyes pulse behind his lids. Petrificus totalis. I want you in my life. I love you. He groaned and rested his forehead against the mirror. He was so fucking angry. Angry at her for silencing anything he could and should have said. Angry at himself for leaving her no other option but to petrify him. Angry at McGonagall for sending him here. Angry at his parents for dictating his prejudices. Angry at Potter and Weasley because his lover was probably with them now. Angry at circumstances for ripping them apart. And beneath it all was this dangerous pining that pierced his everything. Anger he could deal with, he knew it well, but the ache in his chest was a different story. He felt broken, barely human and clashing with the situation. Don't belong here. Belong with her. Giving his reflection another disgusted glance, he shook his head and headed back to the room Andromeda had showed him to earlier. He hesitated in the long hallway and absently wondered just who exactly was behind the other 6 or 7 doors, but he was too distracted to give the question any heed. His new room was small and simple, containing a 3-quarter bed that took up most of the space, a chest of drawers, and a few slanting shelves that were in dire need of a reparo. Hermione's absence mocked him from every corner. None of her little trinkets, no bookcases caving under the weight of an army of books, and no peppermint and cherry scent. His heartbeat faltered again, and he slowly shrugged off his coat, carefully hanging it on the door and letting his fingers trail across the fabric when he realized this was all he had that linked him directly to her. Tucking his wand under the pillow, he slipped out of his clothes until he was left in his boxers, and eased himself into the mattress, gathering the itchy and abrasive blankets around him. He kept his body on the left side of the bed and absently stared at the empty space next to him before lids fell shut. He'd always slept on the left side in Granger's bed. Hermione stood in the spare room, gazing vacantly at the wall as her hands met to fidget in front of her. She was almost scared to settle into the bed, aware that days are broken up by sleep and memories become less vivid as time crawls along. But her body was a whisper away from surrendering to the mental and physical exhaustion, and she needed to be well rested tomorrow. There would be no place for her tears amongst the discussions of war and orders plans. Tomorrow, she would be the prepared Gryffindor.
Tomorrow she would be fine.
Peeling her jumper away and discarding it at the foot of the bed, she went to the next layer of clothing, but stilled her movements when she realized it was his t-shirt. She drew in a sharp breath when she caught a trace of Draco's scent in the mornings, masculine musk with a hint of minty spice, and something that reminded her of new books. She was so relieved to have this small symbol of their forbidden relationship, and she cast a quick drying spell that didn't erase the murmurs of his scent. Forgetting the pajamas that were in her charmed bag and removing her jeans, she gave into fatigue and sank into the sheets, slightly comforted that she would be wrapped up in his shirt. Nuzzling her face into the pillow, she felt the final few lonely tears glide down her cheeks. She fell asleep curled up into a tight ball with her palm across her bruised heart. On the right side of the bed. Chapter 26 Ghost. There were voices somewhere, muffled by doors and distance, but definitely voices. Voices she knew. Her lashes were locked together with dried tears, and she blinked a few times to dilute the salty sting and the blurriness of sleep. She focused on the empty space next to her and stroked her hand across the cold, crisp, and undisturbed sheets. Perhaps the lingering scent of Draco's t-shirt had deluded her subconscious, because a hopeful corner of her heart had almost expected him to be at her side, but the reality of yestertime was impossible to ignore. Draco wasn't here. She didn't know where he was, and she had no idea if she would see him again. The hollow ache that those facts left in her chest felt worse today, and she doubted the painful pangs would fade anytime soon. This nauseating sense of loneliness felt destructively permanent, like a festering tumor wedged between the tip of her spine and the base of her skull.
But
she balled her fists and buried it, locked it in the attic of her mind with her thoughts of her parents and Harry and Ron. Because she had to. Because she'd promised herself she would. The country was swarming with the promise of war, so what right did she have to nurse a broken heart when people were dying and mourning lost loved ones? At least Draco was alive. At least there was a possibility that fate would allow their breaths to mingle again. Hope is motivation, if nothing else. The voices were still vibrating downstairs, and with renewed tenacity, she left the bed and rummaged in her charmed bag for some fresh clothes. She slipped into her jeans and pulled a baggy woolen jumper over Draco's top, reluctant to part with the masculine warmth trapped in the fabric that tingled against her skin. Taming her wild hair with a few combs of her fingers, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror and frowned at the swollen, red smudges under her eyes, still glossed with tears. She dabbed her face with her bunch sleeve, sniffing and swallowing a few times so her voice wouldn't betray her, and then she lifted her chin with a illusory poise. The facade was almost perfect, perhaps a little cracked and fragile in the eyes, but her set jaw and the proud purse of her lips would be enough to deceive her friends in the order. She looked resilient and prepared, battle-ready and thriving with purpose, glowing with that unmistakable shine of Gryffindor optimism and courage. Just as she should be. Giving her reflection a stiff nod, she grabbed her wand and headed out of the bedroom, following the low hum of the voices. She descended the stairs and meandered her way around the house, pausing outside the kitchen and pressing her ear against the door to catch the muffled conversation. Should have seen that coming. We could have sent people to King's Cross to help the students. We're not going to able to predict everything they do, Alastair. We should have been able to predict that. There's nothing we could have done anyway. McGonagall and the other professors will look after them. Remus is right. At least if they're contained in Hogwarts, they are still safe to a certain extent. And you think being kept there with Snape and those psychotic Caro twins is safe, Tonks? It's better than getting caught in the crossfire at Diagon Alley or running into some snatchers. What about the Muggleborns, Kingsley? Most of them are in hiding, but we have word that you-know-who is putting his Muggleborn registration commission into effect as soon as Umbridge is ready. I have been trying to get a hold of Cresswell and Alderton, but it's difficult. Hermione frowned on the other side of the door. Muggleborn registration commission? We need to get word around about the taboo on you-know-whose name. I am trying, but our communication methods are becoming more limited by the hour. Tonks, did you owl your mother in times? Yes, she knows. What about our safe houses, Alastairs? Some of the wards will hold, but not all of them. Your home should be safe, Remus. Grimmauld Place too, and a couple of others, but we shall have to start finding other places to meet. It will only be a matter of time before the wards on these safe houses are broken too. Did you manage to make enough portkeys, Kingsley? I managed most of them. Will it be enough? I have no idea. There was a thick pause. You can come in, Granger. Moody's booming voice called after a moment, and Hermione recoiled from the door when the harsh sound made her eardrums buzz.
Her hand reached to
Hover tentatively over the doorknob. "Stop stalling, Granger. This concerns you as much as anyone." Ignoring the odd bundle of nerves in her stomach, she pushed into the kitchen and greeted the 4 pairs of eyes with an awkward and apologetic nod. Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye, Lupin, and Tonks were all seated around the brittle dining table, their expressions severe, sleep-deprived, and inevitably concerned. "Sorry," she mumbled. "I didn't want to intrude." "How are you feeling, Hermione?" Tonks asked, shifting in her seat to accommodate her bump. "You can go back to bed if you need more rest." "I'm fine." "You're a little old to be eavesdropping, Granger," Mad-Eye remarked, although his tone was almost amused. "What exactly did you hear?" "Not much," she shrugged. "Just about the taboo. And what's the Muggle-born Registration Commission?" "It's a bloody death trap, is what it is," Mad-Eye spat heatedly. "It's a way for you-know-who to herd Muggle-borns like cattle until he slaughters them." "Yes, thank you, Alastair." Remus shot a frown in his direction. "I think there are better ways to put it." "Well, you can cover it with daisies and glitter all you like, Remus, but that is basically what it is." He fixed Hermione with a steady stare. "Don't worry, you won't be signing up. You will stay hidden and be safe here with Tonks." Hermione narrowed her eyes with thought. "But what about all the other Muggle-borns?" "We're doing what we can," Kingsley offered sullenly. "Most have gone into hiding, but there's not much we can do at the moment except try to warn people. Which is hard when everyone is operating in a panic and probably landing straight into the path of Snatchers," Mad-Eye grumbled. "Potter and Weasley might fall into that category, so if you know where they are, Granger, you need to tell us." "I have no idea where they are," she breathed, shaking her head. "All I know is they are looking for the Horcruxes, and they destroyed the locket." "Yes, they sent me a letter about that," Remus nodded. "But you haven't heard anything since?" "Nothing relevant. Just a letter every now and then to assure me that they were, alive." She tucked a stray curl behind her ear. "But no, never their whereabouts or anything like that. They know it would be too dangerous. And gallivanting around Merlin knows where, with all this going on, isn't dangerous?" Mad-Eye scoffed. Hermione's eyes shot back to the oar. "They're not stupid, Moody. Well, their actions contradict that sentiment." "They'll be fine," she interrupted, but the hitch in her voice was telling. "They will be fine. They've survived so far," Tonks said, absently stroking her swollen abdomen. "Have some faith, Mad-Eye. I'm sure if they think they're out of their depth, they'll seek us out." "We hardly have the time for common sense to catch up with the pair," he groused, rolling his good eye. "So that will be your task for the time being, Granger? Figuring out where they are?" Hermione wrinkled her nose. "Wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to try and figure out where the Horcruxes are?" "Well, if Harry and Weasley are doing what you say they are, then it's the same thing," Mad-Eye replied, rising from his seat. "I have confidence in your intelligence, Granger. If anyone can find them, it's you." She didn't know if he meant the boys or the Horcruxes, but she bobbed her head anyway. "Thank you, Moody. And keep up your combative training," he advised slowly. "We are at war now." Draco. He squirmed and buried his face deeper into the pillow. He was balancing on the blissful crest between sleep and reality, and he'd be damned if he'd be dragged away before he was ready. "Draco. Bugger off, Granger," he murmured, as he often did when she tried to rouse him. "I'm trying to sleep." A small silence followed, and Draco wondered if his persistent lover might actually allow him a peaceful morning for a change. "Draco, it's Andromeda," the voice sighed, somewhat regretfully. "You need to wake up." His eyes snapped open, and reality came bounding back into his brain like thunderclouds. He wasn't in Hogwarts. He was shacked up with the aunt he'd never spoken to. Granger wasn't here. She wasn't anywhere, and the absence of her presence brought back the numb throb in his chest. He felt sick. "Granger." He fired a scolding glance towards his aunt as she leaned over him, her expression somewhere between concerned and cautious. Her resemblance to his mother struck him for a moment, but he kept his features trained and stern, ready to reprimand the witch for disturbing his lonely morning. He didn't want anyone to witness how this was affecting him, "What do you want?" he asked in a quiet and defensive voice. "Don't people get any privacy in your house?" "Draco," she started carefully. "You haven't left bed for 3 days." His eyebrows rose high on his forehead. 3 days? But it all felt so raw and fresh, like the rain was still peppered across his skin, and Hermione's parting words were still chiming in his ears. Wasn't time supposed to mend the ache of the initial shock? 3 days, and he was fairly certain he had slept the entire time. Evidently, his subconscious had decided that sleep was preferable to waking without Granger pressed against his chest. So, he scowled at Andromeda, sitting up in the bed and resting his elbows against his knees. "What difference does it make?" "Firstly, I need to warn you that there is a taboo on you-know-whose name," she listed. "And secondly, you need to eat something." "I'm not hungry," he lied, ignoring the painful twinge in his stomach that contradicted his words. "Just leave me alone." "It's not healthy," she insisted. "You'll make yourself ill." "I don't give a shit," he grumbled coldly. "I will get up when I'm ready." "Look," Andromeda sighed, impatience loud in her tone. "Isolating yourself in here isn't going to make you feel any better." "What, and you think a piece of toast and a skip around the garden will make everything all dandy?" he quipped. "Don't be so bloody soft. A warm meal will do you some good," she told him, and his stomach twitched again at the notion. "And perhaps a talk with the others will help." "And just who the hell are these others you keep on mentioning?" "People in similar positions to you," she said, and Draco felt his curiosity stir. "Come down for some breakfast, and you'll see." "I don't think so." "Oh, grow up, Draco," Andromeda scowled, slicing the air with her hand. "I do not have the time to stand here and baby you." "Well, no one's forcing you," he shouted back. "I think I've made it pretty clear that I don't want you here." "Tough luck," she sighed, massaging the bridge of her nose. "There are clean clothes in the drawers. If you're not dressed and ready in 15 minutes, I will kick you out of bed." "I'm not ready," he exclaimed, clenching his fists and slamming them against the mattress. He felt some of the fight leave him, and his shoulders slumped as the next mumbled confession left his lips. I just want to be left alone. I am not ready to deal with this situation." Andromeda's features softened slightly. "I am trying to help you. If you want to help me, leave." "I'm not dropping this, Draco," she told him firmly. "But I will offer you a very generous compromise. If you come down for breakfast this once, then I won't hassle you again. I will leave food outside your door, and you can stay in here to mope all you like." "And if I refuse," he asked, "then I will drag you out of bed today, and every other day until you get the message," she warned. "And you might think you'd be able to hold me off, but I have several people downstairs who would help me, and I doubt you want your wand confiscated when you've only just had it back." "I am getting so fucking sick of people telling me what to do," he snarled, nostrils flaring as he dropped his face into his palms. "I bet you're loving this. Watching the son of the sister who betrayed you in such a pathetic state." Andromeda released a heavy breath. Not true, but I really don't have time for this," she said, turning and heading for the door. "I will wait outside your room, and if you're not dressed and ready in 10 minutes, we will do this the hard way." Draco heard the click of the door and groaned into his palms, feeling hot anger burn behind his eyes as his thoughts dragged him back to Hermione. Never would he have imagined craving the shrill pitch of Granger's voice when she was agitated, but he did. He thought of those first few weeks in her dorm, insanity creeping up on him with every word she spoke and every clash of their paths, and the sour-tasting irony almost made him chuckle with dark mirth. Funny how what had once made him question the state of his mind now seemed the only thing that felt rational and genuine. Fate was a temperamental bitch with a fetish for mindfucking. Apparently, this was how it felt to miss a lover. Like someone had fired a brutal impedimenta right to his chest, and then crushed the reasonable part of his brain and the irrational section of his heart under their heel. He wanted to scream into his pillow loud enough to slit and scratch his windpipe, or slam his fists into the wall until his knuckles splintered his flesh, and he felt somewhere close to rational or balanced again. He needed to regain control. He could picture Hermione in his head, telling him to accept the offer of a decent meal and drop the abrasive front, probably with her hands on her hips and rolling her pretty hazels at him. He would wager his questionable inheritance that she would mention the day after she'd been forced to obliviate her parents, echoing what he'd said to get the grief out of her system on that blissful day in the shower. Trust me when I say the inactivity will only do more damage. So what? You're just going to sit in your room and mope all day? Snap out of it. You have more strength than this. Draco, Andromeda called from the other side of the door, interrupting his trance. You have 5 minutes left. Another painful spasm of hunger made him cringe, and he exhaled with defeat, realizing too that his limbs felt weak and sluggish from days without nutrition. His bones cracked and protested as he left the bed, absently selecting a simple pair of black trousers and a turtleneck of the same color from the chest of drawers. Heading to meet his aunt, he glimpsed his translucent reflection in the window pane and froze. Blurry, bloodshot eyes stared back at him as he studied his face, his expression gaunt and tormented, and his normally groomed hair disheveled and knotted. He looked tenuous and flimsy, like a limbo-lingering ghost. And he didn't give a flying fuck. If you think I am bluffing, you are mistaken, Andromeda warned, and Draco glowered at the door before he grabbed his wand. You have 1 minute. Muttering a chorus of profanities under his breath, he straightened his posture and joined his aunt in the corridor, fixing her with an incensed glare. Happy now? This is hardly for my benefit, she said calmly, starting down the hall. But yes, I am glad you decided to get out of bed and show a bit of backbone. I'm only doing this to shut you up, he quickly pointed out as they walked. Remember, you said you'd leave me alone if I had breakfast this one time. I know what I said. Then let's get this over with, he mumbled, breezing past her and guessing the route to the kitchen. Draco, Andromeda said, coming up to his side. I feel I should tell you that the others already know you are here, but I haven't told them where you've been until now or who with. I thought it was best for you to decide how much you wanted to reveal to them. His brow creased with confusion. These people know me? Oh yes, she nodded.
And you know them.
Then why not just tell me who they are? Partly because it's easier just to show you, she shrugged, but he noticed the wrinkled corner of her mouth twitch. And partly for my own amusement. His bit down on his back teeth at that remark but didn't respond as they came to a stop in front of the door he presumed led to the kitchen. The seductive smell of porridge and coffee wafted into the corridor and instantly triggered more memories of slow Sundays in Granger's dorm, crunching burnt toast and smirking at her morning mussed hair. He was suddenly very aware that his witch would not be on the other side of the door, drowning in one of his oversized t-shirts and nursing a cup of tea with a book perched to her lap. He didn't have a clue who was inside Andromeda's kitchen, but it wouldn't be Hermione with a lazy, forgiving smile, and an odd bout of anxiety flooded his gut. Wait, he said, before his aunt could grip the doorknob. The people in there, do they know the things I have done? Andromeda's wrinkles deepened with her puzzled frown. Yes, they know about what happened with Dumbledore. Right, he mumbled, disgusted by the unease in his tone. Then they hate me. No, she disputed quickly, as though she had predicted his comment. They are like me, Draco, confused and wary, but willing to give you a chance to prove that you are not the evil brat everyone thinks you are. She barely gave him a moment to ponder that statement before she was nudging him forward, opening the door and thrusting him into the kitchen. Draco was instantly struck speechless, his pupils dilating and his jaw going slack as he took in the occupants of the room and tried to comprehend the implausibility of this situation. 5 sets of suspicious and guarded eyes gaped back at him, and he didn't even attempt to hide his bafflement as his erratic attention darted from one familiar face to the next. Andromeda had been right. He knew them.
He knew them well.
His brain was roaring with questions as he fixated first on Tracy Davis, balanced on the kitchen counter and nervously tapping her fingers against her knee. Stood beside her with a more pronounced scowl was Millicent Bulstrode, and on the other side of Tracy was Miles Bletchley, his back straight and his chin tilted, as if prepared for a confrontation. Draco's bewildered eyes then drifted to the 2 figures sat at the table, focusing on Theodore Knott, who was leaning back almost nonchalantly in his chair, arms folded across his chest but his eyebrows high on his forehead with surprise. And finally, Draco landed on Blaise Zabini, and he bristled under his old classmate's dark, calculating stare. Blaze's chin was rested against the back of his hand, his lips twitching as he licked his teeth, and his features fixed in a trained and unflinching mask of indifference. Only from years of experience did Draco notice the mistrustful and pensive strain of the other wizard's features. And it suddenly dawned on him. These people, who he had once considered acquaintances and even friends, were not who he remembered, and it was so obvious as they each regarded him with doubt and intrigue suitable for a stranger who had stumbled across their den, instead of the respect and camaraderie they'd shared in Hogwarts. They were no longer who they had been, and he was no longer one of them. They were different, and he was an outsider. Well, spank my arse and call me Morgana. Theo's droll voice filled the air. We thought you were fucking with us, Dromeda. For Godric's sake, Theo, she muttered, moving further into the kitchen and leaving Draco stunned in the doorway. How many times must I warn you about your language? Excuse me for trying to break the awkward silence, he shrugged. This is going to be an interesting morning. Draco felt his voice box click back into action. What the hell is going on? He blurted. What the fuck are you lot doing here? I think the more pressing question is, what are you doing here? Theo fired back, stretching his arms over his head. Everyone thought you were dead. He flinched, absently glancing at Blaze, who had yet to even blink. Everyone's? Pretty much, Tracy spoke up, and Draco noted that Bletchley subtly adjusted into a protective stance beside her. They said you got caught in the crossfire when you were trying to escape from Hogwarts. But then how? Hang on, Theo interrupted swiftly, leaning his elbows against the table. I believe it was our turn to ask a question. This isn't a fucking game, not. Draco snapped, too flustered to keep his cool. I want to know what the hell is going on. And so do we. Well, you're being an arsehole about it. Call me an arsehole again, and I'll break your face, Malfoy. Enough, Andromeda hushed their ricocheting jibes. Look, you're going to have to figure out a way to talk this out properly. I need to head back to the other house, and I'd like to believe you're all old enough to handle this maturely. Don't hold your breath. Shut it, Theo, Blaze finally spoke, shooting his companion a warning glare. How long will you be, Dromeda? Just a few hours, she said, and Draco realized how peculiarly comfortable his aunt was with his former classmates. Millicent, I was going to ask if you would mind coming with me. I might need some help sorting through the supplies. The younger witch nodded, and his aunt turned back to Blaze. You're in charge while I'm gone. Shocker, Theo rolled his eyes. Favoritism gets you everywhere. So does acting like an adult. She frowned at him, gesturing for Millicent to follow her as she headed for another door at the back of the room. Don't kill each other while I'm gone. With that, the two witches exited the kitchen, and the tense silence returned to take its place between the remaining inhabitants, and it clawed at Draco's eardrums. Blaze had barely moved during the exchange, his head still propped up by his knuckles, and still studying Draco with an intense concentration that felt almost invasive. Bletchley Davis, he addressed the pair on a sigh, slowly turning to acknowledge them. Would you mind leaving us alone for a bit? Miles seemed hesitant. How come? I think it will be easier if Malfoy only talks with Theo and I for now, he explained, his bister eyes back on Draco. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to ask questions too. Miles opened his mouth to protest, but Tracy settled her hand on his and hopped off the counter, whispering something in his ear meant only for him. All right, she said, tugging on her companion's wrist. Give us a shout if you need anything. As the couple sidestepped Draco to leave the room, Blaze kicked out a chair and cocked his head. Take a seat, Malfoy, he instructed calmly, waiting until Draco complied before he spoke again. Tell us where you've been. No, he shook his head stubbornly. Tell me what the hell you're doing here first. For fuck's sake, Theo cut in again. You don't have any right to. Give your jaw a rest and calm the hell down, Blaze told him in a low tone. Try to remember that you were in Malfoy's position not so long ago. Yes, but I wasn't the one who let the bloody Death Eaters into Hogwarts. No, but you could have been, he replied steadily. It could have been any of us. Theo's agitated demeanor faltered before he clicked his tongue and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, he breathed reluctantly. Carry on. Blaze flicked his eyes back to Draco. The Death Eaters call us the defected, and the Order calls us the enlightened, he said. I prefer to think of us as the ones who had a lucky escape. You defected? Draco repeated. Why would you? But he was interrupted when the back door flew open, and in walked Luna Lovegood with her usual air of tranquil ignorance, and the surprise of her abrupt entrance knocked the wind out of Draco's lungs. She glimpsed at him out of the corner of her eye and, aside from the slight stretch of her smile, gave no indication that she was thrown or perturbed by his presence. Morning, Lovegood, Theo greeted casually. Good morning, Theo, Blaze, she returned, and Draco didn't miss the softening of Blaze's stoic exterior when she hummed his name, nor did he miss the way Lovegood glided an affectionate hand across his shoulders as she walked past. And good morning to you, Draco. What the fuck? See, she murmured in that blank tone of hers, looking specifically at Blaze. I told you I saw him in Hogwarts at Christmas. Chapter 27, Truth. Draco gawped at Luna Lovegood like she had just predicted the day he would die. The seemingly innocent blonde flicked her eyes from Blaze over to him, and she had a slight bend to her smile that suddenly seemed deliberate and intuitive, as though she had purged his mind and kept all his secrets for leverage. And then she blinked and turned her back to them, idly washing her hands in the sink and humming under her breath like the ditzy girl he'd always assumed she was. He moved his baffled stare to Blaze, who was now wearing a subtle smirk and the telling look of a man who had answers. Draco frowned and risked a glance at Theo, expecting to see a similar expression of cocky recognition, but he looked just as confused as Draco felt. What are you on about, Lovegood? Theo asked over his shoulder. Nothing, she replied breezily. Theo arched a dark eyebrow. Looks like she's having one of her funny turns again, he mumbled, and his head jolted forward when Blaze dealt him a firm smack to the base of his skull.
Ow.
What the hell? Mind your mouth, his friend warned quietly. You're such a gobby prick. You need to gain a sense of humor, sunshine. I swear on Salazar's grave, Theo. I was going to start some of the washing, Luna announced, and again, Draco observed the clenched muscles in Blaze's face relax. Would one of you mind helping me? I could do with an extra set of hands. Sorry, Lovegood. Theo shrugged, nodding his head at Draco. We're in the middle of something. Theo, go and give Luna a hand, Blaze interrupted. I want to talk to Malfoy alone.
What?
Why the hell should you? Because you're getting on my nerves and you might as well do something useful, he grumbled, tilting his head and catching Luna's eyes for a brief moment with an almost apologetic twitch of his lips. I'm serious, Theo. Give me an hour, and then you can hassle Malfoy all you like. But, Blaze. Theo, stop bitching like a first-year Hufflepuff, he warned. Either go and help Luna, or I'll have Dramione confiscate your wand again. Theo fired Blaze an irate glare and growled, smacking his palms down on the table and brusquely leaving his seat with a piercing screech of his chair and a muttered list of profanities under his breath. 1 hour, he bit out, making his way towards the door. And remind me to spit in your food later for being such a wanker. Come on, Lovegood. Why would you remind him to spit in your food? Luna asked as she made to follow him. Seems like a silly thing to say. He says a lot of shit, Blaze mumbled, reaching out to brush his fingers against her forearm before she slipped past. If he behaves like a tosser, petrify him. Lock him in a cupboard or something, and I'll deal with it afterwards. Okay. She nodded with smiling eyes, and Draco almost choked on the air when she lifted a hand to gently touch Blaze's cheek. You look a little stressed. Have some of that herbal tea I bought you. Maybe later, he agreed, his eyes lingering on Luna's back as she retreated out of the room. With the closing click of the door, his features quickly morphed back into a stern frown, and he met Draco with a cautionary stare. Wipe that look off your face, Malfoy. You and Lovegood, he blurted incredulously. What the fuck was that? It's none of your business unless I decide otherwise. But she's...
Shut it, he snapped.
I'm not prepared to discuss the details of my relationship with Luna with you just yet, and if you knew I was in Hogwarts, then why ask me? To see if you would tell the truth, Blaze said calmly, the words slow and deliberate. Would you have told the truth? Why should I? He retorted. You're not being honest with me. I have been nothing but honest with you, Malfoy. I told you we had defected. Yes, but you haven't explained why, he interrupted. You haven't explained how you all got here. And what the hell is Lovegood doing here if this is a safe house for people who have defected? Blaise rubbed his lips together with thought and released a long breath. Luna's here because she and her father have been helping Andromeda to keep us hidden, right? Then what about you and the others? Another thoughtful pause. Theo and I came here a few weeks after you went missing. Davis and Bulstrode had already been here a couple of weeks, and Bletchley came a few days after Theo and I. Yes, but how? Dumbledore approached me in 6th year when he saw me putting my fist through a window, he continued, smirking when Draco's eyebrows shot up. Come on, Malfoy. Did you honestly think you were the only Slytherin Dumbledore was keeping an eye on? The world doesn't revolve around you, you know? What the fuck? Draco scowled, clenching his fists until his knuckles clicked. That doesn't make any sense. Last year Are you going to shut your gob and let me explain or not? Blaise snapped, waiting until Draco sat back in his seat before he resumed. I didn't listen to Dumbledore straight away, but he hesitated and cleared his throat. But when I saw how fucked up you were after taking the mark, I knew I didn't want to end up like you. Cheers, mate. So, he asked me to keep an eye on you, he revealed in a measured tone. He knew what you'd been told to do, and he'd hoped you would back out of your mission, but he knew you were determined. That's why he left a couple of signs, hoping you would defect before it was too late. Signs? Draco repeated. What signs? Who do you think asked Myrtle to talk to you in the toilets? He remarked flippantly. Did you think it was a coincidence that the Muggle-born ghost just always happened to be around? And why do you think Snape was always there to bail you out of troubles? You're serious? Draco breathed in shock, but he quickly veiled it with a snarl. And I guess Theo was spying on me for Dumbledore too? No, he replied, shaking his head. After you took the mark, all the Death Eaters started volunteering their kids to boost numbers for you-know-whose army, and Theo's father jumped right on the bandwagon. When I found Theo having a breakdown in his room, I told him to see Dumbledore, but it took a lot of convincing. Hang on a minute, Draco mumbled absently. You said you came here after I disappeared, but Dumbledore was dead. I was getting to that. Blaise cut him off. A few days after you vanished, my village bike of a mother made Theo's dad husband number 8. What? You and Theo are stepbrothers? Technically, yes, Blaise nodded, rolling his heavy brown eyes. But we reckon with my mother's track record as a 7-time widow, it won't last long. Anyway, Theo's father is a huge prick and elected both Theo and I to take the mark. We did a runner, and Dumbledore must have told McGonagall that he'd spoken to us because the night bus took us to some house in Essex, and she was waiting for us. She brought us to Andromeda, and we've been here since. Bloody hell, he murmured. But it's just you 5? What about Crabbe and Goyle? Or Pansy? Crabbe and Goyle are doing the only thing they're good at, following orders, Blaise remarked with a hint of disgust. They're probably bent over a desk right now and spreading their cheeks. As for Parkinson, the last I heard she had opted herself for the mark and was helping her dear old daddy with rounding up Muggleborns. Draco felt a surge of disappointment. His former classmates and lover had always been weak-willed. Hell, that was what had initially made them such useful allies, but he was suddenly aware of how much the dynamics and circumstances had changed since he'd been in Hogwarts. Bugger me, he whispered. Pansy took the mark? Are you honestly that surprised? No, he admitted after a moment, dropping his face into his hands and massaging his throbbing temple. This is all just fucked up. You wanted the truth, so there it is, Blaise reminded him, leaning forward in his chair with intrigue. So, now it's your turn to be honest. You already know I was at Hogwarts, Draco sighed, his voice muffled against his palms. What else could you possibly want to know? How about what you were doing with Hermione Granger on Christmas Day by the Black Lake? He countered, his lips tilting into a very Slytherin smirk, and Draco's head snapped up so quick his neck cracked. Oh yes, Luna mentioned that as well. She'd needed to get out of her room, and the kitchen felt less claustrophobic with its essential supply of coffee and biscuits, so she'd left Crookshanks snoozing on her bed and opted for the solitude that echoed off the tiles. Hermione was hunched over the dining table, scanning the sentences with exhausted eyes and searching for something useful amongst the hectic mess of witness accounts and aura statements from the First Wizarding War. Shacklebolt had managed to recover some old ministry documents and restricted texts before Voldemort's infiltration, but endless hours of poring over pages had proved futile thus far, and a volatile mixture of insomnia and heartache was making her fidgety and impatient. She was staring intently at the file between her elbows when a tear slipped past her lashes and kissed the parchment. Merlin, not again. She sighed to no one, lifting her fingers to rub her eyes until the friction started to agitate. This is ridiculous. The tears never really stopped, only subsided, and Hermione had learned 3 things in the last few days. Firstly, it was better to tolerate the damaging effects of sleep deprivation than to confront the nightmare she'd had on her first night alone, an exact replay of her final moments with Draco, except when she'd pulled away from their one-sided kiss. There'd been blood crawling down his chin, and she'd woken up screaming, retching, and convinced she could taste iron against her tongue. Secondly, the line between dedication and obsession is precariously thin. She had almost become dependent on her determination to help the Order and a little voice in her head, warned that if she put down the books, it would all become too real, and she might not handle it as well as everyone expected her to. She surrounded herself with her work, coating the walls in her borrowed room with notes she had scribbled, and only pausing to eat, nap, or practice some defensive spells with Moody or Lupin. The world around her was blurred and muffled, and that was how she needed it right now. Distraction would keep her grounded, keep her sane. And lastly, sometimes it was irrelevant how hard she focused on her tasks. Random flashbacks, be them blissful memories or disturbing ones, penetrated her concentration without regard almost hourly, always leaving her dizzy and trembling ever so slightly. The moment would pass, she would berate herself for allowing her attention to waver, and then she would get on with life, dreading the next one. They seemed to harass her most in the shower, sometimes so vivid that the steam seemed to whisper with Draco's voice, but she had taken to having the water ice cold, so her senses were on edge, and she would be alert enough to snap out of it. For the most part, she had managed to keep her composure, but every now and then, an inconvenient tear would splash against her books, like now, but she would hide it before anyone would notice. Vulnerability was not her color. Hermione, Tonk's warm voice made her start. Please don't tell me you've been up all night. No, she lied automatically, stealing a glance at the clock. It was almost 8, and she wondered where the last 4 hours had gone. She hadn't even noticed the morning birds or the faint glow of the sun. I just woke up early. If you say so, Tonks mumbled, obviously unconvinced as she slumped into the opposite chair with a little difficulty. I think the baby has actually figured out a way to squeeze my bladder. Hermione cracked a smile, but it was strained. Do you want me to make you some breakfast or something? No, I'll wait until Remus wakes up, she said. Any luck with those files from the ministries? Nothing really, but I'm not really sure what I'm looking for. Just some clue about the Horcruxes, I guess. I'll give you a hand after we've had some food, she offered, and then she fixed the younger witch with a reassuring look. He'll be okay, you know. Hermione felt her heartbeats hesitate, and her stomach did a nervous flip. What? She asked in a croaky voice. Who will be okay? Whoever it is you're missing, Tonks said as though it was obvious. I'm guessing it's the boy you mentioned when I visited you before Christmas? I'm fine, Tonks, Hermione mumbled, dropping her eyes back to the book. I just miss Harry and Ron. You've barely talked sign you've been here, and I recognize that look of girl missing her. I'm really fine, she interrupted quickly, almost frantically. I need to concentrate on this right now, and I can't. If you want to talk about him, you can talk to me, Tonks pushed, frowning when Hermione shook her head. You know, you need to have a break every now and then, or you'll drive yourself mad. Tonks, please, she tried.
Don't.
Just one question, and I'll drop the subject, Tonks insisted. If you answer honestly, I promise I won't mention him again. Huffing out a frustrated sigh and combing her hair away from her face, Hermione hesitantly tipped her head in agreement.
Fine.
One question, but that's it. Okay, she said gently, taking her time. Does he love you back? And Hermione closed her eyes, so Tonks wouldn't see her torment. The tears were back and burning the backs of her lids, but she'd be damned if she let one slide down her cheek. I honestly have no idea. Granger. Draco echoed her name before he could help it, because it just didn't sound right coming from Blaze's mouth. A sudden headache pounded behind his eyes, and he clenched them shut, forgetting to keep his expression trained with indifference. Then I guessed right, his companion remarked smugly. You are fucking her. The thud of Draco's fist against the table sent a glass tumbling to the floor, and Blaze warily shifted in his seat. Don't talk about her like that, Draco hissed between his bared teeth. I'm warning you, Zabini. Blaze had the decency to look slight taken aback. So, it was more than fucking, he mumbled, ignoring Draco's incensed glare. You like her? Zabini, I swear to Merlin. Calm down, Malfoy, he said. There's no reason to get so defensive. Luna had her suspicions. Hell, I owe her 5 galleons now. Bollocks, he scoffed. Since when is Loony Lovegood observant? You'd be surprised, Blaze replied with a subtle grin. So, are you going to tell me what happened between you and Granger? Or would you prefer I jump to conclusions? I'd prefer you minded your own sodding business, Draco spat, his body beginning to vibrate as he became more infuriated. It has nothing to do with you. Malfoy, he breathed impatiently. I am trying to do a favor. If your views on Muggleborns have changed because of Granger, like I reckon they have, then I might be able to trust you, and that would make your situation a lot easier. Draco narrowed his eyes into suspicious slits. And how exactly do you feel about Muggleborns now, Blaze? You hated them just as much as I did. No, I didn't, he argued quickly. Did you ever hear me use the word mudblood? And the only stepdad who didn't treat me like shit was a half-blood with a Muggle mother. I met her back in 5th year, and she was nice as hell, but you called people blood traitors, and it's all semantics, he said flippantly. I just repeated what you lot did. I didn't even know what mudblood meant until you said it to Granger in 2nd year. Blaze paused to watch Draco cringe at that comment. Which brings us back to the very interesting present. You and Granger. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He snarled quietly, tapping his finger against the table with frustration. Maybe a little bit, Blaze smirked. Irony tastes good in the morning.
Fuck you, Zabini.
It's not a joke. Well, if you would stop being so bloody secretive, perhaps I might take it more seriously. No, you wouldn't. Draco barked loudly, sucking in a sharp breath. You wouldn't fucking get it, Blaze. Oh, really? He challenged. In case you missed it, I am romantically involved with Luna Bloody Lovegood. You know, the girl we tortured in Hogwarts and a loyal supporter of the Order. If there's anyone who's going to understand, it's me, Draco, so you might as well just—
Yes.
Fine, he yelled, springing up from his chair and pacing a few steps away so he wouldn't have to look at Blaze. Whatever the hell is going on between you and Lovegood, Granger and I are in the same boat. Wait, fuck that. We were in the same boat. But now I'm here, and I don't know where the hell she is, and I don't know what the fuck to do. He froze where he stood, forcing tension into his limbs to stop them shaking, and trying to steady his heaving chest. The heat of his temper was simmering under his skin, and he shook his head, feeling that same destructive sense of helplessness from the night Hermione had left. He could feel Blaze's eyes studying him, but he refused to meet them, transfixed on a crack in the wall and not trusting himself to move. She was the only thing made sense, he murmured before he could think, doubting Blaze would even hear him. And now she's gone. There is nothing. Nothing that makes sense. He glanced at his silent companion and knew that he'd heard every word. Go on then, Zabini. Say whatever you're going to say. Blaze stayed still for a moment, his expression impassive, before he slowly nodded his head with something between satisfaction and approval. Welcome to the enlightened, he said evenly. Sit back down, Draco. We're going to have a coffee, and you look like you could do with something to eat. That's it, he questioned skeptically. I've heard what I needed to hear, Blaze shrugged. If you want to tell me more, You can, but I just wanted to be certain that your being here is justified and safe. Draco cocked a brow and hesitantly retook his seat. Will you tell the others that you're in love with Granger? No. I never said I was in love with her, he retorted hastily. I never used that bloody word. So, you don't love her? He started uncertainly, clicking his tongue against the roof of his mouth. I am not even going to dignify that with a response. What would you say if I asked if you loved Lovegood? I would say I do, Blaise answered without a flinch, and Draco's jaw sagged with disbelief. So what? What the hell is wrong with you? Malfoy, in case you haven't noticed, we're in the middle of a war, he said with a slight flicker of dread. We could all die tomorrow, and Luna deserves to know she isn't just some shag buddy to pass the time. Aside from that, I don't give a flying fuck what anyone thinks, and that includes you. So, if you didn't tell Granger how you really felt, then more fool you, because I hate to break it to you, Malfoy, but you might never see her again. And although it didn't show on his face, Blaise's words stabbed at Draco's chest like splinters, and he felt sick to his stomach as a crushing wave of regret struck him. I will see her again, he disputed, but the doubt was so obvious in his voice. I will. Blaise exhaled and regarded Draco with half-lidded eyes. For your sake, I hope you're right. Chapter 28. Angel. Contrary to popular belief, the infamous monument that stands tall in Piccadilly Circus is not a statue of the Greek god Eros. When Hermione had stumbled across an old Victorian text in the London Library referring to it with another name, she had naturally been intrigued and given herself a little research project to pass the time during her summer holidays before fourth year. It had originally been a statue of Eros' brother, Anteros, but had been renamed the Angel of Christian Charity for some time before being changed back to Anteros. Despite this, almost every tourism guide, signpost, and local Londoner, be them Cockney or otherwise, still call it the Statue of Eros. When she'd returned to Hogwarts, she had told Harry and Ron about her findings, and they had predictably been indifferent, but she had scolded them every time they'd called the monument its incorrect name, and they had eventually grown tired of her lectures on the importance of appreciating its true title. Ron, for some reason, had had a little difficulty with the name Anteros, and he'd kept mispronouncing it, Antros, which had only irritated her more. Somehow they had compromised, and they had started calling it the Angel of Christian Charity, for at least that had been its name at one point, and then that had simply been shortened to the Angel in the circus. She had been born at exactly 4:30 in the morning, a detail she was surprised Harry and Ron had remembered, but perhaps they really had been listening between the eye rolls and blank expressions. She had to give the boys credit. The destination was cryptic with their inside joke, and Piccadilly Circus would be busy enough with London's constant bustle for them to go unnoticed at that time, but not too busy to get disorientated. After throwing all her belongings into her charmed bag, including all the books she had yet to read and all the notes she had scribbled in the last week, she had whispered a goodbye to Crookshanks and told him to behave while she was away. It had barely passed midnight, so she sat in the kitchen for a few hours, fidgety with anticipation and drumming her nails against the dining table, always checking the time. A watched clock ticked slower. When it was almost 4, she jotted a quick note to Tonks and Lupin, apologizing for her absence when they woke up and promising to be careful. As a precaution, she charmed her hair a light blonde, a few shades darker than Draco's, and fixed her woolly scarf to veil the lower part of her face, just below her nose. With a final glance at that bloody clock, which read 4:10, she took a deep breath to ease the odd bundle of nerves in her stomach and walked out the door. She padded across the dew-licked grass until she felt a shift in the air which indicated she had gone beyond the wards, and then she operated. Sleep was an evasive bastard. There had been too many revelations in the last week. It was almost as if his body and brain were still trying to accept his separation from Hermione, and were too dented by the impact to really absorb this new environment, and the people in it. Maybe he was simply rejecting this Granger-less reality. He didn't know. It didn't matter. Nevertheless, he had passively observed the routines and conduct of his old classmates and his aunt, if only because there was hardly anything else to do. He had learned that this wasn't Andromeda's main residence but a safe house, and she was constantly returning to her home, usually with Bulstrode, who seemed to have quite a good relationship with his aunt. Davis and Bletchley were always in each other's shadow, lost in their own world. In the rare moments they emerged from their rooms for mealtimes and the like, they were rather affectionate, Tracy more so, but not to the point that it made Draco gag. Bletchley never rejected her, but he always had a protective rigidity to his posture that made the intensity of his feelings for the witch obvious. Theo was a different story. If Draco had been concerned that he was the only one having trouble with this bizarre situation, Theo was not in the same place as his companions. While the others seemed to have adapted rather well to the circumstances, Blaise had remarked how Theo had his good days and his bad days. On no less than 4 occasions, Draco had heard him mumble something derogatory about muggles and muggleborns, and Draco hadn't been able to decide if he'd felt uneasy or relieved. He might not be able to utter the word mudblood anymore, but hearing the slur was eerily familiar, and there was the faintest trace of a response to it. He was still questioning. He was still undecided. It was only when Ted Tonks had paid a visit 2 days ago that Draco had witnessed one of Theo's good days. Draco had purposely kept his distance, but he'd noticed that his aunt's husband had a laid-back and affable presence that was difficult to dislike, and Theo had lost all the revulsion in his expression. They'd played wizard's chess like it was the most normal thing in the world. The others had refrained from asking him any questions, and he had a feeling Blaise had something to do with that. Draco could see he had a silent control over the small group, absently studying everyone and everything with seemingly dull eyes, except when Lovegood was around. Draco was still trying to really grasp their bizarre relationship, but he could hardly comment considering his own attachment to Granger. Blaise and Luna had that hushed sort of love that you only noticed if you were watching, entirely expressed with lingering touches and secretive smiles. They would quietly disappear. In the evenings without a word or whisper, and on the days when Lovegood was elsewhere, Blaise would wear that distant look of a man who didn't know if his soul mate was coming home. Draco only recognized it because a similar expression had haunted his mirror every morning. Between Blaise and Luna and Andromeda and Ted, he was surrounded by taunting reminders of his own unconventional attachment to Hermione, and it all seemed so natural to them. Like breathing. Judging from the inky hue of the sky, it was somewhere between 4 and 5, and he was outside, perched on the stone steps at the front of the house. He was wearing the coat Granger had bought him, inhaling the faint remains of her scent, and flicking his wand every now and then to renew the warming charm that shielded him from the frosty chill. There was little to do but think here, and his thoughts were always as turbulent as a storm-licked sea. Tonight was no different. He didn't hear the door opening. "Good morning, Precious." Theo's droll voice broke the peace, and Draco shot him a cold look as he settled on the step next to him. "And why aren't you tucked up in beds?" "Probably the same reason as you," he said. "Morning wood." In spite of himself, Draco exhaled a low chuckle. "Not quite. Just too many thoughts to sleep." "Oh, that," Theo nodded. "Yes, this is hardly the best place to catch up on your beauty sleep, Malfoy. I would say that it gets easier, but if that was true, I wouldn't be here talking to you at 4 in the morning." "Brilliant." Theo drummed his fingers against his shin. "So you really defected then? Would I be here if I hadn't?" "Fair point," he conceded. "And how exactly do you explain your sudden tolerance for muggleborns?" "I saw that look you gave me when I said mudblood the other day." Draco sighed and closed his eyes. "A lot has changed since we last spoke. Care to elaborate?" "Not right now," he shook his head. "How can I tell you my reasons when I don't completely understand them myself?" Theo snorted and rolled his eyes. "That's just a poetic way of telling me to mind my own business." "Then mind your own business," Draco shrugged. "Why are you being such a prick, Theo? We were mates once." "Yes, but you said yourself a lot has changed since we last spoke," said Theo, somewhat coldly. "Everyone has these little fucking secrets, and Blaise, Miles, and Tracy are suddenly fine with muggles. Fuck, even you." "I'm not fine," he interrupted. "I am confused like you. And how would you know how I feel about all this?" "I saw you with Ted, Theo." You don't hate him, and he's a muggle-born. Theo rubbed his hands together and dropped his gaze to his feet. Ted's a good bloke, he started, his tone now and reluctant. In my first week here, I downed some dark potion I'd nicked from my father. I was pissed off and I just wanted out. Draco snapped his eyes over to his companion. You tried to top yourself? I don't know, he said quietly, closing his eyes. I knew the potion was dangerous, but I was just so fucking angry. It basically started eating at my organs, and it bloody hurt. Ted found me, pumped my stomach, and stayed with me for 6 hours trying to heal the damage. I asked him not to tell anyone, and he didn't. He paused and cocked his head to the side. I'd called him a mudblood the day before. The silence between them was that static kind that warned you not breathe first, thick with angst because no words would ever be appropriate to follow what Theo had confessed. Draco's brow wrinkled with his pensive frown, and he hesitantly lifted his hand and gave his old friend's back a firm pat of reassurance. Theo cocked a cynical eyebrow. If you're trying to hug me, I'll fucking backhand you. I wasn't going to hug you, wanker. Too right you weren't, he scowled. Are we done with this unnecessary and pathetic discussion? Apparently so, said Draco, frowning as Theo got to his feet and made to go inside. Huffing out an agitated breath, he tilted his head to call over his shoulder. For what it's worth, Theo, I still consider you a mate. Should I do a little happy dance? I'm just if you need to vent, then you can, all right, he offered flippantly. I know how fucked up this all is. Believe me. Theo hesitated, and Draco heard him clear his throat. Noted, he mumbled, fumbling with the doorknob. Likewise. Hermione Operat to St. James Park. She knew the area well and was careful to ensure she wouldn't be noticed, choosing a small collection of trees near the corner of Horse Guards Road and the mall. Piccadilly Circus was barely a 10-minute walk from here, and she immediately broke into a swift power walk, reciting her pre-planned route in her head for reassurance. The guttural vibrations of traffic and city sounds made her ears itch, and she bowed her head to avoid the eyes of the handful of people that she passed. On any other day, she would have lingered to admire the elaborate architecture on Carlton House Terrace, but she barely spared the regal buildings a glance as she moved up Pall Mall. The stream of pedestrians was thicker as she moved deeper into London's heart, and she gripped her wand in her pocket, remembering Moody's advice. Constant vigilance. Moving up Waterloo Place and Regent Street, she squinted her eyes as the brash advertisements of Piccadilly Circus stained the pavements with reds, blues, and greens, and then she saw the statue. She allowed herself a small sigh as she approached it with quickening strides, her eyes darting in every direction, searching for a flash of red hair or a glare of light bouncing off some spectacles. As expected, there were people speckled around the area, meandering around each other or settled on the steps at the statue's base. European tourists with overworked cameras, tipsy students who had lost their sleeping patterns, and a few busy professionals who were clearly struggling with deadlines. But no Harry or Ron. She stopped walking and folded her arms to fight to the chill, studying the statue and anxiously wondering if she had misinterpreted the letter. What if the boys had gotten her time of birth wrong? What if Hedwig had delivered the message on the wrong day? What if the letter had been intercepted or had been a decoy and she had just strolled straight into a trap like a bloody idiot? She checked her watch. 25 to 5. Punctuality had never been their strong point. Hell, 5 minutes late was early for Harry and Ron, but risks breed doubts, and then paranoia sneaks up on you before you notice. She had almost made up her mind to abandon the whole plan, but something that felt like intuition crawled up her spine, and her eyes snapped to the side and locked on 2 figures marching in her direction. The familiar, rusty tint of Weasley hair was absent, replaced with a deep brown shade. There were no glasses, black hair had been turned fair, and both faces had been altered slightly with different skin tones and missing freckles. But she would have known them anywhere. She was frozen for a second, but then she burst into a sprint, relieved tears prickling her eyes as she rushed towards them. They were running too, whipping around the late-night Londoners, and she lunged at them when they were close enough, wrapping her arms around two necks and relaxing into two pairs of awkwardly positioned arms. The trio stayed that way for a few peaceful moments, and then Hermione was ripping herself out of the familiar embrace and slapping her palms against their chests.
Ow.
Ron grumbled. Hermione, what the? Don't you two ever leave like that again, she snapped, batting away their hands. I could bloody kill the pair of you. I told you she'd be angry, Harry mumbled with a slight grin. Too right, I'm angry, she scolded. I haven't seen you in months. We missed you too, said Ron in warm tone, but Hermione avoided his attempt to drape an arm across her shoulders. He gave her a wounded look, and a pang of guilt hit her chest. What's wrong, Hermione? Nothing, she sighed, avoiding his eyes. It will be light soon. We should get going. Where have you been staying? Her two friends shared an uncertain look. Well, Harry mumbled. It's a long story, but we've kind of been moving around a lot. We thought areas away from the cities would be best, but we don't really know many. What was that forest you visited with your families? The Forest of Dean, she supplied. Yes, that's actually not a bad idea. But we need to get more supplies, Harry explained, gesturing to the rucksack hanging off his shoulder, the bag she had given him before he'd left, complete with an undetectable extension charm. The tent we had is falling apart, and I have a tent, she interrupted, patting her own charmed bag. I have been collecting things I thought we might need since you two left. What about food? Ron piped up with his rather predictable request. We're running low. I have everything we need, she told them, frowning when she realized the morning was already beginning to lighten the sky. Come on, we should go. Let's find somewhere to apparate from. You're right, we should move, Harry nodded, and the three of them started to move down Shaftesbury Avenue. Honestly, Hermione, we have so much to tell you. You wouldn't believe what's happened since we left you. Hermione clenched her eyes shut for a moment and thought of Draco. Yes, she murmured absently. I have some rather unbelievable things to tell you myself. Chapter 28, Part 2, Adapt. A week later. Draco rested his weight against the wall, his eyes fixed on his aunt, who was clearly fighting back the tears. Andromeda had told them yesterday that Ted was going on the run. They'd received an anonymous warning, possibly from the Order, that the Ministry had been informed of Ted's whereabouts, and it was only a matter of time before they came looking for him. Theo had been quick to react, and he had dented the wall with his fist, demanding to know why Ted couldn't remain with them in the safe house. Ted had had to calm him down, explaining that if Voldemort's followers knew he was being concealed, they would probably conduct a thorough search, and there was a risk that their hideout would be discovered. If they knew he was on the run, they would hunt him, and any attention would be diverted. To put it bluntly, Ted was putting his life on the line to help a group of teens he hardly knew. Theo had been right. Ted was a decent bloke. That notion had stirred a sobering amount of respect within Draco for his ephemeral uncle, and suddenly, there was a second Muggle-born in the world who he didn't despise. And just like Hermione, this Muggle-born was being forced to disappear from his life too soon. It was almost like fate was taking time out of her busy schedule just to screw with his head. She would plant these people in his path that would make him forget all his birth-taught prejudices, and then she would just rip them away like flimsy poppy petals, and he was left sore with confusion. Draco shifted his attention to his uncle, who was ruffling Davis's hair and mumbling some parting words to Bletchley and Bulstrode. Beside Draco, Theo was rigid with tension, fists clenched and quaking slightly, and his teeth grinding behind his pursed lips. His eyes fell to Blaise and Lovegood, noting that their fingers were intertwined, almost hidden, except from Draco's angle, and Blaise was stroking absent-minded circles against the back of her hand. Their fingers disentangled as Ted approached them, and Lovegood fell into his warm hug with that familiar distracted smile of hers. Remember to stay away from unripe blueberries and mistletoe, she said as she pulled away. You don't want to upset some nargles. Draco arched an eyebrow, but resisted the urge to scoff at her comment. I'll do that, Ted replied with a fond smile, leaning forward to shake Blaise's hand. Help Andromeda keep these lot in line while I'm gone. Of course, Blaise frowned. Good luck, mate. Draco straightened his spine when Ted turned to him next, nearing him with a serious expression that made Draco feel a little apprehensive and awkward. "You look after my wife," Ted said in a hushed tone, so only they would hear. "Look after your aunt, okay?" Uncertain what to say, Draco slowly inhaled and simply nodded his head, and the small gesture seemed to be enough to appease his uncle. Shifting his weight with discomfort, he averted his eyes as Ted finally moved over to Theo, and Draco cocked his head so he could discreetly catch the hushed words of their conversation. "Your temper, count to 10, Ted advised. "And just try to think before you speak." "Yes, yes," Theo grumbled dismissively, and Draco didn't have to see him to know he was rolling his eyes. "Hug a Hufflepuff and all that bollocks." "You are a good lad, Theo," Ted cut him off. "I can see that, Dromeda can see that, and all them here can see that. You need to have more faith in yourself." "Whatever," Theo mumbled after a sigh, and Draco glanced at them to find them shaking hands. "Just come back alive, all right?" "Sure," Ted agreed casually. Too casually. And he gave Theo a firm pat on the shoulder before he headed back towards Andromeda, pausing midway and scrutinizing the silent inhabitants of the room with critical eyes. "Well, you lot look bloody miserable. You know, I'll be back before you even notice I've gone." Nobody said a word for some slow and stretched seconds, and for some reason, Draco found himself staring at Blaze and Lovegood's rejoined hands. Just when the silence began to ring in their ears, Andromeda reached forward to tug on her husband's arm, and all the persistent optimism on his face drained away. "Come on, love," she bade, her voice trembling slightly. "You have to go, and I would like to say my goodbyes." "It's all right," Blaze spoke up. "We'll leave you." "No, it's fine," Ted stopped him, taking Andromeda's elbow. "We'll go outside." He hesitated and flashed the sullen Slytherin a final cheerful smile. "I'll see you all soon." The moment the couple had left the room, there was a collective whisper of released breaths, and the prior silence was shattered as everything started to move again. Tracy was sniffing a little and doing a shoddy job at hiding it, and Miles led her out of the room, closely followed by Millicent. A moment later, Draco flinched when Theo abruptly pounded his fist into the wall and stormed out the door, spitting out a list of profanities as he went. "Theo," Blaze called after him, but all that responded was a few thuds of inanimate objects being hurled to the floor, and Blaze growled as he turned to Luna. "I'm going to make sure he doesn't do something stupid." And then it was just Draco and Lovegood. He focused on his shoes and chewed his tongue, waiting for her to leave her seat and go after them, but she barely moved. "You didn't shake his hand," Luna remarked in her usual dreamy tone. "I barely knew the man." "But you would have liked to," she said, and her blunt comment threw him for a moment. He shot her a cold look. "What are you getting at, Lovegoods?" "Nothing. It was just an observation," she shrugged, and the distant snap of apparition punctuated her words. "That will be Ted leaving." "No shit. Maybe you should go and see if Andromeda needs anything, and what the fuck could I possibly offer her?" He spat defensively. "Sometimes, another presence is all someone needs," Luna mumbled as she walked past him. "Even if it is a reluctant one." Finally alone, Draco found himself waiting for his aunt to return from outside, tapping his foot impatiently against the floorboards and contemplating whether he should bother at all. After 5 minutes of staring at the door, his curiosity, and perhaps something else, got the better of him, and he huffed out an agitated breath as he decided to see exactly what was keeping Andromeda. He found her sitting on the stone steps at the front of the house, the steps he had routinely rested upon when everyone had retired to bed, and he had masochistically lost his mind to thoughts and memories of Granger. He could tell from the slight trembling of her shoulders and her bowed head that she was crying, and something that almost felt like empathy caught him completely off guard. "What do you want, Draco?" she asked suddenly. He licked his teeth and wondered what he had actually planned to accomplish from this, but his shoulders slumped in defeat, and the truth found him before he could reject it. "I wanted to tell you that perhaps you were right," he muttered, almost half hoping she wouldn't hear him. "Perhaps you and I are not so different." Hermione was reading the copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard that Dumbledore had left her in his will. The story of the three brothers and their deal with death had become a favorite of hers, and melancholic legends and the white glow of her lumos were good company at midnight while Harry and Ron slept. It was her turn to keep watch tonight, which suited her just fine. She had almost become paranoid that she would mumble Draco's name in her sleep when the nightmares ensnared her subconscious. She was also doing her best to avoid spending too much time alone with Ron, always making sure Harry was nearby or making excuses when he tried to initiate something that could lead to something beyond the realms of friendship. Adapting to this new set of changes had been more difficult than she'd anticipated, despite the familiar company of Harry and Ron. Conversation had been a little awkward on her part, as she would overthink everything she said, careful not to mention something that could somehow contain any hints of her time with Draco. For the most part, she had simply listened to the boys as they'd explained what had happened in her absence. They had told her about their short stay at Grimmauld Place, and how they had established that RAB had been Regulus Black's initials. They had described how a short interrogation with Creature had led them to Mundungus Fletcher, an original member of the Order who had turned to petty theft. A quick trip to Diagon Alley, and they had recovered the Horcrux, but they had struggled to find a method to destroy it, and the negative energy had caused some severe friction between her two best friends, although they had seemed hesitant to tell her what they had argued about. They had decided to leave Grimmauld Place, and had flitted between various locations when it became clear that Voldemort would eventually overthrow the Ministry. They had camped in woodland areas on the outskirts of the cities, occasionally returning to Grimmauld Place to search for any clues about a method to destroy the locket. They'd been camping in Epping Forest when they discovered the Sword of Gryffindor, and her brow furrowed when she realized they'd never explained. A twig snapped behind her, and she dropped the book and whipped around, her wand trained on her harmless target. "Whoa," Harry whispered, holding up his hands. "It's just me, Hermione." "Bloody hell, Harry, you made me jump," she breathed, lowering her wand as he came to sit beside her on the grass. "Everything okay?" "It's fine. I just couldn't sleep. Thought I'd keep you company." "Yes, of course," she nodded. "Actually, I was just thinking about something. You never said how you came across Gryffindor's sword." "How did you—" "My mother," Harry blurted, and Hermione watched an odd expression steal his face. "I know it sounds crazy, but just hear me out on this. A Patronus led me to it. And the Patronus was a doe. My mother's Patronus." Hermione felt her heart sink as she recalled the night she had left Hogwarts, remembering the moment when she and McGonagall had been warned about the Ministry's fall by Snape's Patronus. A doe Patronus. A part of her contemplated if she should tell Harry about the secrets of their old professor. After all, McGonagall had made it very clear that the information was not to be repeated, but it seemed too cruel to allow her best friend to clutch to some deluded belief that his mother was contacting him from the other side. "Harry," she started with a grimace. "That wasn't your mother's Patronus." "Look, I know how it sounds." "No, Harry, but who else would have a doe Patronus who would lead me to—" "It was Snape," she rushed out, and Harry's eyes widened behind his glasses. "I know it sounds bizarre, but when I was in Hogwarts, McGonagall told me that he's a spy for the Order, but he killed—" "I know," she sighed. "But it wasn't that simple. Dumbledore asked Snape to carry out the task so that—" She caught the emotion building in her voice as she prepared to say his name. "So that Draco's soul would be saved. I think there's more to it, but I know that Dumbledore asked Snape to kill him. Snape's been on our side all along." Harry's expression flickered between shock and disbelief. "No," he mumbled, shaking his head. "That's impossible." "Harry, I saw his Patronus," she carried on. "He sent it to warn us that the Death Eaters were coming to Hogwarts, and it was a doe." "But that doesn't make any sense," Harry exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. "Why the hell would Snape have the same Patronus as my mother?" "I don't know," Hermione confessed wearily. "Perhaps it's just a coincidence." "I need to get my head around this," he muttered to himself, turning away from her. "I need to think. Harry, I'm sorry. I just need some time alone," he said, taking a few steps in the opposite direction. "Just give me a moment, and then I need you to tell me everything." Hermione felt the guilt swallow her chest. "Not everything," Not about Draco. Not yet. Okay, she agreed. Just don't go beyond the wards, Harry. The darkness sucked him in like hungry tar, and she was alone again, wondering what chaotic thoughts were stampeding through her friend's head right now. Merlin knew she had hardly taken the revelation about Snape's covert activities well all those months ago, and she began thinking of what she should say when he came to her for more details. She dropped her troubled gaze, and it landed on the tales of Beetle the Bard. The wind flicking its pages like ghostly wind died down, and she concentrated on the small symbol scrawled on the displayed page. The triangle, the circle, and the line. She'd noticed the odd mark a few times and never paid it much heed, but something had just clicked. With a gasp leaving her lungs, she delved into her bag and rummaged for a book she'd read at Hogwarts. And the words Deathly and Hallows were on the tip of her tongue. Chapter 29 Weeks. Hermione flicked aside another page with a huff of irritation. After some intense reading about the Deathly Hallows and a futile hunt for any documented hints about the whereabouts of the Elder Wand, she had returned to her obsessive research on the Horcruxes. After a few weeks, with nothing accomplished but bags under her eyes and chewed fingernails, she could feel the inevitable tension sneaking up on Harry, Ron, and herself. It was only natural, she knew. While they would always be the closest of friends, spending every second of every day with only meters for personal space and drowning in all this angst and apprehension was taxing, to say the least. It didn't help that they were all trying to deal with their individual troubles. Harry was constantly uneasy, blaming himself for every death and swinging between moods of melancholy and madness, while Ron constantly fretted about his family and struggled to realize his significance in their little group, leaving him frustrated and testy. She knew she was hardly helping his insecurities with her rejection of anything that could lean towards something beyond friendship, but the thought of anyone other than Draco murmuring against her lips made her feel queasy and unfaithful. And therein lied her own problems, guilt and heartache. Hermione scorned herself for lying to Harry and Ron, but she went to bed each night begging nameless gods that she wouldn't call out Draco's name in her sleep, so she could keep the secret just that little bit longer. But she could feel the confession eagerly waiting on the tip of her tongue. Lying to them was simply too hard on her conscience. Hermione, Ron's voice stole her, and she met his eyes over her shoulder. Do you want some food? No, thank you, she said, knowing Harry was resting in the tent. I think I may be onto something, so I ought to keep reading. The inevitable disappointment marred his boyish features. You could come and sit with me for a little while? I'll come back up in a moment, she offered. I won't be long. Okay, he sighed with a nod, pivoting on his feet to walk the short distance back to the tent, his shoulders hunched with defeat. Ron, she called, frowning when he didn't turn back to acknowledge her. Happy birthday. A week later, Draco had forgotten what it felt like to have sunrays kiss his face. February had come and gone, and March had brought some spring heat to warm the breeze. He was in his usual spot, sat on the stone steps and trying to ignore the irritating voices of Bletchley and Davis, who were having an unnecessarily loud lovers' tiff inside the house. He absently realized he'd been here just over a month now, residing in Andromeda's safe house with the defected Slytherins. A month without Granger. A fucking month. The notion that time heals all wounds does not apply to the scars of young lovers separated too soon. Draco still felt as damaged as the day Granger had cried in the rain and sent him here. He drifted between moments of blistering anger to a damning numbness that made his bones vibrate beneath his skin. He had tried to distance himself from the others, preferring to linger on the outside and only involve himself with their discussions when he decided the solitude was getting to him, but he seemed to find himself interacting with them more and more as the weeks rolled by. Since Ted's departure, Andromeda's sleeping pattern had deteriorated and hidden itself under the floorboards, much like his, and sometimes they would find each other in the kitchen during the lonely hours before dawn. They would sip lukewarm coffee and pass the nights with only a handful of sentences between them, and although neither of them would ever admit it, their odd routine became something of comfort. And it wasn't just his aunt's company that helped to keep him sane. Draco and Theo had taken to playing wizard's chess in the afternoons, and Blaise would often join them when Lovegood was elsewhere, like she had been for the last 7 days. As if to punctuate that thought, Blaze burst through the door so violently that it slammed against the wall and shuddered on its hinges. He surged straight past Draco without acknowledgement, his strides heavy and harsh, and his wand clenched firmly in his trembling fist. Draco remained silent as Blaze came to an abrupt stop a few meters away and raised his arm to hurl a nonverbal curse at one of Andromeda's apple trees. It exploded with a shrill bang, and cindering splinters rained down with red and orange sparks. "Feel better?" Draco questioned. "No," Blaze spat, slowly turning around. "I just felt like killing something innocent." Unable to think of a response, Draco simply studied his old friend, from the shadow of week-old stubble glittering on his jaw, to the broken skin of his chapped lips, and to his swollen and bloodshot eyes. Insomnia is never a secret. It carves itself into your appearance. Seeing Blaze so affected by Lovegood's absence made Draco feel uncomfortable, for Blaze had always been the rational one, while Theo had a volatile nature that often led to outbursts, and Draco decided he was somewhere in between the two. "Those two are doing my fucking head in," said Blaze, his voice hoarse as he started to pace back and forth, screaming at each other like a pair of 10-year-olds over something they can't even remember. "They'll calm down in a bit. And Theo is pissing me off. Zabini, just take a seat. You're giving me motion sickness. It's been 7 fucking days, Malfoy," he blurted. 7. She's usually gone for 3, maybe 4 at the most. "Something happened. Blaze, just relax." "Don't tell me to bloody relax, Malfoy," he spat. "You don't know." "I don't know what?" Draco cut him off, narrowing his eyes. "You think 7 days is bad? Trying a fucking month?" Blaze hesitated. "You mean Granger?" he asked with a cynical tone. "It's different." "No, it's not." "You finally admit you love her then?" he challenged. Draco broke their eye contact and stared at the smoking remains of the apple tree. "Ask me again when something good happens." He closed his eyes. "Ask me on a day when nobody dies." Luna came back that evening and told them to turn on the radio, rambling about something called Potterwatch. Blaze shaved. Draco wore the coat Granger had given him and destroyed 2 apple trees. Another week later, in her dream, people were screaming, and she could neither move nor blink. Draco, Harry, and Ron were calling her name somewhere behind her, but she couldn't turn her head to find them, and the blood of the fallen was crawling her legs like a morbidly beautiful parasite. She willed her dream doppelganger to twist or budge, but it was futile, so she stopped fighting and just listened to the voices. "Do you think Hermione's been acting a little odd recently?" It was Ron's voice, and it sounded clear and close. She concentrated on it, and the howls of the dying started to weaken, and the dream began to fade. "What do you mean?" Harry's voice. She managed to blink, and her surroundings morphed into the familiar inside of their tent. Sucking the air through her teeth and shaking off the disturbing remains of her nightmare, she scanned the space for her 2 best friends and found their shadows near the entrance, flickering across the fabric. They were outside the tent, and she could hear the staccato crackling of a fire as she tried to catch their mumbled conversation. "She's just," Ron sighed. "She's been really quiet, and she's always reading one of those books." She heard Harry scoff. "That sounds like classic Hermione to me." "She won't let me touch her." Ron rushed out, and Hermione frowned into her pillow. "And I don't mean like that. She won't let me hug her or anything, and it's like she doesn't want to be alone with me." "Maybe she's just trying to focus on finding the Horcruxes," Harry offered. "You know what she's like when she sets her mind on something." "No, it's something else," Ron argued. "Do you think she might still be mad about the lavender thing? I mean, I know I screwed up with that, but I thought after what happened at Bill and Fleur's wedding—" "Please don't give me any specifics. That we would be all right now," he continued quickly. "That we would be together and stuff like boyfriend and girlfriend or something." Hermione grimaced and closed her eyes, Ron's words eating away at her conscience. "Maybe she's just upset about something, like the whole thing with her parents," she heard Harry suggest with obvious uncertainty. "You could always ask her." "I'd say something stupid to make it worse." "You could ask her for me, though." Ron, I'm not sure that's a good idea, and I don't really want to get involved, but she'll probably talk to you about it, Ron pushed. Even if I try to talk to her, she would just make some excuse and leave. I told you, she won't be alone with me, and what makes you think she would talk to me about it? Because you two are close with things like that. You said yourself that you're like brother and sister. Yes, but please, mate, said Ron, and Hermione's heart sank at the desperation in his voice. She hated that she was the cause of it. Just give it a go, and then maybe I could. Just give it a little more time, Harry mumbled so quietly that she barely heard it. She might still be a little upset that we left her behind. No, it's something else. Just give her a bit longer, Ron, said Harry, his words firm this time. Everyone is going to be acting differently right now because everything is different. Hermione probably had a few things going on at Hogwarts that she's thinking about, like the whole thing with Snape. There's probably other stuff, too. Yeah, like maybe she doesn't see me that way anymore, Ron mumbled, so quietly Hermione barely heard him. Maybe she started to like someone else. She inhaled a sharp breath and locked it in her lungs, keeping as still as possible when the voices of her two friends paused. Her pulse sped up a little, and she wondered if she had indeed whispered something indicative in the rare hours that granted her sleep.
Ron.
Is that so hard to believe, Harry? He went on. We weren't with her for months. She could have easily fallen for someone else like Justin or Michael or Merlin. It could be anyone. You don't know that. But it could have happened. And you know, of course I'd be gutted and everything, but I'd rather she told me. You're jumping to conclusions, Harry interrupted tiredly. I think you should just leave her for a little while, but if nothing changes, you'll talk to her for me? Yes, all right, Harry groaned. But I think you're getting worked up over nothing. Cheers, mate, said Ron, and she knew he would be forcing a tight grin. Hey, pass me the radio. I want to see if that Potterwatch thing is... Hermione felt the guilt nibbling at her heart again, and she blanked out their voices as a lone tear skimmed down her cheek and stained her pillow. She tucked her chin against her chest, and the comforting ghost of Draco's scent, still barely trapped in his t-shirt, fell against her tongue. It really hit her at that moment, just how much her secret was pushing pressure into the cracks of her relationship with her best friends. She knew then that she would have to tell Harry and Ron. Another week. In a rare incident of reluctant rapport, Andromeda, Luna, and the defected Slytherins, minus Tracy and Miles, who had yet to emerge from bed, somehow ended up meeting for breakfast in the kitchen that morning. Draco scowled at the back of his aunt's head when their elbows clashed, causing him to pour a little too much milk into his tea, but she was too busy trying to prepare food with rushed spells and a clumsy wand arm to notice. Rolling his eyes and deciding that starting from scratch would be pointless, he joined Millicent, Theo, Luna, and Blaise at the table and stared at the steam rising from his mug. You make it the Muggle way, Luna remarked, dragging him from a daydream before it had even started.
What? Your tea, she said.
You always make it the Muggle way. I noticed that, Theo chimed in. Your food too, now I think about... So? Draco shrugged. What's your point? You're a spoilt prat who is used to taking the easiest option, said Blaise curtly. You would normally use magic. I didn't have my wand when I was staying in Hogwarts, but you have it now. I've just gotten into the habit of doing it myself. Draco shot his friend an impatient glare. Merlin, you lot are fucking nosy. Is the new way better than the old way? Luna asked suddenly. His attention shifted to her, his eyes wary and calculating. After fractured weeks in the eccentric presence of Lovegood, he had learned that she wasn't the dim-witted girl he had always expected she would be. On the contrary, he was convinced that everything she said had a hidden meaning or a riddle attached to it, which irritated him to no end, and he was just about to tell her to mind her own business when the radio in the center, if the table screeched. Since Lovegood had introduced them to the pirate program, the radio had remained in the kitchen, and he had half-listened to two broadcasts, which had featured River, Romulus, and Royal attempting to calm the public and encourage them to assist Muggles. He watched Lovegood tap her wand against it and mumble the appropriate password, Patfoot this time, and as the sullen voice of River floated into the kitchen, Draco felt his gut twist with anxiety. Listeners, we don't have much time. Draco did a quick scan of the room and knew they all felt it too, a foreboding knot of apprehension in their chests. Andromeda had paused her ministrations and was nervously wringing her hands, her eyes fixated on the radio. The others were all so still and rigid that it looked like their bones might shatter beneath their flesh, particularly Theo, who seemed to be holding his breath. It is with great regret that we inform you that we have learned of several deaths that have not been reported by the Wizarding Wireless Network News. In his peripheral vision, Draco saw Lovegood grasp Blaze's hand so tight, her nails sliced into his knuckles. Fuck, he missed Granger. We can confirm that the following people have been murdered. Everything got a little blurry for Draco at that point. Annabelle Snowbloom, Samantha Jones, Lewis Gibson. He didn't recognize those names. Ted Tonks. He heard his aunt take in a shuddering breath, and that's when everything began to fall apart. He couldn't tear his eyes from the radio, but he heard the drumming of stumbling footfalls and an unnatural strangled sound as Andromeda ran for the back door with sobs clogging her throat. Theo was up on his shaky legs a second afterwards, staggering out of the room and knocking over glasses and ornaments as he went. Draco kept listening. Dirk Cresswell. Fuck, Blaze swore behind his teeth. I should. No, Draco heard Lovegood say. You go and check on Theo. Millicent, and I will go to Andromeda. There was another rumble of rushing footsteps and chairs clattering to the floor. A door opened, and the broken cries of Andromeda harassed Draco's ears before the door slammed shut and cut them off. Draco, Blaze called. Come on, I might need a hand with Theo. Blaze's voice barely registered. A goblin by the name of Gornick. Draco, come on. Just give me a minute, he hissed quietly. Matthew Greenweed. There was a heavy thud from upstairs and the piercing crash of exploding glass. Blaze growled from the door. Draco, will you just... I said just give me a fucking minute, he roared. What the hell? I need to... His voice broke for a moment. I just need to make sure that Granger isn't on that fucking list, okay? That must have been good enough because he heard Blaze sprinting up the stairs, followed by muffled yells and heavy thuds that made the ceiling lights judder. Timothy Stevenson, Grace Hartwood. He was panting, and his heartbeat was pounding against his eardrums. And Dominic McGrath. We have to go off the air now, but as we do, we ask you to take a moment's silence in memory of those who have fallen. Keep safe and keep faith. Draco let go of a moaning breath and dropped his head with relief. He stole some selfish seconds to let all the trepidation ooze out of his pores, but a choked scream from upstairs snapped him out of his alleviating trance, and with uncooperative limbs, he stood up and went in search of Blaze and Theo. He followed the sounds of scuffling and disconcerting whines that sounded too raw to be human to Theo's room, and he found carnage. A section of Theo's desk was charred and smoking. The window had been smashed through with what Draco guessed was a chair, and there was blood smeared across the spiderweb cracks of the destroyed mirror. His eyes trailed the path of blood down the wall and across the floorboards until they landed on Blaze and Theo. They were struggling on the floor, Blaze desperately trying to keep a hold of Theo's hands and distribute his weight to gain some balance. Draco realized then that there was a wand a couple of feet away, and Theo was trying to drag himself over to it, hooking his nails into the splinters of the floor. There were shards of mirror glass embedded in Theo's skin, glinting in the morning sun, and Draco cringed when one of Theo's fingernails split and ripped away from his cuticle, and he let out a pathetic whimper. He didn't stop reaching for his wand, though. Draco, bloody help me, Blaze demanded. Grab his arms. He blinked to clear his head before he did as instructed, grasping Theo's elbows and giving them a firm tug so they were behind his back. Draco noticed the sweat gathering between Theo's shoulder blades and dribbling down his temple as Blaze altered his stance and helped to keep Theo's arms locked in place. Get the fuck off me, he screamed. Blaze, I swear I will crucio you when I get free. Where is your wand? Blaze asked Draco. Downstairs. Shit, mine too. I am warning you, Blaze. Theo threatened furiously. Let me go. Theo, breathe, said Blaze steadily. Come on, mate. Fuck you. Easy, Theo, Blaise tried. Just breathe in, and then out.
Come on.
Just try it. Draco heard him swallow a huge gulp of air, and Theo was shaking so violently that his limbs contorted in disturbing shapes and angles. Then he started to retch and gag, and Draco hesitantly patted Theo's back as he heaved up his stomach contents, and the acidic stench of bile invaded the room. Easy, mate, Blaise mumbled quietly. There you go. Foo fuck them, Theo choked between heaves. I hate them. It will be all right, Blaise soothed. It will be all right. But Draco didn't believe him. Not a week. Just the hours of daylight. Hermione flicked her wand to awaken the dying fire. It was her turn to keep watch tonight, and she had ventured a good distance away from their camp to escape the repetitive drone of Ron's snoring, mindful to stay within the wards. She tilted her head and looked back up to the cloudless sky, a deep blue canvas speckled with blinking stars, and she decided it was all too calm. Too beautiful. They'd listened to the Potterwatch broadcast earlier, and Hermione's heart had sank for Tonks. If her calculations were correct, Tonks was only a few days away from her due date, and she couldn't begin to comprehend how her friend would be feeling under the circumstances. And Annabelle Snowbloom. Yes, she'd only met the woman for a fleeting moment in time, but sometimes the briefest of encounters can leave the boldest of imprints on your memory. Hermione simply found it all so bizarre that there were wizards and witches being slaughtered amongst the flames of war, and here she was, studying constellations with a book in her lap, and only the snapping sounds of embers that to disturb the peace. For the 100th time, she caught herself staring at the 14 stars that outlined the constellation in the shape of a dragon, and she closed her eyes to savor a daydream of Draco sighing against her neck. Her eyes snapped open and she straightened her spine when a second set of breaths accompanied hers. Her conscience was itching again. You should be resting, Harry, she mumbled guiltily as he neared her. You kept watch last night, so you must be tired. I can't sleep, he replied, dropping to the ground to sit beside her. I thought I'd come keep you company, and I wanted to talk to you. Are you going to ask me why I've been avoiding Ron? She questioned before she lost her nerve, and she frowned when Harry's eyebrows lifted with bewilderment. I heard you two talking about it several nights ago. Hermione, we didn't mean anything by it. I know, she hushed him. I'm not upset or anything. I mean, Ron was right, I have been acting differently around him, and you are entitled to explanation, but I am uncertain how to explain this. You know you can tell me anything, said Harry softly. It's okay. I'm not sure if she trailed off, but she shook her head firmly. No, I need to tell you. Hermione, Ron was right. She rushed out. I don't feel anything romantic towards him like I used to, and there is someone else. Harry tilted his head, and she could see a flicker of disappointment behind his glasses. We thought that might be the case, he confessed. Well, that's okay. It's not that part I'm worried about, she moaned, and she had to avert her eyes. The dance of the flames captivated her for a moment. I need to figure out how to tell you this. Hermione. Right, she said with conviction. Hell, she had started now. Remember what I told you about Snape? Well, he came back to Hogwarts to ask McGonagall a favor, and I was there, and, the favor was to hide. She hesitated before she said his name. Draco from you-know-who, because he failed his mission and… Malfoy? Harry asked in a stunned tone. Malfoy was at Hogwarts? We thought he was dead. No, she whispered. He's very much alive. Anyway, McGonagall asked me to keep an eye on him, I guess, and he was staying in my dorm, and we lived together for a few months. I don't understand, Harry interrupted, looking completely lost. What does Malfoy have to do with this? Everything, Hermione blurted, and she met her best friend's confused stare because she had to. Her heart went wild in ribcage. This was it. Harry, it's him, it's Draco. She felt her chest constrict when her best friend physically recoiled at her words. What are you? Now just listen to me, she stuttered. When he was living in my dorm, I got to know him, and I developed feelings for him, and it just sort of happened. You're actually serious, he murmured incredulously, getting to his feet and backing away from her. Hermione, are you? He's not what you think he is, she rambled desperately, following him as he moved away. He's not, I swear. He's a bloody Death Eater's. Harry exclaimed. How could you even think that? He's not really one of them, she argued quickly. You know he's not. You said yourself that he wouldn't have actually killed Dumbledore, and that excuses everything else? No, of course not, she tried, and she felt the tears begin to burn. But he's not like that now. Harry, I swear if you could just speak to him, you would see. I would see the same evil prat who did everything he could to make our lives hell. No, you wouldn't, she disputed adamantly. He's different now. Think about Regulus, Harry.
And Snape.
It's not always so black and white. People can change. People do change. Not him. Harry, just listen. You betrayed us. He's not one on their side. He's not on our side, though. Harry, please trust my judgment on this, she implored, grabbing his arm and forcing him to face her. You are best friend, practically my brother, and I need you to try and understand. A pained expression crossed his features. Hermione, I don't think I can. Harry, you know me, she continued. If I thought there was any way that he would still be associated with the Death Eaters, then I wouldn't. I just can't. I'm sorry for lying to you, she said sincerely. I really am, but not for getting involved with him. I know, she stammered. No, I don't regret what happened. Do you love him? Asked Harry suddenly.
What?
Do you love him? Hermione swallowed back the lump in her throat. Yes, I do. He grimaced and pulled away from her, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. She could see the conflict etched in every muscle of his face as he began to pace for some lingering minutes, glancing back at her and shaking his head. She wanted to continue defending Draco, but she doubted it would help the matter, and as the silence stretched out between them, she could see the horror slowly leaving Harry, until he released a heavy breath and paused his steps. I'm not going to pretend I understand, he said finally. I don't think I ever could. Harry, but you are my best friend, he carried on, looking completely defeated. I love you like a sister, Hermione, and I'm thinking about the people who were killed today, and the likelihood that we will all survive this war is not looking brilliant. You don't know that. We can win this, but we might not, he stopped her. And I would never want you and I to end on bad terms after everything we have been through. You have stood by me through all the insane decisions I have made with no questions asked, and perhaps I can return that favor, I think. Harry, I'm not saying I'm happy about it, he told her. Far from it. I think you are completely wrong about Malfoy, and I don't think that opinion will ever change, but it's not like he's here and I have to see it, so I will tolerate it, I guess. Okay, Hermione accepted his response with a weary frown. Well, thank you. Now, I just need to figure out how to tell Ron. You can't tell him, Harry interjected swiftly. No way. What do you mean? She asked. He needs to know. I feel like I'm leading him on, and it's cruel. Hermione, it would devastate him if he knew about Malfoy, he reasoned. And he's got enough to think about. Didn't you see him today, when they were announcing who had been murdered? All his family are involved in this war. I can't keep lying to him, Harry. He loves you, he stated as though it was obvious. He hasn't said it, but I can tell he does. Harry, she groaned. That's all the more reason. You can't tell him, he said firmly, brushing past her. I'm going to bed. Tomorrow we act like this conversation never happened. Okay? Hermione sighed, looking back at the withering fire as she numbly nodded her head with assent. She could hear Harry's footsteps getting distant as he returned to the tent, and she was alone again. Retaking her seat on the ground, her eyes went back to the sky and sought out the constellation that stirred memories, and it was as if nothing had changed. The lies and secrets remained, and her conscience felt just as bruised as before. Chapter 30, Taboo. Hermione blinked away the blurry fog of sleep and tried to focus. She felt it before she saw it, something in her hand that didn't belong, and her brow wrinkled with a puzzled frown when she noticed the extra set of fingers tangled with hers. The light in the tent was faint, a small teal flame withering in a lantern in the corner, but she instantly knew whose hand was holding hers, and she followed the arm up to Ron's sleeping face. She snatched back her hand so quickly, her elbow collided with her hip. The temptation to shake Ron awake and lecture him about the decency of keeping his hands to himself came to mind, but the thought passed, and she was suddenly very alert and fidgety. She abandoned the idea of trying to fall back to sleep and eased herself out of her camping cot, tiptoeing out of the tent and deciding to find Harry, who she knew was on watch tonight. She spotted him several meters from their camp, leaning against the crumbling trunk of a lifeless oak tree, and when the moon glinted in his glasses, she knew he'd seen her. He'd been determinately avoiding her since her confession about Draco, and she thought he might stand and leave, but his shoulders sagged and he huffed out a breath that turned to cold mist as she neared him. There were things that needed to be said, a cracked friendship that needed to be mended. "Hi," she offered meekly, sinking to the ground opposite him. "Hi," he echoed, and the awkwardness between them made her cringe. "Hermione, I want to ask you—" "I have some questions too," he interrupted, looking almost nervous. I want to apologize first for being distant with you for the last week." Relief warmed her. "It's okay. It was just a big shock. Well, it's still a big shock, and I know," she nodded. "I understand." "Well, that's my problem," said Harry. "I have been thinking about it, and I still don't understand, and I think I need you, yes, I need you to explain it to me. You want me to tell you what happened? Between Draco and I want to hear your reasoning," he muttered. "You're the smartest person I know, so maybe if you explain, it might make some sense to me." She chewed her lip. I'm not sure how to—" "How long?" he prompted. "How long have you had feelings for him?" She cast her memory back to the first kiss she had shared with Draco, that odd day with the bee sting when he had saved her life, and she had touched his face so unabashedly, and then it had happened. That had been the catalyst that had sucked her into Draco's life. That insane moment of impulse had changed everything. "November," she mumbled distantly, remembering the winds. "It started in November."
"Okay," he said.
"And how—" She went back in time again, thinking of all the little events that had built up to that fateful moment, from their lingering stares to late nights on the sofas with hot chocolate. From him reading her Muggle books to her cooking him meals. From him panicking when she didn't return to her stabbing their hands and mixing their blood. From every prolonged glance to every inquisitive touch. From tolerance to curiosity to lust and then love. Life is nothing more than a series of flimsy incidents that build up to something beautiful or tragic. Sometimes both. "You know, it's true what they say," she whispered before she even realized the words had left her. "You never really know someone until you live with them. In a way, we were both lost and out of our comfort zones. I didn't have you and Ron, and he didn't have his friends or family. We didn't really have anything, and when all that was stripped away, there was nothing to hide behind. And we both just crumbled in front of each other," she went on. "You know who wanted him dead, and he was completely overwhelmed by his circumstances, and after I obliviated my parents, I was so devastated. But it made us human, I think. We were real, because we were broken." Harry's brow furrowed. "I don't understand. I mean, it was just us," she tried to explain. "Our personalities, our souls, I guess. Just emotions and instincts, and we just matched. Connected, almost. Because you were both alone?" "No," she shook her head. "No, there were other people I could have found company with if it had simply been loneliness. It was more than that." She could see the uncertainty behind the glare of his spectacles. "So he just stopped caring? About you being a Muggle-born?" "Oh, Merlin, no. It took a while for him to even be civil to me, but that's just how he was raised. Perhaps I'm being optimistic, but I think he'd been questioning his ideas about blood prejudices before anything happened between us. Maybe even before he let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts." "What do you mean?" "You saw him last year, Harry," she sighed. "How tormented he looked. Surely if he'd been that certain that everything he'd been taught about Muggles and Muggleborns was right, he would have actually gone through with it. Hermione, he was never evil, Harry," she defended her absent lover hastily. He just made the wrong choices. I think the doubt was always there, and I simply gave it a push in the right direction. But that doesn't. Why do you love Ginny, Harry? What do you? I mean, it's not exactly convenient, she carried on. She's your best friend's sister. Why do you love her? He stuttered clumsily. I don't know why, I just do. Her lips twitched at the corners with a sad smile. Exactly. Harry seemed to consider her for a silent moment before he shook his head and pushed his glasses further up his nose, a habit she knew he did when he felt uneasy. He stared at the tips of his shoes and exhaled through his nostrils. What did you want to ask me, Hermione? She dropped her eyes, sensing that he was done with their conversation about her relationship with Draco, and she couldn't tell if his opinion had softened or not. From the agitated drumming of his fingernails against his kneecaps, she doubted it. I wanted to know what you told Ron. Nothing, he mumbled. I knew if I said you like someone else, he would want to know who and ask a lot of questions. I just told him I hadn't spoken to you, because I didn't know what to say. She swallowed down an itch in her throat. He was holding my hand when I woke up, she said. Harry, I need to tell him.
No.
But it's not fair on him. Not yet, Hermione. His lids had begun to feel so heavy, like his lashes were made of lead. Exhaustion had hit Draco hard in the last fortnight days, sinking deep into his muscles until they throbbed, and a permanent headache had settled right between his eyes. In the fistful of days following the news of Ted's death, all those little patterns and routines that had kept everything running had diminished. There had been no languid games of wizard's chess, no communal breakfasts, and no midnight meetings with Andromeda over cold cups of coffee. Everything had fallen into a dreary and disorganized bedlam, and nobody could quite muster the effort to give a shit. Except perhaps Blaise. Andromeda had been sleeping in Tracy's room, because she couldn't bring herself to return to the home she had shared with her husband and confront all the memories that would inevitably be scattered everywhere amongst the dust. She barely surfaced from Tracy's room, and Blaise had done his best to keep some sort of order in their safe house, assigning various chores to the Slytherins and adopting Andromeda's role as the head of the home, although Draco wondered if Blaise might be doing it to distract himself from his lonely nights without Lovegood, who had been missing for almost a week now. It was difficult. Draco couldn't recall a time when he'd been surrounded by people coping with death in such a delicate manner, and he had no idea how to act amongst his mourning companions. He hadn't known Ted well by any stretch, but evidently his affinal uncle had had a huge impact on the others' lives before he'd arrived. A pseudo-father to Theo and Millicent, it seemed, and melancholy is contagious when it's trapped in a confined space. As expected, Theo's reaction had been the most severe, and for the first 2 days he had done nothing but vomit, scream, and try to demolish anything in his sight. But, much like life and everything else, the anger and energy had slowly bled out of Theo, and for the last 4 days he had mirrored Andromeda's corpse-like appearance and sluggish movements. The two of them did nothing more than existed, trapped in a catatonic-like trance of bereavement that resisted any sort of purpose. Blaise had concealed Theo's wand somewhere and had also decided that he was to be monitored, and they all took turns to stay in his room at night, although Draco had offered to take the later shifts several times. He slept less than everybody else, so it made sense. But it was all catching up to him now, and he had actually retired to bed at a reasonable hour for a change, so he was more than irritated when a disturbing dream about dark marks and Granger's cries woke him too soon. Jolting up in bed with a harsh intake of air, there was cold sweat in his eyes and shivers scraping down his spine as the echoes of Hermione's screams rang in his ears. He dropped his face into his clammy palms and tried to steady his breathing, and he shot the clock a scowl when he realized it was 3:30 in the morning. He was contemplating whether or not it was worth trying to fall back to sleep when he heard it, the faintest murmur of voices from downstairs. He knew it was most likely nothing, probably Miles and Tracy getting a drink, but a dubious sensation tugged at his gut. Pulling a t-shirt over his head and smoothing it down his sweat-dampened chest, he grabbed his wand and carefully left his room with silent footsteps. "Lumos," he whispered as he moved across the landing. The voices grew louder, but he couldn't identify who they belonged to or distinguish what was being said, So he followed them down the stairs and along the corridor until he was standing outside the kitchen door. There were two voices, both female. He recognized Andromeda's gentle tone, but he couldn't place the second voice. He extinguished the glow of his wand and pressed his ear against the door as curiosity got the better of him. And everything. I would have come sooner, but it's so dangerous sending owls now, and I wasn't sure if your wards would let me operate here, and I didn't want to use one of the port keys when my due date is so close. It's okay, Draco heard his aunt mumble. I know you've had a lot on. No, I should have been here with you. Nymphadora, it's okay, Andromeda interrupted, and Draco's face screwed up on the other side of the door when he recognized his cousin's name. The cousin he didn't know. No, it's not, she said, and there was bang of flesh against wood. He assumed her fist and the table. He could hear the strain in her voice, that low tone of a person trapped between grief and raw fury. I'm sorry, Mum. Stop apologizing, Nymphadora. It's really fine. It's good to see you, sweetheart. I'm glad you're here. You know, his cousin said after a moment. Remus and I were talking, and we decided that we're going to name the baby after Dad if it's a boy. There was a hollow pause, and Draco remained as still as his muscles would allow. I think that's perfect, sighed Andromeda, her voice fragile with emotion. Your dad would have loved that.
Really?
Well, I guess we'll never know, will we? You sound so angry. Of course I'm bloody angry, she barked. They killed my dad. They're killing people every day, and then there's that bloody Muggleborn Registration Commission. Have you seen the propaganda they're making about Muggleborns? Draco felt his chest tighten. Muggleborn Registration Commission. Muggleborn. Granger. Yes, his aunt replied. I saw something about it in the Prophet, and there were some leaflets delivered to the house. It's awful. It's disgusting. Tonks spat. I can't believe some people are actually believing all that crap. You know, when Hermione was staying with me, Draco didn't hear the rest of that sentence. All his blood rushed to his ears and momentarily deafened him, until all he could hear was the rapid beat of his pulse as his vision went misty at the edges. It smacked into him so hard, a shaft of untainted rage that made even his fingernails burn, and then suddenly he was all adrenaline and heat, ramming his body into the door and bursting into the kitchen with his wand out and aimed. The two witches jerked with surprise, and Tonks was up on her feet, her wand centered on him, and her body carefully angled to protect her baby bump. Tonks glowered at him with disgust. What the hell are you doing here? Where the fuck is she? Draco hissed at his cousin, and he barely recognized the sinister quality to his voice. Draco, Andromeda said warily. Calm down. Where is she? Mum. What the hell is he doing here with? It's okay, Nymphadora. But he's one of them, she argued stiffly. He took the mark, and he let the Death Eaters. He's defected, Andromeda explained quickly, rising from her seat. Draco, please just lower your wand. Don't you come within an inch of me, bitch, he growled, slanting his eyes over to her. You lied to me. No, I didn't. You said you didn't know where she was, he shouted, his voice quickly getting hoarse and his chest heaving. You knew, and you just let me think that she was. Draco, please just put down your wand. You have seen how fucked up I have been these last few weeks, and you did nothing. He was panting, eyes darting from his cousin to his aunt, and then back again. The betrayal left a bitter taste in his mouth as he absently wondered when exactly he had started to trust Andromeda before he was silently scolding himself for relaxing his guard.
He really should have learned by now.
Draco, I swear I didn't know. Nymphadora only told me tonight. Just tell me where she is, he snarled fiercely. Now.
Who?
Tonks cut in. Granger, he yelled, his hot glare back on his cousin. I swear to Salazar if you don't. Andromeda groaned and swiped away a distressed tear. Draco, just stop it. Please. Not until you tell me where Granger is, he said resolutely. You will tell me. You mean Hermione? Tonks asked, looking suitably baffled. What does she have to with you? She's everything to do with me, he fired back, his wand still trained on her and irately vibrating in his grip. "You tell me now." "Wait," his cousin mumbled, her eyes widening as she seemed to reach for a memory. "You? You're the boy she was talking about? Who she fell for at Hogwarts? You and her were—" "Yes, me," he blurted, too incensed and impatient to care. "I am the one. I am hers. And she—" "No way." Tonks shook her head doubtfully. "Hermione wouldn't." "Nymphadora," said Andromeda, fixing her daughter with a meaningful look. "He's not lying." Tonks' lips twitched, but her wand remained steady, and so did Draco's. There was movement behind him, but he held the eye contact with his cousin, ignoring the two sets of footsteps that entered the room and stopped a few feet away from his side. Intuition told him it was Blaise and Theo, but he was too focused and driven by his wild temper, scratching like static beneath his skin, to glance in their direction. "Malfoy," said Blaise, his tone sharp. "What in Merlin's name?" "Leave me be," he growled. "Don't get involved in this, just piss off." "Draco, she's bloody pregnant." "I don't give a shit," he spat. "She knows where Granger is." "Granger?" Theo repeated quietly, evidently confused. "As in Hermione Granger? Why would—" "I don't know where Hermione is," Tonks yelled over him. "None of us. You said she's staying with you," Draco shouted. "I heard you. So don't you fucking bullshit me." "I said she was staying with me," she told him, her voice calmer and clipped. "Past tense, Malfoy. I have no idea where Hermione is now," he faltered, and he suddenly felt very lethargic. "You're lying." "No," she stopped him, as if she'd expected his response. "She was staying with me, but she left over a month ago." "Where?" "I don't know," she said slowly, relaxing her defensive stance. "She took off in the night. I assume she went to meet Harry and Ron." "Oh, the Death Trap twins," he exclaimed, grinding his teeth when his voice cracked. "Fucking brilliant." "She will be fine," Tonks muttered. "Hermione is the brightest witch of her age." "You stupid bitch," he sneered at his cousin, but he was starting to lose the fire to fight. He could feel the energy leaking out of his pores as the damaging wave of disappointment sank into him. "You let Granger, a known Muggleborn, just leave when there are snatchers? Hermione knows to be careful." "What? Like your father did," he replied, and a peculiar flash of satisfaction settled in his bones when he heard both his aunt and his cousin gasp at his cruel comment. "Malfoy," hissed Blaise at his side. "You are done." "Would you be so bloody calm if it was your witch?" he snapped at Blaise. "My witch is missing too," his friend said, and Draco felt a hand applying pressure to his outstretched arm. "That's enough." Draco didn't resist and lowered his wand, his eyes falling to the floor and clenched muscles flexing in his forearms. He had wanted just a little piece of information about Granger, just an assurance that she was safe, but that fleeting glimmer of something close to hope had been so quickly extinguished, and it felt like the air had been beaten out of him. He cradled his head in his free hand as the dull thuds of an inevitable migraine started banging against his sinuses. He could physically feel the eyes of the others measuring him, and he loathed them all in that moment for witnessing him lose control. "Fuck this," he breathed, turning to leave. "Hang on," Theo stepped into his path. "Have I gone insane? Or am I hearing this right? You and Granger? Together?" Draco didn't respond, but he squared his shoulders and lifted his chin, daring Theo to make a derogatory comment or a mocking jeer. Instead, an odd expression stole his features, and Draco saw a flash of the mischievous and sarcastic man he'd known before Ted's death. "Well," said Theo, a smirk trying to tug at his lips. "That's an interesting plot twist." The urge to jam his fist into Theo's jaw turned his knuckles white, but he simply brushed past him and returned to his room, craving solitude and a shower where he might imagine Granger's reflection in the tiles. The confirmation that she was roaming the war-ravaged country with Potter, and Weasley injected a fresh and powerful dose of insomnia into his veins, and he did not sleep for 4 days solid. He pointedly avoided the others, particularly Theo, Blaise, and Andromeda, until the latter sought him out on a rather dreary Tuesday in April. He remembered eyeing the new leaves and pink blossom outside his window, magnified by the layer of drizzle streaming down the pane. She came into his room without a knock, a genuine smile on her face that looked crooked, like she had forgotten how to. She told him that she'd just received a letter and that Tonks had given birth to a baby boy, Teddy Lupin. He wondered why she thought he would care, and then wondered if he did. He had mumbled a reluctant congratulations, and she had left to visit her first grandchild. The clot in Draco's chest had felt a little lighter, but he'd spent the rest of the day envying that baby for being oblivious to the dark and dying world he'd been born into. Innocence and ignorance are one and the same, both blissful. Hermione traced her fingers over the intricate pattern of swirls and loops of the sword's hilt, marveling at how something so beautiful could be so deadly. Harry had given her the sword of Gryffindor, and everything else for that matter, to store in her charmed bag, insisting that she was the best person to keep their belongings safe. She'd had a sudden urge to study the artifact, fascinated by the history that she could practically feel beating in its blade. It was warm beneath her touch. Warmer than her. She slipped it back into her bag and returned to her book, underlining anything that could be significant and jotting down a note here and there to come back to later. She was completely engrossed in her usual routine of reading and rereading words she had memorized weeks ago, trying to shake off thoughts of Draco that always managed to seep into her concentration. So when a friendly hand touched her shoulder and grazed the curls by her ear, she shot up to her feet with a startled gasp and her wand at the ready. "Ron," she exhaled, lowering her wand from his Adam's apple. "You made me jump." "Sorry," he mumbled quickly. "I did try calling your name. I was reading," he finished for her. "Yes, I know." Hermione could tell he was nervous. It was so blatant in the way he shifted his feet and scrunched up his freckled features with uncertainty. She knew what was coming, and she nervously tucked the stubborn strands of hair he had touched behind her ear. "Where's Harry?" "He's making some food by the tent," he said. "Look, Hermione, I should go check if he needs a hand." "Have I done something?" blurted Ron, and Hermione cringed. "I mean, have I upset you, or something?" She drew in a long breath.
"No."
"No, you haven't upset me, Ron." "Well, then I don't get it." He tried clumsily. "It's just I thought you and I were, Ron, I mean, after what happened at the wedding and everything," he rambled on. "I know we never really talked about it, but do you regret it?" "No, I don't regret it," she replied sincerely. "It's just that because I thought that it meant we were together now, but it's obvious that you don't feel that way." The guilt was welling up in her chest so quickly. She was going to tell him. She could feel the words forming. "You're my best friend. But that's it?" he questioned dejectedly. "Just friends? That's all you see me as?" "Ron," she started slowly. "You know I liked you, but our opportunity to be more than friends just came and went." "What do you mean?" "I mean we took too long," she explained. "It was there for us to take, and we just didn't, and it's because neither of us wanted it enough." "That's not why." "I'm sorry, but it is. It would have been convenient for us." "Convenient?" he repeated, and he looked wounded as he spoke. "What does that even mean?" "I just mean that we spent so much time together and it would have made sense, but convenience isn't a good enough reason to start a relationship. In fact, it's an awful reason. Hermione, don't you think that if either of us really wanted it that much, it would have just happened?" she reasoned. "It wasn't like there was ever anything stopping us, except ourselves. Hell, our friends and family practically encouraged it." "Are you still annoyed about what happened between me and Lavender?" he asked suddenly. "No, of course not. Because it was just a mistake," he rushed out. He reached for her hand, but she pulled away before he could graze her fingertips. "Hermione." "Ron, I promise it has absolutely nothing to do with that." "Then do you like someone else?" There it was, the question she'd been dreading because the answer would destroy him. She wanted so badly to tell him, for only truth to exist between them no matter how hard it would be for him to hear it, but Harry's voice was whispering to her at the back of her brain. She watched Ron's anxious eyes flicker with disappointment, and she realized she'd been silent too long, and silence is simply a coward's confirmation.
I
knew it, he nodded, oddly calm. I knew, but Harry said I was wrong. Ron, that's not the reason things didn't work. It's okay, he said with a painfully forced smile.
It's okay.
I understand. We didn't see you for, what was it, 5 months? 6, she corrected. But Hermione, do you like someone else? He asked again. It's a simple yes or no question. She shut her eyes. Yes, that's fine. He stumbled over his words. I just wish you'd have told me. It's Draco Malfoy. There was another silence, but this was the kind when even the birds and the wind seemed to die in time, until nothingness is just screaming in your ears like a scorned banshee. She slowly peeled open her eyes and found Ron closer than she'd expected, his face frozen and blank, but then she saw his lips were stretching up his cheeks. And then he was laughing, that soft chuckle that made his shoulders bounce, quickly building in volume until it was heartily boisterous and causing his whole body to shake. That is hilarious, he choked out between blasts of laughter. Oh, Merlin, Hermione, you do come out with some mental stuff. She chewed her bottom lip. It's not a joke, Ron. He scoffed and rolled his eyes.
Of course it is.
Ron, look at my face, she said, bracing herself for the turn. I'm not joking. It's Draco. His chuckles weakened with every breath he sucked in, and his expression gradually twisted into a look of utter bafflement. His jaw sagged, and his baby blue eyes narrowed into thin, curious slits that inspected every detail of her face like he'd never met her before. He cleared his throat, and she found herself oddly transfixed on a thick vein that twitched in his neck. Hermione, he frowned. It's not funny anymore. It's not meant to be funny, she told him. It's the truth. Don't be ridiculous, he snorted. No, it's impossible. She groaned into her palm. Ron, I know this is a shock. I don't believe you.
Ron, she sighed.
I swear on my life that Draco. Stop saying that name, he barked, his eyes going wide and... You've gone bloody mad. We were together at Hogwarts, she murmured. And I fell.
Don't you dare say it.
If you just let me explain. Hermione, stop it, he yelled, turning away from her and balling his fists in his hair. Stop it now. You might understand, she pleaded, trying to grab his arm. You might. Don't touch me, he bellowed, loud enough that a flock of birds in a nearby tree scattered. I love you. Did you know that? Ron, please. Did you know that when Harry and I found the locket, it showed me my biggest fear, he told her, and the tears in his eyes made her breath hitch. And did you know it showed me you? You and Harry. And now you're telling that it's you and Malfoy. I am sorry, she sputtered, and she was crying too. Ron, I really am. I just needed to tell you. How the fuck could you do this to me? She flinched. She'd only heard him use the harsher swear words a couple of times, and they sounded so out of place on his tongue. Ron, I never meant to hurt you. Shut up, he roared, clenching his eyes shut like he was in physical pain.
Shut up.
Just stop it. Hey. Harry's voice came from behind her, and she spun around to find him jogging towards them. I heard shouting, She's lost it, Harry. Ron shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Hermione. She's completely bloody lost it. She said that her and Malfoy were at Hogwarts and... You told him about Malfoy? Harry snapped his eyes to her. I told you not to tell him. I'm sorry, Hermione sniffed. I needed to.
Wait.
You knew? Ron accused, and he looked completely betrayed as he regarded Harry. You knew, and you didn't say anything. Ron, mate, said Harry steadily. I'm sorry. You lying tosser. Mate, calm down. Don't tell me Tio, calm down, he seethed. Both of you stay the hell away from me. Please, Ron. Hermione tried desperately. If you just give me a moment, I could... Draco's not like he was... He's a bloody Death Eater, Hermione.
A Death
Eater. No, he's not. Yes, he fucking is, he spat. He tried to kill Dumbledore. He let the Death Eaters into Hogwarts. He's got the mark and everything, you idiot. He follows Voldemort, and Ron and oh, she cried frantically. The taboo. But it was too late. The wind changed, and she could hear them coming. Thank you for joining us for Part 3 of Isolation by Bex-chan, here on Grimoire Audiobooks. The journey between Draco and Hermione is becoming even more intricate, testing the boundaries of who they are and what they're willing to become. We hope you felt the intensity and emotion in every word. Stay tuned for the next part, where the story only grows richer and more gripping. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss Part 4 and more magical journeys ahead. Until next time, happy listening, and may the magic stay with you.